Morning, March 31st, Friday. We're going to be streaming today. Stocks, options, futures. We've got some technical analysis. Being patient. We get set up here. Last day of March. PCE was this morning. And yeah, I think it's showing inflation's coming down some. We got a little yes. Little yes. Let me get things set up here. To share the stream on Twitter. Here's the link for it if you guys want to do the same. That is awesome. Okay. And if you are on stream and you haven't joined our Discord, something that might interest you, feel free. There's the link for it. Everybody sticks around. What's up, Dennis? Good morning, man. You're number one. Well done, sir. Thanks for your likes, guys. Thanks, Access. You too, man. Good morning. Mullen's got a big gap up this morning. Delivered first class, one EV cargo van. Kept up 15%, 24%. There you go. Seems legit. PCE came out this morning. Nice little chart of it right here. Peak was 7% in June, down to 5%. Average over the last 20 years is 2%. So it came in. It was below expectations, but not by much. Sorry, I got a little vacuum going. You hear that? Let's see. U.S. personal income plus 0.3%. Consensus was plus 0.2%. So people are making a little more money, which is kind of bearish for the market. U.S. personal spending plus 0.2, consensus was plus 0.3. So that's bullish. So those probably even each other out. Real close to consensus though, so it doesn't really matter. February PC core price index plus 0.3. February PC price index plus 0.3 on month. 5% year over year on the price index on core is 4.6%. I don't know what the consensus was. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Core PC price index month over month was 0.3. Forecast is 0.4. So slightly less than expectations, which is good for inflation coming down, which is bullish for the market. US core PC year over year, 5%, expectation for 5.1. So slightly bullish from expectations, basically. And then market's gapping up from it, up 0.35%. Morning, Gene. Hello, Taryn. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation taps advisors to sell Silicon Valley Bank Signature Bank securities portfolios. U.S. Treasury says new stricter tax credit rules will take effect April 18th. New stricter EV tax credit rules. Borrowers in their 30s are struggling with the highest credit card delinquency rates. The U.S. banking industry may see its biggest regulatory overhaul in years, including more focus on lenders that aren't systematically important globally. 56% of Americans polled by the Wall Street Journal said that four-year college degree was not worth the cost. A record high. Micron Technology falls past 3% after pre-bell after China's cybersecurity regulator launches review of company's products. Yeah, nat gas is ripping this morning. Up almost 5%. Not sure if this is the beginning of the uptrend or if it's time to short. But I've been whipsawed by nat gas. Yeah, Mullen did have great pre-market. I guess it's just on them delivering their first vehicle. We'll see if it holds up. I was looking at EVTL's chart. I think I might want to add to this one. This is looking really good, especially with all this volume that we're getting. Kind of unusual, but also maybe very usual. Like back here. Just happened faster back here, I feel like. No, not necessarily, actually. It's got 11 bars from the bottom. It did some consolidating in there. We're at 11 bars now, so we might get a big move up soon. I don't know, but the momentum's up. Bullish MACD, green over the 9. Like everything about it. Let's see. So Helbiz did a reverse split and like a spin-off of their, now it's micro-mobility. I think it's a spin-off, I'm not sure technically what you should call it. They announced it last night. So they said, oh, reverse splitting like 30-1. And we're spinning off to micro-mobility. Something like that. Rebrands as micromobility.com. 50-1 reverse split. So, and then some of the articles are saying changes in anticipation of future M&A activities. So I'm gonna keep a close eye on Helbiz, micromobility. I don't have that many shares, so I might want to add to this too. But I think it could get a reverse split type pop like we've seen. And I think it's a good use case for BBBY, especially if Bed Bath is going to do anything similar to this. But yeah, new QSIP, and yeah, I mean it's plummeting first on the news of the reverse split, and since it's, I don't know, Helbiz is just no longer. I think there was a Helbiz warrant. No, yeah, it's just MCOM now. I was confused. I opened up my brokerage because it said I was up 14,000%. I was like, what happened? I was thinking it was like a COSM type deal where I had all my same shares and I was able to sell them at the new cost. But then I was looking at it and I think it's just because it has me at 0 cost right now on these new shares. because he's went from Helbiz to MCOM. So that's why it's all showing his profit. We've got about 5 minutes to open. Box D is down 10%. United Homes? Is that earnings? Whoa. What is going on here? Diamond Head Holdings and Great Southern Homes announced closing of business. Combination to form United Homes. Oh, they're merging? Is that what this is? Might they move up there? Hey trader. Morning, Bungie. What is this BBBY you speak of? Yeah, BY is down a little bit more. It goes down like 10%, down 7%. Pre-market. So look for those, yeah, half, 55 cents, 50 cents, 45 cents. Probably trade in those kind of increments. And I think if they do the reverse split, I think that's probably the most or the soonest catalyst, because that seems like that could happen. Well, it said they had to vote on it, so I'm not sure how much time they legally have to give for the vote and all that. Helbiz seems to have just done it like immediately. I don't even know. They maybe didn't have to vote on it though, whereas BBY I think has to. I also learned, I don't know if it's true, but I learned that I don't know who was saying it, but they were saying that Bye Bye Baby is used as collateral for some of Bed Bath's debt, so they couldn't sell that necessarily. Now if they spun it off and then paid off that debt with it, I don't know. Morning, Tasty. Thanks for your likes, guys. We're at 10 of them. Well done. Well done. Sorry, that vacuum's probably pretty loud and annoying. Not as annoying as that construction though, which you guys can't hear, thankfully. Yeah, Nat Gas had a rippy rip. 2 minutes to open. Not sure I'll trade the SPY today or not. I want to go long on it, but I'm getting scared. Yesterday, I considered going long here, but there wasn't enough indicators for me. Actually, you had the divergence on the MACD. Kind of had one on the RSI, but it wasn't great. But yeah, a dip buy, because I think this buy could probably, let's see. This 405 is kind of a level, I guess. Yeah, that's from back there, huh? We'll see if it tops out here, or if it fills that gap up to 408 or so. And if it fills that gap, then very well could move up to 415. Kind of this range up here. Maybe 417. Just wait for that reversal and then go short, I suppose. Morning, Ryan. I don't have any position on Mullen right now, no. Yeah, just keep an eye on it. I mean, you guys mentioned it a couple days ago, and I said I didn't like it yet. I think it's sketchy, for one. But as a trade, yeah. I just wanted to see more proof of concept, I guess, of a upward rally. And this move up today is from news, so it's not necessarily from like just trend reversal. So let's see how it shakes out. Good morning, rally. I think I said that. I think I said good morning to you. Chart that does look nice to me though still is actually GameStop. There's the bell. We're live. We're on. Can't really draw many lines. Oh well. As long as GameStop holds above this level, it's just how long we have to, I guess, wait. But like a breakout will be aiming it to the upside every time it bounces. Fuller. Let's see. Mullen is, I think, highest on my my list here. Save. How about Mullen? Safe? I don't know what you're saying. Safe hold? Oh. Oh, that one? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, Isaac. SPY kind of just green candling out of here. Open up with a gap up 0.3%. BBY gap down 8.5. Safe, the safe ticker. Yes, safe hold. Down 41%. Had a big wick up there. And now it's down here. Safe. Market's taking a while to wake up. So with Trump being indicted, for some reason DWAC ripped on that. I'm not sure the logic behind those, but gray, black, HKD is flat. Gray is a color. It's not a ticker. Good morning, Mahmoud. Rumble's up. This also from Trump? I don't. I'm seeing Kodak up here. Not a whole lot of green stuff on my watch list. Unless it's just still waking up. Thanks guys for your likes. Appreciate it. 12. It's a nice, beautiful morning. Last day in March. April might be exciting. Well, peso still. They bluish, reddish, owlish. Yes, DWAC and Rumble both rallied from Trump being indicted. So it would appear. Body's up 3%. Let's see, what were we? EVTL I want more of. SPY is moving up here. Birds is down 5%. Testing, it worked! It worked, Ace. Thank you for your test, kind sir. I appreciate it. Ace Ventura, everybody. I'll be here all day. Thank you, Ace. So, birds is another interesting one. You can't gift memberships? You've hit your limit? What the heck? UNG? It might be. I've been chasing that gas for a while. A long while. All the way to lows of the lows of the lows. It could still go lower, honestly. Let's get nuts! Let's get nuts! With recession and a lot of nat gas being used for energy. And the supply is pretty high right now. But yeah, I know dip buy on it. Could. I mean, it's not going to stay down here forever. But we've looked at the longer term chart on it. And during certain recessionary periods, it has dipped below the $2 on the futures. SPY's moving up. GME wick down. So here's nat gas. That's a 1-year chart. Here's 5 years. So we're at about $2 right now. And there was a whole period here, 2020. That was, I guess, COVID. It was below $2. Yeah, that was all COVID, wasn't it? Interesting. It's like 6 months or so, and then back here, 2015, there was some stuff going on. So, yeah, it could keep going lower, that's the thing. But depends on your plan. Trade, there you go. SPY's rejecting that high so far. GME's down 1%. Long on UNG 5K. Yeah. If you've got time, it's a safe bet, I would say. If you're not you're willing to hold it. Oh, you can't give subs while you're in Mexico? That's so weird. Might as well go for broke. I think you'll get an exit on it probably. Reverse, if they do the reverse split, that's one catalyst. The earnings is another catalyst. Outside of hype and speculation, those are probably your only catalysts for an exit. So, let's see, SPY, if it wants to break this high, I suppose we could go long. Should wait. Oh wait, I don't need to trade. DWAC holding up 9%. Mullen holding its gains from pre-market. Interesting. Thank you guys for your likes. Not bad, 18 of them. EVTL. Start nibbling on this one, I think. SPY new high there. High on the high of the day. Oh, it's just wicking. Wicking. Birds down 6, but still holding this level. Oh, SI's getting a bounce. Interesting. I closed my SI yesterday. I didn't like it breaking that level. There's a high on SPY, broke the pre-market. SPY is now moving up. Yep, BBBY bounced on 50. So it's working out just like we were saying yesterday. It's literally every half point, which makes sense. I mean, there's not any normal supports here, so it's just psychological levels. So you have the 65 cents, the 60 cents, and now today it's 50 cents actually. 60. Kind of did 55 a little bit in pre-market. Now 50 here. So next bounce, I would say, if it keeps dropping, is 45. FRC hearing. Yeah, I was tempted to look at FRC for long, but I don't like the chart at all. SI actually has some good TA for me to want to play. There's a pretty big move up on it, 4%. Dang, is this a false break to the downside? I don't know. I literally closed like right here. Had a nice bull flag, but broke down out of it. Mullen's up 21%. DWAC 10%. Keep an eye on SI. Keep an eye on this, guys. I might be flipping through them. If this holds up or starts to go, I think I'll probably want some more exposure to that also. Yeah. But it looks like so far it's rejecting where it broke down below. Just using that as resistance, maybe. SPY, kind of double dojied up here. Birds holding a good level. It's down 4.5, but holding a good level here. Looks SPY wants to move up. GME down 1%. Immersion's up 8. I have this in the long term. Oh, no news. This has actually done really well. Look at that. It had a big bounce. Do I still have that? Maybe it's sold out? No, I still have it. Nice. Wow, it's actually held this value pretty well. Silvergate up 3.5. Are other banks kind of rallying? What is it, XLF? Yeah, the banks kind of had a gap up. Just XLF did. Percy is flat. SPY edging up here. Oil had a big rally. Oh. Dollar also rallying a bit. Bank stock. Sorry, rally. Mullen's coming down. Upstart's ripping, not rallying. SPY is also rallying, ripping. I'm bullish on the SPY till it fills some gaps at least. There's a little resistance here at 405. So we'll see. If it breaks through that, then yeah, this gap fill would pretty easily be attainable today. 406.60. Just gotta see where it rejects that gap fill, or if we're gonna make it all the way up to 415 or so. As far as on an intraday, I think it'll go up and down. So far it's just been up. SI just hanging out there. I have an order for more EVTL shares. I could easily fill this gap down here too. So. $4.15. Yeah, probably not today. But I'm just saying the top of this rally before it makes its way back down. I would imagine it's not going to break this high up here as 416, but we'll just have to wait and see once it gets there. I mean, these candles aren't very good. It's just been basically gapping the last 4 days. So kind of hard to trade intraday. If you're holding overnight, this is a great move, but intraday it's not great. EGLS, Technoglass, expands 397. I don't think we're hitting that. Not a bad chart. Might be cup and handling, or might be double top end. Oh, Silvergate came back down. Okay, so it is using that as resistance. Phew, thought I was gonna have to chase FOMO in. Bird down. BBY still down 12. Blackberry also. Huh. That's interesting. Holds since August. Nice one. That hourly candle, what the heck? Gap down, gap and rally. Pretty bullish looking. Any news on this guy? Oh, price target raise. ASPI's up. Yeah, it's down just a little bit. Go. I might be rejecting here. That's a Wix inverted hammer there. Still early though. Still early. Could still go anywhere. GME kind of bouncing on the level again. It even did it already today. I don't know if I should get more exposure on it. Probably be smart. I'll wait until we get another bounce maybe. Later in the day. I've got the 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 calls on it. So not like a whole lot, but they're all basically at the money and have almost 300 days of time, so should be pretty secure. Hold. Be safe. Pretty safe to get, I don't know, 20%. Hopefully 100, but maybe just 20. I'm moving up there. Groupon up 7%. SPY going. Okay, SPY hanging out. No, my mouth. I did not buy back in. At this point, it's just going to be a quick trade for me if I do get back in, and it'll probably be with a lot smaller amount. And it will probably be after momentum or after it's already started rallying quite a bit. So, not going to try and time the bottom on it. Going to wait for my indicators. The main, really the only leading indicator I use are divergences. Other than that, it's basically momentum or support and resistances. So if there's a divergence that sets up, I'll get in before it starts moving. Otherwise, I'm going to just be looking for momentum or news, like fundamental news. But most likely that'll happen in after hours, and I'm not sure I'll buy in after hours. I don't know. So yeah, I still have it on my radar for sure. SPY just kind of grinding up here. No red candles here. Nope. Oh. Don't worry, we got 5 minutes for that candle to flip green. Blackberry holding up really well. Hello, Julian. Buy the dip. Intel for a long run call. Like long dated. They just had earnings, right? Yeah, I mean, chart looks pretty bullish. just broke out of that level. Or earnings is coming up, maybe. You gotta look at when earnings is, because probably soon. That would be end up being earnings play. You could either wait till after earnings or buy it for an earnings run up and sell it before earnings. But that chart looks bullish. It's got like a triple bottom down here, and it broke through that resistance, so that's very nice looking. Not like a very fast mover, but still make money on it. I did not buy the dip AC, nope. Might be shorting nat gas here though. Rotator ride. Just to stick to the wall and then drop to the floor. I never went on those, I was always scared. Little EVTL. I don't know. I'm trying to buy. Oh shoot. Did it never fill? Alright, I'm gonna up my order on it. I put it at the bid there and it too greedy on my purchase price. Yeah, I think EVTL's in a nice trend up. So it could take a month before it hits the top, but everything about this looks bullish. So, and then yesterday broke this kind of 2 level. There's psychological levels, but next major spot is like 2.8. So I think you could probably make it up there. Have orders to buy it, just fill them. Thing's so liquid. And it looked like it wanted to break out right there, just wicked up to the top. Intraday, I mean, I don't know. Looking nice, but it could come down, it could consolidate. Looking longer term trend on it. On the burn on BY. Yeah, it's probably gonna hit 45 today. Bounced on that 50, holding that. Next level is 45. Then 40. Not to say it'll, you know, maybe it'll stop at 45, I don't know. But as you can see, it's at those same levels. Spy, dude, look at this thing. No, that's not, I mean, yeah. Maybe I got lucky, you know, maybe I bailed and it rallied right then. But I could have bailed a long time ago. I should have followed the TA much earlier on instead of listening to the hype. We had the inverted head and shoulders somewhere. Where was that? Yeah, it was showing support here, getting a little RSI divergence. I remember. Then it bounced. I'm like, nice little inverted head and shoulders on the hourly. And then this day, it was this day right here when it was $1.50. It broke through and I'm like, all right, inverted head and shoulders is out. Like maybe it's double bottoming, and then it hit here. And then it flushed through. I'm like, maybe false break, bounced up, used resistance. So this should have been my exit right here, just following the TA. I really wanted to hold on to it for that long. I could have exited at the break of that inverted head and shoulders. But bouncing and using that as resistance, clear sign that this is not a false breakout. So that would have been my exit right there, 136 or so. But I didn't. I was like thinking it's probably not going to go down much more. If it does, and if it does go down more, by the time I get back into it, it will probably be back at the same price I exited, which happens often with stuff like that because you'll get false breakouts. So I was thinking, all right, well, by the time I get back in, it'll probably be about $1 anyways, so I'll just hold it. And yeah, one thing led to another. There we are. But yeah, I mean, this has so far, this has made me look like a smart man. But again, it's not. There's nothing particular there. Lucky, whatever. But even TA wise, it made sense to get out there also, just because that break of that level. I was trying to hold and hoping to add actually if we broke this way, but breaking this way, it's not a good sign. And I mean, that's of course with the news. Jeez, not gonna let me get an entry here, huh? We're gonna get one red candle. I'm gonna get filled on like a bunch of shares of EVTL. Possibility average down to 95. Yeah, for me getting back in, like I was saying, I'm probably gonna follow the TA more than anything, or news catalyst. So I'm not gonna be trying to dip buy. I do my best to never just dip buy or try and top tick, because your odds of success are low. Consistently, you can do it. It's just you won't consistently be able to do it. So then your dip buy might just be, you know, this dip right here. You're saying, oh, there's a dip, and then that's not a dip at all. Or your top tick might be right here. Like, oh, it ran right here. I'm a top tick at a sell. And then, no, that's not the top. So waiting for the momentum, being fine not to get the bottom or the top, and just trying to be good, not trying to be perfect. So yeah, with those words, I would basically wait until momentum's up on Bed Bath, or there's some fundamental change back in. But most people still like to dip buy. Oh, and it happens to me sometimes too. When I'm day trading, like scalping futures, I'm using just support and resistance a lot more. So sometimes it looks like a dip buy, and it could be, but it's more just kind of front running the move a little bit with using support and resistance. But then that's using stop losses if it breaks below there. So if you think the bottom on BBY is 50 cents, or even if it's 45 cents, you could buy here, put a stop loss for below here, 49 cents, or for less than 45, like 44, 43. It depends on how you're playing your strategy, how you want to trade it. But if you're just gonna buy here, just hope it goes up. I don't know, unless it's something you want to hold for long term. You believe in it fundamentally. That's the thing. Like some stocks that you want to hold in your long term, sure, dip. But if you think it's a good deal, most of the stocks on my long term, if it's at a good price, like I don't even have to necessarily look at TA. I'll just pick it up when it's at a good price. So Bed Bath is not in my long term as far as a long term hold. So yeah, buys moving down. Now GME, we'll see. Today might be the day I flip from calls to puts. If this breaks below here, SPY's moving down a bit. So that 405 is kind of this first resistance. I'm wondering if it's going to reject. If it does, this is the top of this rally, and might be in another long leg down. So could go short here. Oh, wait. Hey, down row. All 500 shares. GME is holding somewhat, yeah. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to need SPY to hold also. So not so hyped about that. Craziest run so far. What do you mean? Thanks for the likes, guys. I appreciate it. 25. Bought it at 50 cents. See, there you go. Yeah. You can buy it at just a number you think, oh, this is a nice number. I'll take it. Remember, 3 to 450 can happen with BY. Yeah, sure. It can. Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of catalysts that caused that. It wasn't just by chance. Or not to buy MCOM. I know, that's true. I'm excited about this. You want to get exposed. Basically, on BBY, to me at this point, it's just exposure on a reverse split stock that's SPY's ripping, there's new high on it. So one that's further down the road that just did a reverse split is Helbiz here, MCOM. This one hasn't talked about bankruptcy. I mean, it's been, and this one's been a fighter of illegal naked shorts, fighting crime. So is GME getting a pop there? Yeah, GME bounced there with the SPY. Okay, that makes me feel good that SI's coming down. I didn't want to have to chase that. SPY just wicking. I have orders for more EVTL shares. Yeah, it could come down. I guess the momentum's there, so. And I think probably a move up to at least this $2.80 is coming soon to a stock brokerage near you. There's some more fills on EVTL. MCOM though is a good one to maybe look at potentially dip buying this one. MCOM. That's weird. It just flipped. Why did it do that? Google's jacking the chart up. Hourly's all messed up. Daily it's showing, I think, Helbiz chart, but then on the hourly it's showing MCOM. Okay. Oh, then 5 minutes it's showing Helbiz. So this is, if you're watching MCOM, this is potentially what could happen with BBBY. So the next couple of weeks, we'll see if this thing has a rally. No, that's the thing. Joining momentum, you are late. Exactly. You're not catching the bottom. You're late. You're catching. That's what momentum is. It's getting on a train that's already moving. So Upstart up 8%. If you have tickers in your watch list or whatever, and you're waiting for something, you know, waiting to get into it for the momentum, you just do that. Once it starts moving, then you've already done your research. You know that you want to chase this one basically once it starts going and jump on. Big wick there on SPY, the downside. Fed talk at 3:30. Might be the, we got the PC this morning. Williams speaks at 3:05. Oh wait, consumer sentiment just now. That's maybe what caused that market to come down a little bit. Yeah, we have Williams at 3:05. That's all I see. And then after hours we have Cook and Waller. That might mess with the futures. All right, so picked up more EVTL shares. Maybe still like some more, but I'm gonna wait. Yeah, MCOM. Don't let me forget about that one. It's basically has all the recipes that we're looking for on BBBY. It's got a new QSIP, then reverse split. And actually, it did have a little rally pre-market. Can you see that on? What was I looking at? Oh, here. Yeah, see? So it did actually have a bit of a rally. I'm assuming there's gonna be more than this, but yeah. That's pretty big actually, almost 60%. I wasn't able to sell though, I don't think, because it was like mid-split. I don't know. I looked and it's still showing me its Helbiz share, so, and I didn't really know what was going on either. I didn't realize they were changing. I didn't realize any of that was going on. They announced reverse split last night and just immediately did it, so it's kind of crazy. I don't think they need to vote on it, I'm assuming. Herd's down 5. Yeah, that was the news the other day on AMC. That's why it rallied. It was a tweet. Was it this rally? But yeah, when it halted and then GME and BBY woke up. It's that rally right there. It's not confirmed or anything. It's just one of those things. One of those tweets. Oh, definitely a little 5-minute bull flag, but that big wick. I need to add. See, I can't even add this to my watch list now. I don't know what I did. I changed something up over here, I guess. It looks all weird. Oh, there we go. Ah, I'm already following it. Yeah. Morning, Joe. Buy the ticket, take the ride. I'm gonna wait. But yeah, the reverse splits. Man, we were looking at, like, you guys mentioned like 2 or 3 yesterday. Not even on purpose, just you mentioned them and I checked them out and they recently had a reverse split and had a rally from it. It seems like almost a majority that's happening too. So, but that doesn't mean it's not going to come down before. A lot of them had a big dip before. And the rally was sometimes before the split, sometimes it's the day of, sometimes it's a couple weeks after. So with this one, it's like, yeah, maybe just dip buying. I mean, it might be hard to catch. I mean, you might miss a lot of the move, but I guess I'm kind of willing to do that. I already have BBBY that I'm going to try and time on that. Mullen coming down a bit. Blackberry's just been ripping. This is on price target raise, I guess. That's all I see. You guys know anything on Blackberry? We had Upstart moving too. It's just the baskets are going right now. Other than GME and BBY and AMC. Ooh, ATP has a charts right. You know what ATP doesn't have right? Everything else. The awful UI. Oh, the pump case dismissed today? I thought that was already dismissed. Yes, Elon bought BBY. Helbiz is no longer. Helbiz has changed. I guess would this be considered a spin-off? They changed to micromobility.com and also did a reverse split of like 50 to 1 or something. Rudimentary. So if you had Helbiz shares, you now have MCOM shares, and it's plummeted quite a bit, but I think we still get a spike. And Warchest or someone on Discord is mentioning how similar this chart looks to BBBY. I was like, how true that is. So GME had a nice bounce there again on that on that level with SPY. EVTL holding up. What are we looking at? Look at birds. Birds holding up all right. Probably playing the shares on birds would have been. Sundial didn't, still has it. What do you mean? Sundial's up 3. That actually looks like a nice little bullish trend there going. In a longer term downtrend, but gonna move back up to the 50 moving average or so. The ticker change on top, right? It is. It's different than a lot of just the reverse splits we've looked at. But I don't. That doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna negate the reverse split run. If anything, I think it would happen. It'd be more likely to. And since they're trying to fight legal naked shorts, you know, maybe they're partially doing it for that. I don't know. SkyX? Is that like Terminator's brand? SkyX platforms. Tackling fuel. Kind of an inverted head and shoulders of bits there. Looks like one of those ones that could just run like crazy out of nowhere. I don't know. Not a whole lot the chart's telling me here. Have like maybe head and shoulders here. Longer term inverted head and shoulders. Your MACD's bullish, but now it's going bearish. I don't know. Yeah, I'd maybe wait for some of those levels to break on the upside. I don't know anything about this. What is this? Light fixtures? That is neat. They did have earnings? I didn't realize BlackBerry had earnings. Yeah, Upstart's up 8. Mullen gave back some of its gains. Coming down there. Rumble holding up. DWAC holding up. What are you talking about first? Come back in with the wash rule? Yeah. Yeah, it's like I wouldn't be able to realize those losses, which is fine. I don't need to realize losses. I'm good on losses. I'd be able to just get more shares for less money. Why are you thinking that on MCOM, Don? Alright, for summer light fixtures? Yeah, maybe. As a fundamental play, yeah, I don't know anything about it. Thanks for you guys' likes, 28 of them. BlackBerry just holding strong. Upstart also. Oh, Birds is popping up. I think I'm gonna get some Bird shares. These contracts aren't really working out. Jeez, I can't believe I'm thinking about buying Bird shares again. How long can this rally go? Jeez, this thing gets just crazy poppy. Just up 2% in like 5 seconds. Yeah, let's see. Oh, you can't do market orders on penny stocks. Makes sense, I guess. $3.5%? That's ridiculous, dude. Make it an order to fill. Do it. Okay, I chased it a little bit. It's maybe just rejecting this high from here, but I've been kind of waiting for it to show some momentum. It's held up this level after this big rally and this good volume. Catalyst was insider buying, which is always good. Add on top of that some zip trader hype, and then of course it's got a huge short interest and whatnot. And what Zip Trader mentioned was their cash on hand is actually pretty legit, so dilution is probably not coming. Imagine if it has a, moves up quite a bit, maybe it would, but Okay, I got some back in bird shares. Freaking birds. SPY hanging out up here. EVTL kind of at the highs. Think the reverse split could delay volatility. So you're thinking there's going to be some forced closures from the new QSIP or ticker change? E-bikes aren't going to happen like I think. It's like the Segway. I don't think it's like the Segway, but actually Segway I think makes e-bikes now too. Yeah, I'm bullish on e-bikes. I think so. I mean, from what I can see, it's already happened. It's definitely already started, and there's a huge market share to take now. There's no reason for reverse split should cause a stock to lose value. Absolutely, it's even value. You dip after an RS seems like an arbitrage opening. Yeah, but as you know, most stocks continue to downtrend after reverse split, but not because they lost value, but just because of what it seems like they're trying to do. But yeah, I know what you mean. People like transit cars, check from the elements. Yes, I don't think everyone's going to sell their car and ride bikes, but certain climates in certain geographical locations makes a lot of sense. Yeah, well, MCOM, they even talked about it. I don't know if you read all these. It was in preparation for an M&A here. Helbiz, I didn't read their filing or anything, but changes in anticipation of future M&A activities. I saw it on a few different articles here at NASDAQ. So maybe they put it even in their filing. Maybe that's just speculation on their part. EVTL kind of rejecting the breakout still, but let's see, birds hanging out up there. Change could delay it. Delay a merger acquisition or a rip from reverse splitting. Okay, forced closure. Micro fast breaking out upside here. Is this the one? No, it was micro vision, micro strategy, micro vision. Highs kind of hanging out at the highs. Mar at a move up. Version's looking nice. I'm not just from. This was from their. Oh, what is this from? Turtle Beach goes on defensive with Poison Pill. Someone trying to take over Poison or Turtle Beach? Oh, Turtle Beach adopts a shareholder rights plan with a 12% trigger. A week after an entity linked to Immersion and its CEO disclosed they had taken an active 7% stake in the gaming headset maker. Entity linked to Immersion. Toro 18 Holdings says it believes Turtle Beach shares are undervalued and that it plans to engage with the company board and management on opportunities to enhance shareholder value. Turtle Beach shareholders won't own stakes topping 12%, won't trigger the so-called poison pill if they don't add to their positions. Limited duration. I guess GameStop's not going to buy it. Maybe they will. Take it from Immersion. Do it, GME. What strange predicament. Jeez, this thing is so crazy. Moves so fast. Love to see it, birds. I don't know where I sold out at. Probably somewhere around where we are. Maybe higher. Does look like it's kind of triple topping here though. BBY, a little green candle. VWAP's pretty low. Oh, I didn't realize that about Turtle Beach. Mullen bouncing a little bit. Upstart's still going.
You know, a year ago, a year and a half ago, and we are taking a completely
making some money on BBY, huh, Fungman? Nice. Reloaded SI for that market push.
They have been reactive. They've been a cost center, and we all know it's painful as a consumer to call into a contact center,
hit
go through press 1, press 2, press 3, etc. But we're able to bring in a truly omni-channel experience, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about SI.
Switch to text.
Why is it not going bankrupt?
And just have a seamless experience across channels. We've been able to bring sales and marketing into the contact center, so we can potentially take it from a cost center to a revenue center, and all of this
Think about selling
with
puts on
artificial
it.
intelligence, which we started doing 5 years ago.
When you say
ARQQ
AI,
still
what
going.
kind of AI? You mean just that
It's got a nice looking
it has
chart.
a program to figure out which medium of communication works, or tell me some more about that.
GME's green. Look at that.
Let me just put all of us in the shoes of the consumer. We call a contact center. The reason you have to press 1 and 2 is the contact centers don't digitize and understand language the way, and with conversational AI, we're able to do that. So you can just speak, and the artificial intelligence engine we have is able to understand that you're calling to get your credit card address changed or your card was stolen, and that we are able to connect back into the bank's back-end systems to do the 20 things a human being would have to do on
so many
5
EVTL shares that didn't get filled.
manually. And that just makes a great experience for the consumer, and for the employee a much more easier experience as well.
One thing I also noticed in the numbers is that your margin expanded from a year ago. Is that coming from stuff like AI, lowering cost of human capital? Did you make any cuts? Did you make any cost
Nothing financial is going bankrupt. I mean, I know, but
difference come from?
I'm not necessarily on that bandwagon.
Company inside out.
Not bandwagon, but I'm not necessarily in that camp, I guess.
Enormous, trying to build an operating system, connect to.
And if you really believe that, why would you not be buying heavy into this stock that just lost 95% of its market cap?
So we spent our first 10, 11, 12 years
5 moving up here.
Platform in a very open, extensible, integratable way, because in large companies like the companies we work with, like a Microsoft or HDFC Bank, or 13 of the 40 largest banks and 7 of the 8 largest CPG companies, the back end of that front office is extremely complicated. So we focused on the platform, we focused on customer success, and we naturally are at a point in our growth where we're beginning to focus on go-to-market. And you're just seeing basic efficiencies come from our increased focus on go-to-market execution, and that should continue and hopefully get better. One thing I'd say is we're trying to create the world's most loved enterprise software company. There's a lot of focus on customers and keeping them happy.
Okay. Raji, we've also talked in your previous appearances here about the social media, literal media as a way to communicate businesses with their customers and clients. And I want to ask you about TikTok. You spoke with my colleague Renita last time you were here about that. There's been increased pressure by government.
New high there on SPY. GME's ripping with it, also up 1%.
You were telling us about the growth of the advertising and marketing on that platform. What happens if it does get shut down?
EVTL broke that line. Don't know what that's from.
Well, we've been around 13 years before, just as social media got started. And through that, we've seen the rise of so many platforms and the fall of so many platforms. It's got consumer implications, and I'm not going to talk about all of that. We all know what they but my point is, as a business, you have to be prepared to communicate through the channels
SPY just wicked up there.
And move out of. And so you really want to be
I actually did want to look at some cash grid puts on SI.
Listen to what they're saying in every channel, and then you
But
want
the
to
fact
make
that
sure
it broke that bull flag.
Working across those to deliver. We support, depending on how you count it, somewhere between 34 and 36.
All right, got more shares.
So,
they're filling on EVTL.
The reason they
I don't
use
know why the chart hasn't showed me anything different, but
just so that they don't have to, yank teams and people and strategies from one to another as the market shifts, and we give them this uniform, easy business layer that everybody logs into Sprinkler, and then whatever channels they want to use, they publish to it, they listen to it, they understand, they do customer service in it, and it just takes the stress out.
Okay, Raji, thanks for the update on the numbers. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Oliver.
You got it. A stock rallying big this week. Raji Thomas, CEO and founder at Sprinkler, ticker CXM.
Numbers have to flush out at some point.
Gonna get an analyst
right, and with that, you're probably going to have bankrupt banks where they're not propping them up.
And supplies with Cintas.
Birds.
3 up pretty sizable this morning as the market also pushes.
Birds moved up 13% there. Getting back to that 30 cents, see what happens up here. %. This thing gets crazy in no time. Let's see what happens around birds at 30 cents. Down 41% on that one, no? Do you think the regionals are going to get acquired? Oh, that's a basically a backstop. Why wouldn't you go long on them? If the Fed's gonna prop them up until they get bought out, seems like a safe bet. Birds struggling at that 30 cents. I think it could break that today though. That's a pretty big level. 30 cents, 33. Say would be next. Yeah, this would be a nice break. SIS is round 2 starting soon. Get me pretty hyped there, Jay. Bye. New high on the day there. Regional's gonna acquire other ones. Bird still hanging out just under that level. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, what's your data, what's your reasoning, Jay, for thinking that SI is gonna stop at $1.50? Just even numbers or bib levels, or what are you using? Blackberry holding up really well. Birds just broke 30 cents. Options still haven't moved. No liquidity on them yet. This thing needs to get like to $1. Up 20% now. That's a big break. I actually might even add to it on that break. Jeez, I can't even get back into birds. Feel dirty. I was wondering when it was going to have its time. I thought it was going to be from a reverse split announcement or something. Of course, it was Zip Trader that basically set it off. Oh boy. Yeah, Helbiz is no longer announced MCOM. SPY new high there. Chronic patterns. Buy volume or sell volume. Bear trap's totally subjective. That's right. You like the harmonics. Played the harmonica a few times in my life. Looking at these 1.5 cash trade puts for next Friday on it. They just have a little move up to VWAP there. Birds holding above 30 cents. Until you're next. BHZ, no recovery.
At about 15% to the upside of where it's trading right now. So maybe that's why. But Barclays
Thanks, guys,
cut
for your
this
likes.
price target to $277 from $314 and kept an equal rating on the shares. Now, RH's fourth quarter results were worse than expected, and the company gave weak guidance for the full year, showing that it is cautious about demand.
BBBY still at 50
And it's
cents.
cautious about its margins for 2023 because of the consumer environment. Everyone knows that the housing market is affected by how much money people are making, how nervous they are about the economy, and the same goes for RH right now. And so the company was still optimistic,
that 30
however,
cents.
about its new product and opportunities to grow the brand. And Barclays likes
Wicking between 20 and 24%.
Did jump out with those cautions, those risks, and essentially de-risked the short-term numbers. But it says that the duration of this slowdown, that's it's expecting to accelerate the slowdown, those risks, they remain in focus. So level setting the expectations again.
Groupon has been just ripping.
According to how consumers will react to this current cycle.
Yeah, not a bad report. Considering that the stock's been hit here, the analysts bringing in the price target seems like it's in line with
GME gonna wake up,
but they're not abandoning their
next
bull
week
case here for the company, not abandoning the kind of baseline expectations to be pretty strong, because I mean that would still be a $30 move roughly from where we're at right now, and considering how hard this thing has fallen the last couple weeks, you know, it could be a lot worse with analysts coming out saying sell and stuff, but that's not really what's happening.
Yeah, and there might have been a precursor to this drop-off. It looks like we could have seen a head and shoulders type pattern here. Two shoulders, head, neckline right there. Okay. So that's something to consider. I mean, we're obviously far past that point now. Just trying to show you how
a little late
setups with that type of pattern here.
No, that's good.
Just call them out when I see them. And we are down significantly from the start of this point from our second shoulder area. We're down about 27% since this downtrend began. It's looking like today we stalled out a little bit within the past couple of weeks. Today, we're perhaps moving beyond this downtrend line here.
Perhaps?
I guess, you know, when when you have a significant downtrend, it can only last for so long here before you start getting some kind of relief, even if it is only sideways price movement here. It's looking like the value area provided a little support this time here, the lower edge of this demarcation where 70% of the trading has taken place between these two thick yellow lines on volume profile, coming in right near the 238 level. Just below that, we stopped out several times at 228. So you can see here, here, and around here. And that would be the next line in the sand to be watching here before we've got those yearly lows. To the upside, the 256 level stuck out to me because we've got our old high close lining up pretty well with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average here. And the fact that we're moving beyond this trend line and also seeing a little bit of bullish divergence in the RSI price.
A level back here also.
Lows, RSI trending upwards, suggesting momentum is actually improving. Maybe we'll get a bit of a bounce in this name here, or at least perhaps some range-bound price action for a little bit as things shake out a little more.
Yeah, the fact that they came into this earnings down near the one-year lows kind of is, you know, lowering the bar a little bit.
Birds testing this 30 cents again.
Maybe wasn't a shocking, terrible report. Wasn't, you know, something
back
to really
below
break us out
Toro.
of this kind of chunk of range that ran between 250.
Lawn care? Oh, look at that. They just IPO'd.
Like if we start trade above 250 again, maybe we really consider this as a bounce off support. If not, then we're really going to be testing the market's limits.
Nice little rounding bottom there.
228 or so. So it seems like it's a pretty well-defined range.
It seems like there's at least a strong bottom in right now, or a line worth noting here. I wouldn't say strong because it could still be breached.
Crazy.
Here, but, something.
Well, you got the bullish divergence coming off it.
That's true. I mean, it's kind of something that I would like to see a bigger break above that trend line and continued bullish divergence to be a little more confident about some kind of upward move here.
Got it. Okay. All right. So RH kind of meandering here after its earnings. We do have a downgrade in the mix, a full-on cut to Cintas, which is like corporate uniforms, and you know, if in your office you've got like a emergency kit.
SI moved up a little bit through BWAP.
Like probably all security based, but a little bit of background. Cintas had earnings and it came in much stronger than expected, and it gave guidance also stronger than expected. And as a result,
really, Harmonicas. I'll have to look into it. Do you have any links to share?
One of the highest was
throw them on Discord.
Bank of America at $523 a share, but today Jeffries is saying that's all way too high, and that's why it downgraded the stock today, and that's why the stock is falling. The analyst took this stock from a hold, or to a hold from a buy, and cut the price target to $487 from $412. That still suggests
this is what a lot of the BBBY holders have PTSD about, isn't it?
But the analyst says that this weaker macro environment is fueling this. The weaker macro environment specifically for the second half of this year, and that it's not been reflected in some of those current estimates, along with the company's tougher comps in fiscal 2024. They say that since its valuation appears to be frothy at these levels, and that the firm, it does believe that fiscal 2023 will definitely be a challenging year for business in the face of that tougher macro drop as well. And he says that essentially, just like I said before, the street estimates are way too high.
It's been a bit of a sleeper reopen trade.
Don, are you totally out of EVTL?
Office. You have to have everything in the office in order.
Or did you get back in?
Connected to the labor market too.
You gotta admit, this is
labor market, uniforms, and
looking
all that.
very solid.
So, it's a reminder that the stock's done really well, and the analyst just says it's done a little too well.
Yeah.
So cutting the expectations, it loses a bull.
Naturally, yeah, a lot of bitter people about BBIG.
Not a fan to see the sell side bullish analyst drop it to a hold, but nothing terrible it seems from the chart, right?
No, it's pretty much rolling off the stock's back here. It's not really having too much of an
effect. See if SI rejects.
I gotta admit, I was a little surprised at the word frothy. This doesn't feel like a very frothy name here. It's been kind of a gradual grind upward here.
New high there.
About 1% or so off of our all-time highs here, and I don't know, I guess you could argue that perhaps the move upward is a little bit overdone after this earnings jump here. That was about a 5% gap up right here. But once again, I chose to include our standard deviation channels. This can be helpful when a stock is making all-time highs and you don't have price area to go off of here. That's suggesting that if we are able to break above this 470 level, the 480 480 mark.
Birds hanging out
would
right
be
at
the
30
plus
cents.
one channel that comes in right about here.
Blackberry,
that could be a point to look for some
Groupon, all hanging out
stopping
high.
here. But we also
Microvast,
had
Mullen.
a very well-defined range here between about 425 and 446.
Helbiz went down.
Coming in
I
right
mean,
near
I don't know
our
how you
volume
interpret the
profile point of
news.
Control. That's the area of heaviest trading.
I think it probably went down
we
because of the
could
reverse
see
split,
some kind of
which,
retreat back downward here. The first stopping
yeah,
point.
it oftentimes
if
could
we
have a
could do
reaction like
that,
this
we were to do that
initially.
potentially. Could be the linear regression line right here, our line of
or
best
just a
fit
whole
based on
shakeup in the
closing
company.
prices near about the 451 level. So 451 to the downside, 480 to the upside, as defined by our standard
it's a
deviation channels here.
Huge
Momentum
shift. So
looks pretty good still. Bullish for sure. Stopped short of the overbought area, but looking rather strong.
But it looks
still.
like
So,
pretty bullish news
I don't know,
overall.
I'm not really seeing too much wrong with this chart at this point.
Just looking at
we'll see if we can crack that
from a broad perspective. And a lot of things I've been reading about
pretty stable,
future M&A activities. I don't know if that's just a lot of speculation or maybe they put it in their filing.
See how
But
strong the
I think
chart
it
looks
should
according
see
to the chart master. All right,
should
thanks,
see some
Renita. Thanks, Rick. Coming back, we'll get an update
pops to the upside, I
on
would imagine.
China situation from Caroline.
From the split
it's time for a
and
market meetup. We'll discuss the
new
rally,
QSIP, I don't
which is
know.
extending as we see the Nasdaq pushing up 0.75%.
Maybe even from the new
more.
ticker.
Looks like bulls are waking up here on this Friday.
Or just from arbitrage, like Don was saying, because reverse splits don't change the value of anything. So maybe it's just on sale for whatever 25%, 30, 40% now. It's crazy. But yeah, I'll probably be, I'm not necessarily buy the dip, but I'll probably add to my position on it at some point. Yeah, shares. I haven't even messed with EVTL options, but it didn't. I've got enough with birds and their ridiculous options. That's why I actually got birds shares. I'm like, I'm not getting any exposure to this really. Any of this move I basically didn't profit at all on, even though I had exposure. Like, had the right idea, but didn't make money on a 145% move. SI. Oh, there you go. Yeah, pretty big pop there in SI. It's up 2.5% now. Like to see it kind of see what happens up at this line I have here on that bull flag. I actually added my position. I added to here, and when it broke below that level, I cut it. Wish I did more cover calls up here though. Interesting, it did hit right at that $1.50. Up 3.7. Let's see what happens here. Running through it, 4.3. Not bad, not bad. All right, I like it. My cash grid puts didn't fill, so I'll just use the other account. Grab some shares. This is basically where I cut out at, so. And the IV on the option is still pretty high, so a little cover call action might be merited. See. Kind of rejecting there a little bit on it on birds. SPY with a double doji up here. I don't think it's giving up though. Maybe just slowing down. There's a little rejection there. Let's see what happens with it. maybe those cash grid puts will fill. I think it's a big rejection here on SI. That thing moved fast too. Crazy. Bird's coming down now. Got VWAP on it at 28.38. If it holds any kind of level. Didn't really hold above 30 cents yet. SPY's coming down. GME's holding up. Groupon's still grinding up there.
Dawn point, maybe light at the end of the tunnel, and this is just a reminder that there are additional risks out there.
Okay. All right, interesting move here this morning. Thanks for the update. Much needed. Caroline
What is
Williams
this?
joining us from the New York
This is the
Stock
brand
Exchange.
of
Markets have plenty
that
else to
Hyundai
rally,
model.
though, as
Ioniq.
Micron is the definite exception to the market this morning. George Tillis and Scott Durfee are with me. As the Nasdaq's really ramping up here, chip makers are a little bit hindered by
did
the
one of you guys
Micron
mention this?
situation. They're a
No,
little
this
changed
looks
on
just
the
like that
day,
other
still
chart
eking out a gain,
you guys were
but,
talking about.
it's everything else from
But it doesn't have
high-grade
this big green
stocks
candle.
to momentum to quality to value.
It had an inverted head and
Every
shoulders,
sector,
but then it had
every
actually a head and
factor is
shoulders up
higher.
here.
Where's
Got
the
volume,
where does party
17
start,
million.
Scott?
Did I hear just that on them?
You got me, Mr. Durfee?
There we go.
There
Got you,
he
sir.
is.
Hesitated on the
Hit me
short.
with that question one more
Morning,
time.
sir.
Double Joji was your signal
Hey,
or what?
What got us so excited here? Every
Hey,
sector,
you
every
see-
factor's up.
PCE, one
All right.
word. Yeah, that's
You see
it.
one
I
word.
mean, we see some increase or we see some better data on the PCE information, which came out today. And, you know, that kind of puts a nice little damper on some of the anxiety that we've had, specifically in the market around the Fed speak. Now, we're still going to see stuff happen there. But because that PCE number's strong, we still have some
Yeah, SI is
contributing
rejecting
factors like
that level so far.
employment
See what it does here
and
at
things
VWAP.
like that also need to line up.
They have a nice little
But
bounce
this
on
is a step
$1.50
in
though.
the right direction. The market's been waiting for this with great anticipation, and now that it's here, you know, we could be beginning. I'm not super overconfident that it's going to go completely parabolic right away.
Reeking
but we are
RSI?
now beginning to move into some
Like it
area
really
where
stinks?
we might be able to see some increase or some betterment around the markets in general based on just that PCE.
Breaking RSI?
George, you think the number here just kind of fit the Goldilocks temperature the market was looking
UBS
for?
massive call volume.
Or
Really,
5%
UBS?
going to come back and bite us?
Profit taking?
if
Oh,
we
you're
get
just
too cocky
scalp
about it?
trading it. I thought it was going to go to
I
100.
think if you just peel back the numbers, I mean, a 0.1%
Weakening.
decline relative to
Looking at the
expectations
minute?
is not very much. But at the same time, I think the number itself at 5% speaks to the Fed actually raising rates once again in May. So the probabilities are still more than 50% that they will raise again in May. But at the same time, they've got balance sheet adjustment going on. We talked about
These
this
things
earlier.
had such a crazy bounce.
actually
I
late
looked at this
last week,
chart. This
earlier
is
this
wild.
week as well. I think that in of itself is creating a lot of positive momentum in the marketplace. It's sort of a situation where they can increase the overnight lending rate.
JP
We
Morgan
also
hasn't really
know
bounced
that
yet.
Banks are reducing the amount of credit available because credit quality is becoming a little bit more of a concern. But at the same time, the Federal Reserve is providing plenty of liquidity, especially on the long end of the curve. And that's essentially where a lot of the troubles lie from the standpoint of the banks owning long duration assets.
SI holding above
right now, I think the
VWAP
market,
for
so we
now.
talked this on Wednesday, I think that's it's got some positive momentum going for it. I said about 4,100 is essentially a short-term target on the S&P. You also have to think about the end of quarter rebalancing. There's a lot of momentum chasing near the end of the quarter, alongside the price technicals, which demonstrate some positive momentum. Even technicals, I looked at the McClellan oscillator,
Next
which
reload,
is
just
one
let
of
it
the
run
technical
and
indicators,
run for
which
shares.
is mentioned quite a bit on this
see.
panel. That shows
What's
some
your
positive
reload
momentum
price? I
as
mean,
well. So
VWAP
at least in the
here?
short term, I think
You
things
are you
going
just trading
well
for the pennies?
for the markets, but we'll see how April
But,
plays out, especially
As a
after
week
the
ago, the
quarterly
Baltics was, we
rebalancing.
thought they were going
But
bankrupt.
at the same time, I still think there is ample liquidity
Kind of.
on the long end of
Yeah,
the curve.
it broke that support level mixed with the 300 million share offering.
The equities front. likes the balance sheet increase.
Bankruptcy was always
that is
on the
one
table.
Of the reasons why we're seeing a nice momentous push.
They go bankrupt or
in the
not,
last
I'm not
few
sure.
weeks,
But
despite the concerns of this banking crisis, you would think that there's
so
so much
far,
bearish sentiment out there based upon this that would create a larger concern.
We'll see, though.
I think
That doesn't mean I can't buy back in. And I might for reverse split,
consumer sentiment,
you know,
is down,
rallies on
to a
that or
4-month low.
any kind of news.
That's because, of course, the banking concern and
So,
potential recession
yep.
concerns and layoff concerns. But the markets are discounting that based upon the fact that monetary
slow moving. I don't know which stock you're talking about, but a lot of the ones you mentioned are pretty slow movers.
Regional banks up shy of 1%,
which is good. I mean, it's safer to trade and invest in at least.
Compared to some of the other stuff out there, but at least they're not down.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Skydriver George Tills, appreciate the thoughts, gents. Trading 360 with Nicole Pedalides is up next. I'm Oliver Rennick. I will see you this afternoon to close out the week with MOC at 2 p.m. Central Time. Bulls, have fun.
Cutting birds would be a good idea.
Luck. The window seems
Definitely
to
failed
have
to break.
opened here.
I want to hold it though. Yeah, I'll hold it. I like the trend. EVTL on the other hand. Yes. Won't come down to fill my orders. One minute? Oh, 1 month, 30 minute? Yeah. I know, it's freaking ugly, man. Crazy. What order price? I've got them scattered. Just, I put them at the bid on its way up, and it just kind of kept grinding up. And it's so liquid, it just wasn't even filling when it maybe would get there. I've got them 214, 208, 22. So if it comes back to VWAP, they'll fill. Yeah, if the slower ones, you just have to hold it longer and swing. They're usually easier to trade because it's not as volatile. It's, you know, take as much, I guess, emotional strain. But yeah, this one's been good for you, man. You called it out well. It hit a nice support down here, and it's had a nice bounce since there. So that's been great. With slow movers like this, you can just put more capital in them. Or you could just leverage up a bunch. But I don't know how well these options move. Curious, I'm gonna look. Like, you're not gonna get huge percentages, more than the shares, but here's HST. So they have monthlies. So best case scenario would be like this one right now. He's pretty liquid. Not a great liquidity. Pretty big spread, not much open interest. There's my yacht. Oh, kind of interesting. I don't know why I did that. Really. Yeah. 321. Yeah, so these were, if you bottom ticked it perfectly, you would have doubled your money on these options. So 322, 324, say a little less than double. So these 3 days we started picking up calls. That specific call, that strike, that date. But it's not super liquid, so GME holding very nice. What's up with all this banking commotion? I don't know. Let's have a closed door meeting. That gas is really holding the level. It is kind of interesting. GME's popping there. GME's on the move. 1.3% green now. Yeah, study and always paper trade it. Great way to learn. You can start right now. You know, make mistakes, figure out what's going on. Interesting little pop there on GameStop. AMC also a little move up. New high there. Birds kind of bouncing on VWAP. SI holding above VWAP. Below that resistance still though. EVTL's such a tease, man. Just does this nice, slow, just like snail crawl up. I mean, it's doing a good percentage. Just the way it moves. All this volume on it's tremendous. Bingo, papi. What?
About 35 Tesla semi-trucks that were produced between November 30th of 2022 and February 28th. Now, according to the statement we got from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they said that certain Tesla semi-trucks are equipped
very well
with a
could hit that 45 cents.
electronically controlled parking brake valve that may intermittently fail to transition when the parking brake is engaged or then disengaged, which could then result in the parking brakes not being set or released. If the parking brakes are not engaged when the driver then expects them to be and the driver releases, the vehicle may unintentionally move, thus increasing the risks of a crash. Now, Tesla did say that as of March 24th, that they had not identified any warranty claims, crashes, injuries, or deaths that may be related to such condition, but they are being proactive here. They're recalling about 35 of those semi-trucks. I mean, this is the latest string of recalls we've gotten from Tesla. I don't think necessarily to be surprised when you are operating in a more novel, more new market here that is such of the EVs. But I do think it's a little bit concerning, the thought of a semi-truck just rolling or losing its braking
that truck looks really nice.
Here. But Tesla, another name, shaking off this news today, up 3%,
gap fill.
Now up over 63%.
Got room to go, probably up to 86 cents.
5% for the week.
Right. Jenny Horn, thank you for all of that. Appreciate it.
What's going on with this thing?
At these important stories. Thank you.
Is this chicken
Let's get
soup
some
for the
insights
soul?
from the news shaping the markets, and for that we welcome in Kevin
they had
Boyd,
earnings.
Senior Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab. Thank goodness you're here on PCE Day.
Yeah.
You know, this comes in. Is this the Goldilocks number? I mean, it's less hot. I think people felt a little relief.
Goldilocks number. It's a good point.
It is a little bit more Goldilocks. I think it helps give them a little bit of cover from some of the hotter data that we started to see at the beginning of the year. The hard part is that if you're looking at this on a quarterly basis, the surge and the strength in a lot of indicators in January, there was spending and/or income was probably strong enough to offset any of the weakness that you saw in February, and if we see marginal weakness in March. But That being said, to your point, I mean, when you look at core, when you look at super core, something like the Fed looks at, which is
It's bouncing there.
it was a much better
Shall I add?
on a month-over-month basis. The annualized trends are not there yet, so you're still waiting for that to come down
Too much of a run up
back
already.
to where they want it to be. But
HKD down
better than
1%.
what we had coming into the beginning of the year, which was a dose of seasonality kind of helping put upward pressure on it, but also just real activity.
I'm sure that was a good idea to
in general
up the
broad
other day.
terms. So what I would pay more attention to is things like spending and income metrics, which came out in conjunction with PCE today.
Right.
And the fact that nominal spending and activities is still pretty strong. So as inflation rolls over and comes down, puts more upward pressure on real activity, that makes it harder actually for the Fed to do their job. So that's what I pay attention more.
Yeah, there you go, breaking out.
I've had several guests on this week, Kevin. I mean, even Steve Forbes, he was on the side of the Fed should do nothing. That's enough. Stop it. I had Ted Weisberg, who is a lifetime trader here. He said they should stay the course. Don't let the tail wag the dog. It's very interesting how you take all Wall Street pros, but they'll have many different opinions.
This is what I was waiting for, to see if it triple tops here.
Well, I hear
looks like it wants to go, man.
But
it wants to break.
Because actually, tightening and being a little bit more aggressive
Dude, this
policy this year looks very different than it did last year. Mainly because of inflation dynamics, with inflation easing. Actually, and now with the added bank stress and the expectation that we have that lending standards will tighten, credit conditions will tighten because of what's happened with SVB and the fallout thereafter. I've been kind of thinking of it as, even if the Fed pauses at the next meeting, or if there's only one
SI holding there.
A pause is kind of the new tightening if inflation continues to roll over, because that helps real rates rise. So that, added with some of the stress in the banking system and what that will do, what we think will do to lending standards, probably accelerates tightening more. That's why you hear Powell and other experts come out and say that what happened with the banking system probably substitutes for a couple of a couple of rate hikes. It's hard to quantify that, but I think that that we have to view it differently this year versus last year. The Fed is not hiking aggressively. They're probably closer to the end of the hiking cycle, definitely closer than to the end than the beginning, and so we have to pay much more attention to real economy data and financial conditions.
It's interesting because yesterday I spoke with Dolly and Jenny Lenz. Oh, you know Dolly and Jenny Lenz. Billionaire real estate brokers, right? They're wonderful. And one of the themes that they had there was about getting mortgages, and they worked closely with First Republic Bank.
EVTL breaking there.
They said they used to get good
breaking the
rates for their
upside.
Clients, and that now
And
this
none of my
is the
stuff
credit crunch that
filled.
we're talking about in
Like
so many different ways.
500 more
and
shares
that's
in
the
front of Phil.
concern, that will things start to slow down because people cannot execute? She said there are clients that have 800 credit score. And that's problematic.
Well, this is
right?
where you start to actually figure out how credit sensitive the economy is, and I think this is going to be the year where we start to figure out what was that kind of stimulus overhang from the pandemic, that legacy stimulus as some people call it, and how much of a offsetting strength is that
low
for
today,
now when is a coming credit crunch. But to
really
your point, I mean,
yet.
it's probably going to be sector specific, where you think about a sector maybe like commercial real estate, heavy tied to the small banking and regional system and regional bank system. So
yesterday
as
was just in the
lending
last few
standards tighten,
minutes.
you
That's
get a pickup in
crazy.
defaults, then you get a decrease in capital values that causes lending standards to tighten even
The day
more.
before was
you
in the
pick up
morning.
loan loss provisions.
Yeah,
at
really
the
haven't
banks
had it yet
level.
today.
But again, I think it's going to depend now on how credit sensitive certain parts of the economy are. If that's just commercial real estate,
Next GME
which is
earnings
not
be
an
lower?
insignificant part of the economy, but if it's
Lower than
isolated
this
and
one.
idiosyncratic, I think this is
Yes,
what Powell was getting at in the recent
probably.
meeting, where he was
Given that
saying
it's-
some of it
it'll
could
be
be contained
Q1.
within that broader sector. Nothing we know right
like
now. We just
EPS
have to
and
wait
stuff,
to see it
revenue.
play out. But I
Probably
think
all that
that's
stuff
probably
will
the
be
best
lower,
case
yeah.
scenario for the economy.
But it's
Maybe not
more
the best
about what's
case for the
priced
Fed
in
if
and
you
what
don't get an
analyst
actual
expectations
tightening
are.
conditions, but we're still on the side that you will
If
get
it
that tightening.
is worse or
We know
better.
so many CEOs
There we
are
go.
out
I
there
got
trying
some
to raise more
EVTL shares.
capital to,
That's weird, though.
balance now the environment.
Okay, nice.
Last but not least, what about the
So
jobs
if we can
report
move down to
this
view
week
up, I
that
should
we're
get
expecting
filled
on
up here.
Friday?
Last time I looked at consensus, still expectations for growth. I think what'll be interesting now, maybe not for this report because it happened right at the time that SVB was collapsing and all the other banking
Get your
stress started
extension,
to
so
come to the
you're
surface.
closing?
Right.
What'll be interesting for the rest of the year is how much that tightening in standards and conditions actually hits the services part of the economy. Much more biased and oriented towards smaller banks. So if there is a direct tie there, you would expect to see that show up not only in inflation metrics that are services dominated, but then on the job side too. That's where all of the strength has been in payrolls. That's been the offsetting strength for the weakness that we've seen in goods. So I think that's the next thing to look for: leisure, hospitality, education, that sector.
I mean, so many of
Metropolitan
those
Bank
roles
is
have
number
been
one on the
hard
cash
to
good put
screener.
screener.
Fluctuating.
And that's where our strength
21%
wages growth has
annualized
still been
return on
relatively
this.
strong. So that's where you're seeing a lot of services-based inflation, and
25
that's
strike.
what's keeping the Fed on edge.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, we're going to wrap it up here.
Nicola's
But
on here.
just a quick
AMC is
thought
always
that
on here.
people who have been
I think I
laid
might.
off and taking
I should just
severance
start
packages,
data
they're
farming
not
AMC.
counted in
Doesn't
the
seem like it's going to go
monthly
bankrupt
reports
ever.
just yet. So I think that's something
They
to
just
watch
somehow
for.
keep
That's the dynamic with low
kicking the
claims
bankruptcy
and
can.
relatively strong income. Or,
Look at this. It looks
spending
bullish,
growth right
dude.
now. So
Bullish
good points,
MACD,
good
green over the
call.
9,
Kevin,
bull
good
flag
to
on the
see
daily.
you. Kevin Gordon of Charles Schwab. Thank
AMC
you
looks like
very
it's going
much
to
for
rally.
being here. Plenty more to come right here on Trading 360. Our 360 Spotlight looks at investing
Jeez.
strategies to consider for a recession.
Okay.
A few stock picks for you. Our disruptor, JD.com.
The 4
Company
strike,
plans, multiple spin-offs of the
519.
businesses, stocks moving higher.
They've already done their like
360
ape
Banking
converge or
Group, we
whatever,
want to
right?
talk more about
But they're not.
the
They're still two different
fallout of
tickers. What's going on with
SVB
AMC?
and Credit Suisse, but up
I thought these
next,
were
the
going to
big
converge
three.
back into
Three
just
stocks,
one
three
ticker.
charts, three trades. Ben Lichtenstein goes to the technicals. Joe Gay will go
Lichtenstein.
to the trades for Meta Platforms, Starbucks, and Riot Platforms.
Rising resistance. You guys know what's going on with AMC? Are they not? Are the tickers not going to converge? Groupon's still moving up. There's a suit dealing. Oh yeah, that is pretty sketchy. Yeah, isn't like the SEC suing them? April. Because they basically diluted without shareholder approval. Oh, shareholders. Thought it. Yeah. I guess the SEC wouldn't sue them, they would just hit them with fines. Late April's a hearing. Yeah, then I don't want to do March or May. Wouldn't want to do May. Itchy. You send it on Discord? MR holding its level up. SI looks like it wants to break again. Still just rejected that resistance. Birds up above 30 cents. Just. Oh yeah, no more Helbiz. Black Bear's still up there. Link says invalid? The heck? Another one. Try that. I just had to get the judge to force a plaintiff to sit down for disposition. Weird. Okay, replaced the pinned Discord link. Just change it. Maybe expired? Oh, 7 days. Should. Those things always. Discord's broken lately. Mullen moving back up to VWAP. Sigh. Almost back to break even now. Had a little pump there though. Just up to that resistance. Might put a stop loss on my HKD. Oh, SPY squeezing. SPY is squeezing up 70.72%. GME still just consolidating here. Bed Bath barcoding. Birds hanging out at 30 cents. Blackberry still hanging out the high. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's alright. It's alright. You DM me? Where'd you put it? Are you human? Let's see. I don't see it in here. You can throw it in DD. What was it again? Yeah, throw it in DD, the DD channel, or you can direct message it to me. But yeah, that might be difficult if you're not familiar. I think SPY's filling this gap now. Let's see. Gotta fill it. Look at that 405 level we were looking for, and actually, yeah, just filled that gap. So 415 is probably on the table still. Crazy. Crazy. Gotta Gotta play what I say. Didn't really get the dip buy. I was gonna dip buy it today, like I missed yesterday, but didn't happen. Oh well. EVTL moved back down to VWAP. I actually canceled my orders at Engulfing Candle. I do want to buy it though, maybe get some at VWAP. This buy is just actually moon mission. GME's not moving up. Microsoft not even. What's going up? Are banks going up? Happening. Oil? Dollar? What's happening? The dollar's going up also. What sector is pulling this thing up?
See the areas of consolidation have formed at lower and lower levels, so trend on the hourly candles here, but you can see again in this instance, look at this, we are actually breaking out again to the upside here. So this is an initiative move out of the balance, counter trend. So what I did notice is when I stepped back, I looked at the daily time frame, and so we're trying to get something going back on track
407
here.
on
Last time we
SPY.
looked at Starbucks, we identified an area balance. We were forming around 108 in the month of February, beginning of March. We were trending higher, 77,
I didn't buy SPY calls.
And then
I've been calling it bullish over the last 4 or 5 days, I suppose. It just hasn't. Just haven't traded it.
We took out 100, but didn't really see any follow through to the downside. So what I did was just sort of took out a
I've traded some. I've just done stupid little scalps that have lost me money. I need to just buy it on a dip and hold it.
Balance. So kind of keeping with what we've seen in terms of this longer trend, 77, 86.
But
now we're looking at well, basically 102. So let's step back.
Oh, never mind. There's
here,
still a gap
I
up there.
What,
wasn't showing up. That was weird.
The 50-day, the 200-day
408.15 is the gap fill. 407.45 is this high. So
is an attempt to get something going.
It's getting right there, right
Keep an eye on the Fed
now.
highs. I'm looking at, well, the NASDAQ, for example, taking out the Fed highs, the broader market
Until
kind of
below
lagging
VWAP.
a little bit, well away from the 200-day moving
Yeah,
average. In fact,
little
we
dip
haven't
below
been below it
VWAP.
since going back to last fall. But another instance where it seems like the RSI actually, I'd like to see a little bit more enthusiasm. The upside, considering the strength we're seeing in this.
What's up, fake? That's because you're never in here,
week,
man.
A nice move up, but again, Starbucks longer-term trend up.
If
counter trend
you're a
move
frequent
to the upside
patron,
on the short term, so this could be stacking up for exactly what Joe's talking about.
It would recommend it when you're not in here.
Point out that RSI too. I mean, thank you for all of that. Always so great with the charts there. Final thoughts, Joe, quick on Starbucks, and then we'll get to Riot.
Grab 100 shares here at the.
With an option, look at the 102 call in April, right about 330. I know my risk. I got my upside built in.
All right. Last but not least, we'll take a look at Riot Platforms. What are you thinking here? Why did this one jump out at you as a trade for today?
Yeah, so I'm kind of building this as a
massive
portfolio.
candle.
I'm looking potentially at protection here. I think if the market does not do as well as I'm hoping over the next couple of months, one of the biggest losers would be Bitcoin. Riot, very price dependent on how Bitcoin will perform. I'm just looking at a simple put spread.
It's hanging right at that level.
Put spread on Riot.
I don't know if that's good or not. It doesn't seem good.
If there is a credit
Seems like it's double topping.
A risk-off event, I think this will be one of the hardest hit areas in Bitcoin, and it's had a tremendous run over the last 2 weeks as people are looking at this banking sector, thinking twice about keeping their deposits in banks. I think that happens a lot when we see these type of events, but
might close these shares. I mean, I'm up
they've been
7% on them.
and then they've been faded in Bitcoin. So that's what I'm expecting over the next
double top here, and it's got a double top here.
To fade this Bitcoin rally we've seen in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you know, Bitcoin, all three of us can discuss this, but you know, why does Bitcoin move the way it would, right? At first it was the inflation hedge, then we were watching rates, and now it seems to be moving with risk on, risk off, and lately there's been risk on, and we've seen Bitcoin moving higher. Same for Riot.
Pretty widespread.
Ben, what do you think?
Well, this is an interesting one. It's kind of a mix of what we've been talking about in terms of the other two names, Starbucks and Meta.
All right, I used one of my day trades on this account.
We have that going on as well. It's actually vertical.
Remember when I never had to worry about day trading
on the more granular intraday time frame, but it's counter trend to what we're seeing on the bigger picture, the longer term, which we'll get into in just a second. But first and foremost, just looking at the last few weeks worth of price activity from 516 in shares of RIOT all the way up to 974 today. You can see holding on to gains right now, up by about 6.5%.
Yeah,
so as
right.
I went ahead and just identified a couple of the areas of consolidation that formed on the way up, so we could take a look at the two phases. The horizontal phase that occurred, we're talking Friday, Monday, Tuesday a few weeks ago around 550, and then you get again that high conviction phase, vertical, higher highs and higher lows. And actually, as I look at this, you can probably just draw, you can break it down into two periods there, but basically migration of value to the upside here. And then again, as mentioned, here we are in another situation where we get that vertical phase out of balance to the upside. We'll see if we get some follow through, already stacking up with energy. This is what the bulls look for in this instance: higher highs, higher lows, participation, energy, follow through, and then again a new area consolidation or that horizontal development at a higher level, which is acceptance of that vertical breakout type pattern. Let's take a step back here. I want to show you what's going on as we look at a little bit more time. We're moving from hourly to daily candles because we're breaking out.
Wish is even up. Look at that, almost 9% on Wish.
We're seeing, but you can see that's very much counter trend to the longer term here. We're going all the way back to, we're looking at the spring of 2021. We were up around
there's a RSI divergence on that one.
79.50, and this is again one of those charts where if you don't see a trend environment to the downside here, you've got to take your hand off the mouse, stop trading for a little while, and reevaluate things, because this is as clear as it gets.
For a
here.
little
We're
entry
talking,
on Wish.
well defined here. Taking a look at the areas of consolidation that have formed on the way
Hasn't
down.
had too much of a move up
they're
yet.
Easily identifiable, right?
Does
These
have
are
that
areas where the market's
divergence.
paused, and we're in a very
Equity's
elongated
bullish.
one right now, going all the way back to
Today's
March
green over
of
the 9.
2022. So I just want to point out in terms
like
of
it.
where things stand, we're
We're
looking
there
at
on
50
SG.
to 200-day moving average, because we are seeing a bit of a lift above these closely watched moving averages. But look
Sweet
at this,
green.
another instance where RSI just not really showing
That
the
has a
same
nice
enthusiasm.
divergence also.
When you get price taking out highs from earlier this year,
is it still
you can
good
expect to
buy?
see RSI taking out highs from earlier this year.
Yeah,
and we're
I mean, the
not.
momentum's
I
up
think
until
that
it's
kind of
not,
feeds
right?
into that counter trend
Had a big
aspect
move
where
up
there's some
already, but
doubters in terms of the expectations as far as follow through momentum and
probably will
potential
slow
for an
down here.
upside move here.
Getting up into this resistance.
And that's what makes this market, right?
At
Everybody's
816
not in
area.
the same boat at this
Back here,
time.
that support.
But I'll
You also
tell
have your
you,
50
all
moving
these
average, but
stocks
we have a little
been
more ways up to go.
looking better, I would say, Joe, versus, you know, the horrible 2020 or 2008.
It's rallied, maybe sustainable.
2009. At least
hasn't gone up too fast.
Mostly in the right direction. Final thoughts, Joe Tagay.
It's hard to get out of something and get back in.
Is, you know, we might,
Birds
it's
are
not
gonna do that.
2008, 2009. That's
You're not gonna do that.
All right, I'm going to leave it right there. Joe and Ben,
Say,
thank you so
boom.
much for the big three today. Joe Tagay, portfolio manager of the Rational Equity Armor Fund, and our own Ben Lichtenstein on those big three
Lichtenstein.
charts today. Thank you both. All right, it's time. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight the investing picture for possible recession.
There's fallen
What does
algos.
it
I
mean for
love
earnings,
fallen
for
algos.
rates? So much that we should be
That looks
watching
like SPY.
next.
Wish? Wish doesn't typically just follow SPY. I'll wait for a little VWAP purchase here. $41.64. I'll put an order for 41.70. See if it hits there. Bouncing back up there. Wish candles similar to SPY candles? You're just talking about intraday? Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I guess. I see what you mean. A lot of stuff. I mean, that's pretty typical, just moving up, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary. BBY might be about to flush through this 50 cents. 45 cents would be next, I would presume. 4-6 SPY call. It's not bad. Thursday. Over the weekend, there's always a risk of news coming out and stuff. There's no way I can answer that for you, though. I don't know your financial situation. I didn't know your plan when you entered it. I don't know what you ate for breakfast. I don't know what the weather's like where you are. I don't know what your mom's name is. You know, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered that only you can answer. But I'm still bullish on the SPY. Next few days, could you see 415 without a huge pullback? 415 without a huge pullback. Profit's profit. You're gonna lose 2 days of theta over the weekend, so it's a 4, 6. Yeah, I mean, I would probably close today and then reposition. Just try and close on a high today if it were me. But that's me answering all those questions to myself. You still have kind of a resistance up here, kind of right where we are. So there's one last little point of contention, and then that gap fill. Which did that fill? Why does it show it sometimes and not other time? No, still there. 408. So we're kind of right at the resistance. This kind of 407 area. So I would probably start scaling out. But today could keep going too. So looking for an exit today is what I would do, though, since it is Friday. And that's if I was profitable on it, and lots of other questions I would have to answer. SI holding up good above VWAP. EVTL dropped down a little more. We'll look for some more buys on that. Wondering if we're going to get a volume spike coming in sometime on it. Average in so much to EVTL, I don't even have. My cost base is like right here. Whoops. 216, nice. Nice. Mom's name is Patsy. BY is back to barcoding. For once, it's my... It's all fun money. But if you want to do it and make money, you gotta practice perfect. Practice as if it's not fun money. I hate that expression, house money. If you made the money, don't think of it as house money. That'll screw you up. It will just make you give it back. Keep it, put another account, hide it from yourself. Nat gas is moving up some here, folks. Like 2 days early on my exit. I forced contract expiration. It's got up to, let's see, 2.6. If it makes it up there, I might take a short on it because that would be the first big resistance. How high today? I mean, today? I think we could hit 415. No, not 415. SPY can get very irrational very quickly. The stock market can. So PC data came out. It was kind of bullish, not crazy. Again, we're right kind of at this level, right near this level. So breaks above here. There's still a gap to fill up there. Whether that happens today or not, I have no idea. This thing hasn't had a pullback at all, so it's just basically gone up. still pretty early though. It's 11:30, so EU just closed 5 minutes ago. I'll pick up some EVTL here. I'm just buying them in like 100 share orders, little by little. Hard balance greed versus light and rip. Since you only have one, I take it and you can't scale out. Makes it a little more difficult, but yeah, I mean you have to figure out what was your plan when you got into it. You know, you need to have a plan before you get into it. Like a price target, I'm gonna get out this price, I'm gonna get out this day, I'm gonna get out this percentage. You know, have something like that before you even get into the trade. That'll help take the emotion out of when you exit. But you don't want to limit your upside too, so you could have one that kind of fails another one and that one doesn't work, then this one, or you know, you could say 20%, but if it still looks good, I'll just have this as a price target. If it's not done any what I want it to do by this day, I'm going to close it, you know. 80% is great, but I mean, you do still have time on it. I'm assuming you're in the money, so probably pretty safe to hold, but you don't necessarily keep just going up on it. That's me kind of talking to myself because I've spent years not taking profits when I should have. Wish, look at that thing holding up. I know what you mean. So you could try futures, you do micros, then you're not worried about time decay either. It's easier to trade than options, much easier. Basically like shares with some leverage. Dang, Wish, what are you doing, dude? BBBY right at the low. 50 cents was the low today. At 50, there it is, 50 cents, 50.01. It's testing it. Platform is good for futures. Robinhood? I don't think Robinhood has futures. TD Ameritrade is a good platform. I like that one. If you're trading futures, I use E-Trade for futures, but on TD's UI is a little nicer, I think. As far as fills, I don't know. I think they're probably pretty similar. I think you can paper trade futures on both. I know you can on, yeah, I think you can do it on both. So I would start with paper trading. You can make an account and just paper trade it. You know, HYMC. There's gold in them hills. Raleigh, Vermont. All right, yeah. You got a little upward channel there in EVTL.
Come back, so we think that that deal could get done over the next 6 to 8 months.
Yeah,
EVTL's a nice, kind of an easy trade almost. It's nice and smooth. Follows good. Kind of just doesn't get crazy. Like, I don't know.
I mean, they work so closely with our government.
Like some of this in here is a little misleading, the little false breakouts and stuff, but when it's on a momentum, it's real smooth on the daily. Like,
maybe not business demand,
you know,
is not pre-pandemic.
I'm not to describe it.
Picking up, and
these look like
yeah, absolutely.
She
we feel like
the
increase of demand with summer coming. You know, every flight I've been on flights.
So you're using extended hours too, which
really?
So
I only really use that for
support
and resistance.
You're looking at not only Ryanair, you're looking at looking at United as well has increased orders. So you know we're excited about Boeing, and of course the national security trumps everything. So we're pretty optimistic on it.
Like
Devin Drew, great to see you. Thank you so much for being on the show with us today. Devin Drew, CEO and CIO of DFD Partners. Thanks for being here.
Coming up next, disruptors, JD.com, Loop Capital downgrading this stock, but still sees it as undervalued. So we have a big news on JD.com. George Sillis has all the details.
So Gene, you could wait intraday just for a sell trigger. Maybe it's here, I'm not sure. This looks like just consolidation still, but again, we haven't really tested VWAP even once today or come down, so probably the future. Groupon 20% up, birds hanging out up there, BlackBerry, Easy Go. Is this still going? Oh yeah. That chart actually looks pretty nice too. Nice breakout today. What was the news on Easy Go? Something I heard. Can't remember. HYMC. Like it under 36. Look at that chart. Got the piano keys going. The piano key pattern. Yeah, I've traded Carvana. I was gonna do cash grid puts on it actually. Had a nice premium. It looks bullish to me for now though. So fly. Breaking up, man. All momentum to the upside. SI hanging out there. Birds is actually holding up really well. I don't like that it's below that resistance though. For bullishness, I'd like this to be consolidating up above it. Using that as support. That's not the greatest. Yeah, it is kind of bull flagging for sure. It's at the level where it's at value is. Carvana, I don't know if they'll be bankrupt eventually. And I don't know if they were selling stolen cars either. I know there was the problem with the titles. I don't know if that's... I haven't confirmed if that's true or not. I haven't actually heard that as a rumor. I just heard that they weren't delivering titles right away, which is definitely a problem. And they have Carmageddon going on, so they've got a lot of headwinds right now for sure. Well, you go long and plan on getting out quick on SPY, just kind of what I'm thinking, or you just have some patience and wait till it hits the top and go short. I think it's much closer to a top of this range than the bottom. Oh. But you can always day trade or scalp it or whatever. Peggy. I'll have an order for Wish. pick up some shares here on Wish and then leave that other order there where I have it if it makes it down. I'll just leave that order there. Be too aggressive. Been buying a lot of stuff today. Last day of quarter, that's a good point. Yeah, that would be another reason why I'd be closing SPY calls, or just, I guess, calls in general. I ain't going too long. BY broke the low, broke the 50 cents, 49 cents now. Let's see if we hit that 45 today. If that pattern continues to play out. GNS, I mean, the rally was all just on that, so I don't know. Until there's more news of it doing stuff to fight illegal naked short selling in its crime fighting ring, I guess people are just gonna be taking profits on it. It needs to have some good fundamental value for buyers. But yeah, I closed when it broke that level there. Then had that big pop, and I maybe reopened and then closed. No, I just watched it. So yeah, I'm looking for this gap fill. It might be one I'm down to hold a little longer. We've got a gap at like 60 cents or 50 cents or something. 54 cents. I suppose puts on it would have been smart with that break. Oh well. The options aren't there and very liquid. They're pretty new. They added them just like once that run started. Speaking of run, up 8.5%. Wait till tomorrow to get Wish because it's probably Monday. Yeah, I'm just gonna put a note. Newts. Notes have me for Micron short and not. Oh, that thing really flushed. Never mind. MU, that's it. It's kind of made a triple top up here, but it's already had a gap down. Let's see what the old options trade strat has in store for me. I usually use 5 minute for shorter, but I look at pretty much all of them. 5 hour and daily are my main three. Did they announce earnings, BY, or are you just speculating on when? Yeah, you can paper trade. You can do it. I'm not gonna do it for you. Oh, these options are liquid. I like it. just once so I can see an option trade? What do you mean? You just want me to show you? You don't just opening it's not going to do anything. It takes time. It's not going to just immediately go one way or the other. They just sit there. SPY looks like it's going to break out again to the upside. Not sure what's pulling it up today. BBBY flushing more, down 20%. It's at 47 cents. See if it gets to that 45 cents today. Upstart, holding up at the highs, immersion, breaking out. Surprised how well this thing's held up. Why did they offer a dividend? Weird. Might do some cover calls on this stock. Quarterly bonuses? That's what's pumping the market, you think? Alright, but they're not filling. Don't be so greedy on your price. Oh, they have another dividend coming up. Weird, they're paying dividends. What the heck? Is this a special dividend? Good earnings. It was like a month ago. Huh. What's going on with it? It's going down. Is it okay selling a covered call over dividend? I guess unless someone exercises. No problem. Dude. The world. Can't open positions on my long term. I don't know why. Oh, something failed. Oh, I got some more EVTL shares. Oh yeah, flushed down a little bit. Little gap fill here. GME 0.3. Buy kind of wick in there. BBBY almost to the 45 cent. Okay, I got a fill on my MU put. Oh, why I'm getting so many options on a Friday, whatever. BU? What was that bank? What was the ticker? I thought it was MBU. Holler at a player. 46 cents. MU. Oh, what was that bank? MB? That was MBU. What the heck? I looked at it today even. Had the gap up. MCB, yeah, that's it. This is the one. Thank you. Well, all right, M. Yeah, there's a little gap fill on EVTL. SPY moving up here. Yeah, 212. MCB, I better just leave that there or forget it again. Yeah, I think I want to get short on this thing. Their news was, what was it again? Report drop? Oh, liquidity update. Oh, dude, it broke all-time lows on that candle. Wow. How bullish is that update, though? SPY, new high on the day, 407. Filling gaps. Fill in the gap, I believe. What's the IV on this thing? Pretty high. Yeah. Wow, that filled quick. Okay, I got some put debit spread on MCB for April. Not a whole lot of time, so a little more risky. Market maker's giving me just over 50% on max profit. Thanks, War Chest. You guys all around on MCB. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna cut out of these. Let's see. Got a lot of time, I'll leave them. SPY, new high. Groupon, 20%. Blackberry. SPY's rooping. He's knocking. I don't know what's pushing it up today. EVTL now red. Almost 1%. Look for support, maybe another test on this $2 level. Probably pick up some more shares if it does bounce on that. For $1 to all-time break even there. Break even there. AI, man. Things going. What's Tesla and stuff doing today? Ah, Tesla's a big puller. What the heck? Tesla broke 200. Ooh. Tesla, man. Microsoft and Apple aren't doing a whole lot. Nvidia. AMD's down. There's an RSI divergence up here. Kind of subtle, but might be time to take a short on AMD. Yeah, Dink, I think you had a point with end of the quarter. That might have a big play today. Or if next week's just going to be red then.
They need to participate following this really strong March for the other indexes to kind of keep this momentum going heading into earnings. I think that the weight of the financials had really pulled down the Russells, especially the regional banks. All the trauma that has ensued this month. Evidently, the markets seem to think that that's abating a bit, and the markets are rallying off that. You got some favorable news today in terms of inflation coming in, and now if you look at the Fed Watch tool, it's about a coin toss. It's about 50-50 on whether or not we're going to get a 25 basis point hike at the May meeting. I'm still a little bit more pessimistic than maybe the markets out there in terms of whether or not you're going to get 2 or 3 interest rate cuts by the end of the year. I still kind of think that that's a bit of a fallacy. And I think the only way you get that, Tom, is if you get a pretty severe contraction in the economy and tightening of credit. We're already starting to see that tightening of credit that that really started in January, even predating what we saw in March. You can just kind of look at some of the reports from lenders, and that would already been shown that it started in January and February. Then you get what we saw at the beginning of the month with a couple of the regional banks going under. Interest rates are continuing to remain high, and not only supply of credit is beginning to dwindle, but demand for credit is beginning to dwindle as consumers and corporations both are starting to tighten their belts a bit.
Yeah, I think the market's kind of optimistic that we'll get some rate cuts. The Fed's telling you that they're not going to. It's almost like, Joe, that we're comfortable with if the Fed eventually just pauses. Maybe they raise a quarter of a basis point in May and then they're done. But the market's still pricing in some cuts here by the end of the year, so we'll have to wait and see. But to your point, I like the fact that that you brought that up. If we get some rate cuts by the end of the year, it's going to be because companies' stocks are going to get hit. The economy is going to slow down here a little bit. So it's it's a tightrope that they're walking in this landing strip that the Fed has to navigate. Maybe it's growing a little bit because it shrank last month or earlier this month also. But one stock that's actually rebounding so far this week, Joe, is a block. SQ is the ticker symbol here. It's filled the gap was down 15% last Thursday. It's already filled that gap back up from the sell-off. Hindenburg Research, short research on this company. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent here on the network. Caroline, this seems like
45 on BBY.
She said they're fighting back and forth.
Barcode's here now.
Coming out,
yesterday, what we had two lows.
Says, we told you so. What's going on
this
here?
might be the low on the day.
Well, first,
let's
start with what shares are doing. We're seeing shares up about more than 2% today, despite this he said, she said, or they said. As you said, we can kind of run through what happened, but we saw block shares sink about 15% on this Hindenburg short report. They revealed their short position and explained why, pointing to claims that it inflated user metrics, lacked strong compliance controls, called it a Wild West approach, that it facilitated crime on its Cash App, and they said that there was talk about easily opening accounts in names like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, which were clearly fake. So initially, Block responded that the report was inaccurate and that it was going to be taking legal action or pursuing legal action against Hindenburg. Analysts were a little bit mixed on that. They wanted them to say a little bit more for the most part. Obviously, the stock really sank. As you've said, we've seen the stock up over 15% just this week alone, so it's regained that initial sell-off. Still down about 10% over the course of March, but we've seen them regain. But now we're hearing from Block again and from Hindenburg. Block came out with a lengthier statement. Basically, here's the gist. That it
Birds bounced on that 50 moving average.
As of December 2022, it had 51 million monthly active users last year. Of those, 44 million were connected to an identity verified through the company.
Big move though on Bird,
just
intraday.
39 million unique social security numbers.
35%
97%
in like
of inflows on Cash App, they said, are from those 44 million accounts. In terms of illicit activity, Block reiterated its strict approach to risk and compliance, saying that it added severe limits to about 2.5% of Cash App users' accounts last year. But Hindenburg says rather than refuting the key issues, Block's response instead confirmed much of their analysis and avoided addressing the rest of it, essentially. They claim that Block's Cash App metrics differ widely from the number of transacting actives that they've previously disclosed to investors, actually pointing to comments from the CFO that he made in September of 2022, justifying its acquisition of Afterpay,
little red candle up here.
The CFO said basically that they had 80 million annual actives. They said based on the new 39 to 44 million user counts reported yesterday, we now know that the cited 80 million annual user metrics was inflated by 82 to 105%. So not basically appeasing Hindenburg at all with these answers to what they said were investor questions about
their metrics. We're supposed to do this after hours.
Different story for
analysts we'll do it during the day.
At this, though, because they're still largely pretty bullish on Block, despite this all of this drama surrounding the name.
IPX, I think
obviously,
looks pretty
we're
good.
seeing investors pretty upbeat too, given the fact that I said
it's
up
got
15% this week. But
just
to kind of go through some of the reiterations that we've heard and some of the comments that we've been hearing. Citi reiterated a buy rating and a $90 price target. Keep in mind, Block trades at
up a lot today though.
About $70 a share right now, so $20 upside there. BBBY believes the company's
Wish is breaking out.
Should be positive for shares. Buy rating
$96
a share. Mizuho is at buy and $85 a share. They said while the Block update is positive, it fails to address key concerns. Macquarie says while we're not inside the company evaluating these various processes and data points ourselves, at face value, we find them quite salient and outlining the levers and controls in the business. They're outperform and $100 a share. Meanwhile, JP Morgan is in the overweight camp as well. $96 a share says, we think the value is attractive at current levels and reiterate our overweight rating, believing that today's response should help redirect the conversation back to the core thesis. Strong operating leverage potential while maintaining premium growth. So different story for analysts than Hindenburg. Investors seem pretty upbeat on the stock. As I said, still down about 10% this month, but hopefully that kind of clarifies it all a little bit more for you, Tom.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a story, and I don't think it's over by any stretch of the imagination at this point. I think we're going to be dealing with he said, she said, they said, we said, whatever for the next few months at least. All right, thanks to Caroline Woods, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the network, breaking down the block story. But now let's bring in Alex Coffey, Senior Equities Contributor on the network here. Alex, pretty good run here. PCE data came in. The core came in a little bit lighter than expected, but it's still elevated at this point. So, I mean, what was your takeaway?
Yeah, I think it obviously came in relatively benign. I think we have a market that was kind of on high alert. We have a market that is on kind of fragile footing, and it posed a risk to accelerate. If it came in hot, it posed a risk to really accelerate,
Bird's bouncing on that 50,
the kind of quagmire that the market finds itself in
92 shares
right now, where you have two kind of counteracting forces going head to head,
scalp Alta again.
And one regulatory body trying to balance those risks. I think both you and Joe have both alluded to sort of this paradox that the market can find itself in right now, where you have on one end reasons for wanting tighter financial conditions because you've had price expansion at a level that is uncomfortable for the everyday consumer and government. And then on the other side, you have a situation that's developed more in the open, I would say, in the last couple weeks that has brought fears that there's going to be a serious deflationary impact towards the second half of the year at some point in the near future. The reason I say that it's just developed recently is you start looking back to last year, there was a lot of things going on in the global economic financial system, from tremendous situations with government bonds in Britain to other European countries facing issues, that I don't think that all of this is not related to one another. And so it's become more at home now. We're seeing it with regional banks. The question, though, to me, and the interesting thing to me, isn't necessarily that a bank like Credit Suisse in Europe has failed. There has been issues with Credit Suisse for years.
Yeah.
It's why did it fail now?
Right.
And I don't think we've gotten that answer yet. And so you guys were talking about the market starting to price in cuts. I don't necessarily even look at it that way, Tom. It's more that large players in the market are putting tremendous amounts of money in hedging instruments that are indicating there's worries in the second half of the year.
Right.
So even if you look at the CME FedWatch tool, it's not saying there's a 100% chance or 80% chance of this exact Fed's funds rate.
Right.
There's a range of probabilities that's saying, based off of the information that the market has right now, there's this feeling that the second half of the year is going to be tough and the market's going to face tremendous amount of deflationary forces. That's usually not good.
Yeah, the RSI did tick up there.
Agreed. And Joe,
bring it back in here. Level,
the VIX is giving you that opportunity to maybe hedge a portfolio against it. I mean, it's at the lowest level in 3 weeks, under the 19 level. So it seems like the optimism's kind of taken over. I know the market does this sometimes. It doesn't look that far ahead. To Alex's point, what might be coming down the pipeline potentially. But at the same time, I mean, you look at this market, it's grinding higher. It might be window dressing going into the end of the quarter, right?
I think a lot of it is window dressing going in the end of the quarter. And your point about the VIX is spot on. I mean, for investors and traders who have been able to participate in kind of this upswing we've seen in the last couple of weeks here, it's not a bad idea by any means to maybe look for some of that protection heading into earnings. Because, our view is still that earnings estimates need to come in. They haven't come in enough. Yes, they've started to a certain extent, but they're likely too high for the second half of the year, especially if we believe that we may be headed into a potential recession and a credit squeeze from what we're seeing in the financial sectors. We're just not seeing the liquidity out there in the market that we saw before. And it sure is difficult for me to imagine, at least, an earnings expansion in that type of environment.
Yeah, I think, the S&P on pace for third straight positive week in a row. NASDAQ 100, Alex, up nearly 20% so far this year. We're in a new bull market from those December lows. And I read an article from Jim Bianco, who's on the network once in a while, and he was saying, hey, you take away those 8 stocks that are in the S&P 500, the FANG names, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, NVIDIA's in there, and a couple others. He said the market's down. So, I mean, you're getting led by a bunch of big companies. There's other companies that are positive this year, but is that the scary part where, you know, this optimism is getting driven by the big major components within a lot of the indices?
I think it's just one more data point. I mean, we've had tremendous moves
45
in
cents.
things like gold. We've seen historical moves on the short end of the curve, repricing. All of this is flashing warning signs. And it's not to say that we're going to actually face these risks, but there's an added feeling of uneasiness around the reality that those risks are there right now. And so all of this is information. Yeah, has Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, that outperformance been an indication that there's been a flight to quality? I think so. And I think there's a reason that those are the type of assets, particularly the Apples and Microsofts of the world, that investors trust. Well, one, they've been outperformers for many years. We've been sort of conditioned over the last 10 years to think equities first, although fixed income products have certainly had increased demand in recent months and in the recent year because of interest rates coming off that zero floor. But Apple's got a strong market position. It's the dominant player in smartphones. It's becoming increasingly important elsewhere in their ecosystem, and they sit on a giant cash pile. So if you really just dumb this down to something very simple, what's going on, there's a shortage of dollars. Liquidity is being squeezed. All the actions that regulatory bodies are doing is trying to put enough liquidity back in to kind of plug what is being taken out. Well, something like Apple already sits on enough dollars. They're not super worried about trying to find that collateral, find those dollars. It's a company that can be opportunistic in tougher times. I think that's one reason that you see that. But I'd also remind investors just to go back to 2001. The NASDAQ had a lot of 15, 20% rallies before it ultimately found its low. So just because we're in a new bull market doesn't mean that the greater bear market is over.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned that the free cash flow, the solid balance sheets on a lot of these companies. But remember, these tech names are not immune to any downturn in the economy or the markets. But we'll continue to watch that. And we're going to take a quick break and going to come back and talk about Apple some more, which is a big reason the NASDAQ 100 is in that new bull market. Fast Markets coming right back.
Down 41% today. They really don't make any money, do they? Or maybe that's not updated yet. Something totally different. Oh, is this all updated? They really only make $3 million a quarter? Still way overvalued. What? Good spy, dude. Oh my gosh. EVTL coming down still, 1.8% for a bounce on $2. Mullen consolidating aside, actually kind of barcoding. MCOM getting a little bounce here. I was looking to buy some more, but I might just keep waiting on it actually. It's just squeezing here. Wow. Gap filled? Was it 408, I think? Still a little more on the gap fill. You're probably reading BBY's market cap, right? It's quite low. 54 million, yep. And they make over $1 billion in revenue. But tons of debt and bad cash flow, losing money. Yeah, they've lost half their market cap just since that offering almost, right? Yeah, it's at 80 cents, now it's at 45, close to half. Is Wish going? Yeah, it did break out a little bit. I just chill and Wish. I like it, but yeah. Not a zombie yet. Groupon 23 and still climbing, kind of breaking out here. Groupon. Is this on earnings? Price target cut? What was today? Appoints a new interim CEO? Is that really it? Weird. I don't eat a whole box of Girl Scout cookies. I have more restraint than that. In fact, I don't hardly ever eat cookies. Hoping to fill some too. Yeah, I think I will also, if it shows signs of a bounce, I guess. Should I reach for my wife's boyfriend? Yeah, 45 cents might be all-time lows forever on BBY. We don't know yet. I consider zombies that are on trading on OTC that have crazy spikes like Sears and stuff. But maybe that's maybe your definition is the technical, the real one. Why does it show over? Oh, maybe because it's showing what the shares offered. If there was dilution. That was speculated. They've been diluting, and so the market cap's actually a lot higher now. This one hasn't changed shares outstanding or anything. SPY still going. Check out for 48 hours, everything changes. Yeah, that's what happens. Volatile stocks.
But you've got to be comfortable owning the shares here.
I mean, we talk about cash secured puts, quite a bit, right? So that's, that's the risk of the downside, is that cash secured put is tied up in there. It does eliminate some of the upside, but with the stock that's up 25% year to date, collecting credit on both ends, on the put and on the call spread, basically, what this is looking for a slow grind up, and that's kind of, given the move that we've already had and heading into earnings, that there's a likelihood that could occur, and if that does occur, that does well for this trade.
Yeah, and the apex of profitability, we had the risk profile up there between those short strikes, which is the 155 and the 170. So you've got a nice wide range for that example trade. But thanks to Alex Coffey here, he's a co-host of Next Gen Investing. He'll be on later on today. But when we come back from break, Megan Brantley from Likefolio is going to join us to talk about Spotify, which has spiked from all-time lows that we saw just about 5 months ago. We're talking that next here on Fast Market.
Watchlist can help you keep track of securities you're interested in. To add a watchlist to the left sidebar, select the plus sign, then Watchlist. When the default list appears, select the name box, then Create Watchlist. Enter a watchlist name.
At least everything changed in 48 hours on your paper account. Yeah, let's see what I actually had it on paper account too. Just cash secured puts. True. Not a real 40K. Because I'm actually, let's see. I think I'm down. I think I lost about that. Actually, just about that. Maybe a little more on it. Which sucks. Like a annual salary for me. BBBY, 37,000 down on this one. Carvana one's up. Carvana. NIO's still going up. It's had a pretty big run. Consolidating. Sure thing, Christopher. Good to hear. Good to hear you're learning. Yeah, it looks bullish. It looks nice. Consolidating at the highs. Would have a pullback before it keeps going. Maybe this 971 or so. Got a gap fill there too. Bond 24, easy go.
surge, we've seen a 14-point increase in consumer happiness levels on a year-over-year basis. So for us, anytime we see a demand surge and then we also see pretty significant happiness improvements, for us, that's a really good sign of positive consumer momentum.
Megan, this is a premium product, correct? It's not something that you get from the free download?
Yes.
So do you see this maybe pushing the needle a little bit to get those people that were kind of on the fence using the free service to move over to that premium membership? And does that help expand margins for the company going forward?
Yeah, I think that this is critical. You know, this is one of the biggest things that investors are looking at for Spotify is, you know, how can it improve its operating losses? You know,
it's
how
not
can
the whole
it
market.
make steps
There's
to
some certain sectors
improve
pulling
this
up the
revenue growth
SPY.
even, and a lot of
I
that
don't know what
has
it
to
is.
do with this premium subscriber models. You know, it's growing its monthly
These
active
aren't
user
even up that
base,
much. Like
but
Microsoft's up
I
some.
think that whenever you look at the
Apple's
total
up
number
some.
of premium
But
subscribers,
these all kind of.
it's
Tesla's actually a big puller
significantly less.
today.
You've got
Tesla's been
205
ripping all day.
million paid subscribers versus
I'm not sure.
489
Like,
million monthly
banks
active
aren't
users.
up.
So there's
Just a
definitely a
little
lot
bit.
of room here for growth, but it's really positive
After
because
some
in
of
our
sectors,
universe,
oil is up
consumer
pretty good
happiness
actually.
is really leading. This is the metric that we look for when we look for
We also saw their dollar rally.
continued growth and continued expansion and also pricing power. And so
Go
whenever
through
we
each
see a
sector and
large
figure
surge
out
in
what's really
consumer
pulling off the
happiness,
SPY, I
something like
guess.
14 points, that's a really positive sign that Spotify is effectively leveraging and providing value to its consumers, and thus hopefully is more likely to increase that premium subscriber base, that paying base, because right now when you look at, you know, what's driving revenue,
I mean, what I just looked at,
those
those
subscribers. I
pulling
think
like
that
crazy,
around its revenue around 14% is driven by advertising. So you
Love
know,
Spotify
there's a
and
case to be
Shopify.
made that improved advertising market,
Everything
could
up
also
there,
help
yeah.
improve its revenue
Everything's
growth,
up a
but
little
also
bit.
just driving these premium subscribers is critical too.
Yeah, Megan, and they made a big deal,
Yeah.
you know, when podcasting
specific.
was,
Everything just
you
up a
know, the
little bit.
big thing about a couple of years ago. They signed up, you know, a few people there. But at the same time, it seems like they just reworked their podcasting
Metal,
segment of their business. Are
electronics.
you seeing any downturn in that data for Spotify?
So on a year-over-year basis, I will say just overall mentions of consumers who are listening to podcasts has tempered some. We've seen that pull back from you know those COVID highs of when really Spotify was going all in on this segment. But whenever you look at the consumers who are really engaged with podcasting, who are talking about listening, you know, we track a lot of different peers, whether it's Apple Music, whether it's SoundCloud,
Those are like the top runners in the last
whether it's
5 minutes.
iHeartRadio. We have lots of different podcasting mentions, and Spotify accounts for about 70% of all of those podcast listening mentions. So it's definitely the dominant player, at least in our data, and it's holding this position pretty well too. So I think that this is an area of future growth. This is definitely what's driving their advertising growth. I think advertising revenue increased by 14% last quarter, and this is an area where Spotify is still specializing. And honestly, as advertising continues to, or if it improves, I think that this is, you know, a likely beneficiary because of its strong podcasting position.
All right, great stuff. Megan, real quick, they don't have
without
earnings until like the
extended hours?
25th of April. Do you guys have an earnings score on this based on the data that you guys are seeing?
Yeah, it might not get to that too.
So when we look at earnings right now, our score is neutral. So we think that this past rally is justified, but we'll be watching moving forward to see if this spike in especially consumer happiness is leading from a demand perspective. Just over the last week and really over the last month, we can see improvements, but we want to see continued improvements, especially ahead of the next earnings event. So we're neutral for now, but our longer term outlook is more
There is an
bullish.
RSI divergence here on the hourly, though.
My happiness is expanding. I love that Spotify. So I use it all the time.
And right under
Good
the
stuff
9
as
too.
always, Megan. Appreciate all the data.
This hour just started,
all right,
though,
have
so
a
that
great
could
weekend.
flip.
That's Megan Brantley, Vice
But
President of Research, breaking down the data there. Hey, Joe, you know, I look at this and, you know, to their point, the data kind of supports the move that we've seen in the stock. But when I see a stock move like nearly 70% in 3 months, I kind of get a little weary here.
That's the contra move traders that we are, Tom. I mean, you know, we're trying to look for the other side of this one. And look, you don't have to be bearish on the name to think that the move might be a little bit overdone, or maybe not overdone, but at least kind of priced in. You know, from a technical perspective, we finally kind of got up above that 120 August resistance just within the last couple of weeks. So,
kind of, sort of.
You know, we're 32% above our 200-day moving average in this name. Like I said, you know, at some point you start to get a move that just that gap extends a little bit too far, and that
Dude's
potentially
always
could be what's
making
happening here. You got an
bodily
RSI
noises
that's
when he's
about
not on camera
65,
with his
so that's
mic's
not
on.
overdone by any means.
It's funny though.
But the last time we were up over that 120 level, the RSI was trading higher. What that tends to mean is that some of this rally might be losing a little bit of steam, not rolling over per se, but there might be some overhang ahead for this name. That being said, I mean, we could look at strategies that you could participate
Wish
in,
is still kind of going
a little bit more room to the upside, but not necessarily looking for blowout type strategies, and that's kind of what we've constructed here.
Yeah, and they got earnings on the 25th, Joe. So walk us through this example trade that kind of fits into the narrative that Likefolio gave us on a neutral type stance.
It's a neutral type trade. You're spot on there, no pun intended. But the idea is that we are allowing a little bit more room to the upside and potential should the stock pull back to around that 50-day moving average, which is at 120 right now. This is what we call an iron condor. And I normally wouldn't do an iron condor heading into an earnings event, but this particular trade itself will expire before the earnings because it is the traditional April expiration. We're looking at selling the 145, 150 call spread, and then also selling the 120, 115 put spread, taking in between $1 and $1.05, depending upon where you can get it done. It gives you a pretty decent a width where the stock can trade. Basically, if you're taking in $1, then that gives you up to 146 on the upside. If you're taking in $1, it gives you down to 119 on the downside, with the stock trading about 133 right now. It's kind of equidistant and kind of goes along with that neutrality type theme.
Yeah, let's break that example trade down. In the April monthly cycle, expires in 21 days. Selling a call vertical that's out of the money, the 145, 150. And then selling the 120 put, buying the 115 put. So $5 wide verticals on either side of the current share price, collecting about $1.05 credit. That makes your risk on this trade $3.95 or $395 per spread. You got some assignment risk on those short options, but Joe mentioned the width between the break evens here, about 118.95 on the downside and 146.05 on the upside. The stock has started to consolidate a little bit at these levels, but this takes advantage of consolidation in the stock over the next 3 weeks. Short-term positioning here, but a nice wide range on this trade. I think one of the things I look at when you look at these positive time decay or theta works in your favor on this as the price of that. As long as the stock, all the other Greeks remain unchanged, you're going to get that time decay that contracts the price of this short iron condor. But a lot of risk versus the potential reward, which is $105 per spread. But at the same time, if you widen out those verticals like Joe did in this example, that gives you that better probability of success. So it's one of those trade-offs that we talk about on these example trades. So good look at a neutral strategy based on Likefolio data. But now we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk Intel, which is another stock that's doing well this month, up 30% as chip stocks continue to surge this year.
EVTL.
Fast Market's coming right back.
I'm looking at the 5-minute. Those indicators on the hourly though, that RSI divergence and then bearish MACD right under the 9. So looks like the pullback to $2 is here. We'll see if that holds. $1.80 I'd say is kind of the next move. Not really looking at fib levels, just support and resistance. Could check some fibs though. Yeah. Up and handle. Oh, on this time frame, this side's a little high. I mean, the longer time frame still looks very bullish. Thinking intraday or hourly here. It's consolidating, pulling back. It's buy. buy. Is that all you're gonna give us? Is that it? Over? I'll just make a huge new high candle here. Mm-hmm. I wish I got in it. No, I don't. I've got enough exposure today on lots of weird stuff. Here you go, Spy.
Above 33,000 and the NASDAQ up to 1,800. But I think the real standout here this week, Tom, is the NASDAQ. I might have said NASDAQ to 1,800. That's the Russell. But the NASDAQ, the real standout here, 13,115 is where we just traded up to this morning. And well, here you can see we're up over 1% on the day. This is after we bottomed out back in December of last year at 10,671. So to back above 13K. Tech-heavy NASDAQ has been leading the way across the board as the Russell,
probably close calls
the Dow
here.
And the S&Ps still have a ways to go to play catch-up. See
Spy.
on the right side of the screen there, we've taken out the February highs. It's the only one of the four majors that's been able to do so. This comes after some appeasing eco data today, the personal income and spending data, the consumer sentiment numbers all kind of feeding into this rally. We've seen rates come off to 3.5 and market seems very comfortable there for 10-year yields. The banking concerns have eased throughout the week for the most part, and all of this combined here, again, ahead of earnings coming up. We've got
that beautiful GME consolidation,
man. Focal points, but I'd agree, Tom. This is exactly what the bulls were looking for headed into the end of the quarter. See if we can hold on to the gains throughout the day.
Even getting an engulfing candle today.
Off the spike highs or the run-up highs that we've seen, but strong session to say the least.
Yeah, Ben, real quick here before I let you go. Crude oil up nearly 10% this month, back above $75 a barrel. Your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think in line with what we're seeing here in terms of the indices, not uncommon to see
this morning was the nice one that test. I thought we'd probably retest today. I guess it's still early.
Today,
it's only 12:45.
And 75.65. We've got large draws this week. The dollar I mentioned coming off a bit here. Back below 102 this week. But I do want to point out quickly, Tom, price of the pumper on the rise here still today.
Wick to about that level.
Reporting national average 350 a week ago at 344, a month ago at 335. That's not what the Fed wants to see. And I know you pumping your car with that premium at 423, Tom. That's up from 410 a month ago, so that's got to hurt as well. And definitely, again, price of the pump feed into that inflation narrative. So let's keep an eye on crude next week as well.
Ben, we live in Chicago. There's no 423 for premium gas here. It's more like 4 or 550 at this point. And don't tell me that. I got to fill up my car. It's on E right now. You're killing me, Ben, going into the weekend. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, host of the Future Show here on the network, breaking down markets for us and rising crude prices. But now let's bring in George Tilla, senior markets correspondent. George, I wanted to kind of hit on Intel today. Shares are still down significantly from year-ago levels, but up 23% this year. It's exploding this month. They just had a data center conference where they kind of laid out their plans, but and they're still lagging, George. Is this just an oversold maybe rally that we're seeing here?
So I think it's an oversold rally, but it might be a major trend reversal. I mean, if you look at the price action first, it's breaking out. It broke above a trading range that has been established in the last 2 quarters. And I like to look at a couple of consecutive quarters of a trading range because it gives you an idea that there's some intervals between earnings. And with the stock also trading above the 200 moving average, it seems to have some positive price momentum now. The thing about Intel, as we know, it's really been a challenging growth story, not necessarily a bad company or a bad value story. But one of the things about the business is the focal point. I mean, CPU chips still represent about 80% of the total market share. We know AMD, which is a major competitor, has actually morphed into a very unique company, especially when it comes down to the GPU chips, field programmable chips with the acquisition of Xilinx, but also in areas like industrial automation, factory automation, automobiles. But the industrial applications are really where the trends are in semiconductors. And Intel, unfortunately, has lagged because they've been focused more so on computer-based CPUs, but also data center and server chips. Now, one of the things about the stock is it's got some nice momentum as of late. This is really based upon recent investor conference, where they actually deployed more technologies and, of course, patents associated with field programmable chips. And this is essentially what the company really needs to start competing against AMD and the secular trends that are now being established, especially in artificial intelligence. Now, the thing about Intel, again, also is it's really not a company that has a balance sheet issue. It's still actually a profitable company with a net income margin around 14% on 42% gross margins. But unfortunately, it's been a growth story. I mean, if you look at the sales in the last year, they were down 20%, and then EBITDA contracted about 54%. So those numbers themselves, with EBITDA contracting more than sales, speak to a stock that is actually moving in the wrong direction, in other words, from the top left to the bottom right. But if they can actually make a transition into, of course, the chipset areas that are in highest demand on a secular basis going forward, this may end up being a major trend reversal for a stock that is down 34%, but also significantly below its $65 levels in the last 3 years.
Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man.
Intel said it intends to play in the
Thanks for that gifted sub membership.
I mean, they're years behind, right? I mean,
anybody is not a member already. Ace just gifted a free one.
Like the last 4 or 5
Buffalo
years,
Man, I think he's targeting you.
And the like.
Careful.
What is it that's going to move the needle to finally get this company back to being a growth story? Or
not a membership, and you're lurking.
Is that a story long overdue?
Green box. Do it.
Well, I think there's two things. One is the cyclical component of the business. I think the aspects of data center, server chips, as well as CPU chips have been in a cyclical decline in the last 6 months to 1 year. I think the secular trends that Intel is moving into are really key ingredients to the business. I think from the standpoint of its business focal points, they still have large market share in the data center, server, and CPU area. So if we see a cyclical recovery in those areas of the chipset, that's sufficient enough to actually change the trajectory of its sales and EBITDA growth, not to mention to finance its new technologies and artificial intelligence. But I do agree with you there, Joe. The company is certainly behind the competition. AMD and NVIDIA, which have been really strong suits, especially in the artificial intelligence space, the aspects of graphics processing units. In other words, accelerated chipsets and, of course, accelerated computing chips. If you look at Intel, they have a vast array of chips, including chips that are very focused on power management. But at the same time, they've been lagging in the accelerated chipsets. So I think the secular trend growth for Intel is actually positive. I'm also going to go with the price momentum, with the stock trading, like I said, above that 6-month trading range.
I think it's kind of hit a top.
Typically, you can see that trend break and then a continuation pattern. This may be the turnaround point for Intel, which again is a great brand and a great company. It just happens to have been the situation where they fell behind when it comes to innovation relative to the competition.
Yeah, Rosenblatt came out with a note recently, said that they're 1 to 2 years behind as far as innovation goes, maybe getting some of those AI chips out compared to AMD, NVIDIA in there. So, but nice momentum back above its 200-day moving average. Yep. So spiking here to the upside. All right, thanks to George Tillis, Senior Markets correspondent.
You're doing your job right, Ace.
Helping us break down Intel. And Joe, I'm going to go back to you.
Even all the lurkers, they don't have a comment.
You know, when I look at the stock, it's got an RSI above 70. This was the most hated chip stock. Just about a month and a half, 2 months ago. I mean, nobody.
Not too long ago, no.
Yeah, there were price target cuts on a weekly basis from all the analysts. But then in the last week, I've seen about 5 price target hikes. They did have that event, kind of laid out their plans. You know, it's about execution Also, so that's the way I set this example trade, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Going into that 31% rally that we've seen so far this month, up over 11, nearly 12% so far this week. So I looked at a covered call strategy, Joe, but I made it a little bit more aggressive. So typically you set up a covered call or a buy right type strategy where for every 100 shares of stock that you buy, you sell an out of the money call to the upside based on how far you think maybe the stock will run up. But I went a little more aggressive, Joe. In this one, going out to the April cycle, so you're going to avoid earnings which are on the 27th. Just go to the April monthly cycle that expires on the 21st. And for every 100 shares of stock you buy on this, you sell one of the upside calls. I used the 33 strike, which is just out of the money to the upside here, Joe. It's just basically at the money. You're paying a debit of roughly $31.60 on that. So by selling that upside call, you're buying the shares at a discount. And they did just lower their dividend last quarter pretty significantly. That was one of the reasons it was weak, but they still pay a dividend if that gets paid out. So you collect yield there. You collect yield on the call that you sold. Joe, there's risk on this, $3,160 per spread if the stock were to go to zero.
It's not a bad trade.
Using an aggressive call against that long stock.
Or maybe cover earnings,
thoughts?
though, with the IV crush.
I mean, you're basically saying to a certain extent that, hey, this move that we've had, this breakout, is going to, pull back a little bit, or maybe it stalls out, right? I mean, that's kind of what a cover call looks
BBY
like,
flush there
money cover call.
and wicked up, hit right at 45 cents. It's literally been like clockwork on
this trade. Then
45 cents, 50 cents, 55 cents.
Basically, what you're looking at is
65 cents.
That covered return, right? That I'm generating from the credit that I sold as a way to provide me a little bit of cushion on the downside, or if the stock gets called away, am I comfortable enough? And I think that's a really important question. If I bought the shares here and I'm saying I'm willing to take this in for $1.40 to give me a little bit of upside, and at the same time sell that premium after this big move that we've had in the stock, are you comfortable letting it go? I think that's a question any trader has to ask themselves when they're doing a covered call type strategy. I think we always think about the risk of getting the stock called away.
You don't need to watch it.
As you point out,
I'm not watching it too much. I know a lot of you guys are still in it and
I
interested,
don't
so
think anybody's forecasting that, but you always got to show that max loss as the real risk. But once again, in this example, I kind of go back to George's idea. Look, the stock's breaking out above the 200 for the first time in, who knows how long, months, right? And it might have some positive momentum behind it. So my only thought on this one, Tom, is if you're a trader and you got into this position and you think that there's got some more upside to go, either you could push that strike out a little bit, or maybe even turn this into a spread, right? You could have sold that strike that you have right now and then buy a strike that's a little bit further away, maybe the 35 or 36. So if it does, really shoot past that, then you'll have the ability to kind of stay long that stock. So. Otherwise, it just really depends upon what you're trying to get out of this trade. If you're just trying to take in that elevated premium because of the move,
for sure,
the trade works well.
Yeah, and I like that idea. If you're a little more cautious, maybe you think there's some more upside, you sell that 34 call or the 35 call instead of that 33. You do have that ability to roll or adjust that short option going into expiration if it does start to go up, if the market's open, liquidity is provided. But you do have that ability to do that if you want to keep the position open moving forward. All right, great stuff, Joe. Appreciate you joining me today.
That guy was talking about this move right here on that side.
Director of Trading and Education at Charles
Schwab. He was all getting super hypey,
but that's going to do it for us
and
here
then
on
I
Fast
saw this
Market.
resistance
Stick
up here.
around right here on the TD Ameritrade
Then
Network.
He said he closed here.
Next Gen Investing's coming up.
You gotta be careful listening to people. Same person is saying this thing is going to go to 100 in a couple years. So I wasn't expecting just a quick little short trade on it. That said, yeah, did reject that price perfectly. So still a gap fill on this? I can't remember. No gap fill. But a nice bounce on 1.5. Maybe we'll do it again. I don't think he's trying to pump it. He's just overconfident. I'd say those guys are dangerous. Dangerous because it's easy to be misled, or even if they're trying to lead you the right way, and even if they're right, it's just sketchy for me. Be careful not to just fall into it. Wish still going. Oh my. I actually tried to do an order. I was out of buying power today, so tried to do it back here. Just gonna get an entry position here and then get more on Monday, but it's okay. Kind of broken past that distance there. That's a pretty big level, actually. Got that 50 moving average up here. 57 cents. 62 cents. Got some upside potential on it for sure. There you go, MU. There you go. Mew Mew. MCB. MCB one I have to be a little faster about. Oh, that's weird. I got less time and it's a spread. Oh, how I feel about that. Yeah, probably not gonna wait for max profit on that. High green candle here. Holding my shorts. It didn't fill a gap. I think it was 408. What is it there? It's disappearing. 408.15. It's close. 407.45 is that high. We're basically just right at that high. Could be just a double top on that with no gap fill. Or we're gonna keep going. Momentum's down for now though on the 5 minute. Max Bane's 50. Maybe. I haven't watched other stocks as much with Max Payne. We did it with GME on and off for, I guess, years. Seems like it was close. We would oftentimes move to it. 50 cents is a big move still, though. That's the only strike. That's the lowest strike, is the half a dollar. EVTL. Yeah, I'm done buying this thing today. Might get some more on Monday. See where Wish is at. Jenny.
Our discussion today is all things Netflix, as we do have several pieces of news, but specifically we did see Moody's now give it a rising star credit upgrade. Then we'll discuss generic falling after a downgrade from B of A. Last but not least, our under 30 name today, which is not under $30, but still worth discussing with George Tellis, is Elf Beauty. Morgan Stanley calling the company its preferred small and mid-cap name. So good conversation, a really interesting chart actually in Elf Beauty.
Yeah, totally. That'll be a fun one. George will give us the insights there. Generac as well with Caroline, and then of course Netflix making a triumphant return to next gen for FOMO. Always fun to talk Netflix. Start with upvote, downvote though. Hodgepodge of names here, very little in common with one another, but not endorsements, not recommendations. And a little bit of something for everybody, I would say here, starting with the semiconductor space, as you had mentioned, Jenny. But this is a not so positive update, I would say, from Micron.
No, and Micron actually, what was once a really positive week for Micron, they've since pretty much erased those gains. Now just slightly higher week to date. Still up about 6% month to date, but nowhere near the outperformance we're seeing in names like AMD or Intel. But the shares did fall specifically on reports that China is launching a cybersecurity review of its products. Now, Bloomberg reported that China launched this review of their export products to ensure the security of its information infrastructure supply chain, as well as prevent network security risks and maintain their national security. China's move is being seen as a move to further escalate these tensions with the U.S. after it did issue an embargo on the Asian counterpart over access to cutting-edge semiconductor technology. This has been an ongoing story now, Alex, for several months, but the U.S. has been communicating with its global allies really on these efforts and has sanctioned, these sanctions have really proven to be a disaster for several Chinese names, specifically names like Huawei, and is being seen as it could also weigh on ByteDance, who is naturally the parent company.
No takers on your membership.
China's probe
I'm very curious if it just voids it or not.
Comeback after a pretty
rough
stretch for the stock, and we did see a nice week, not seeing that hold. Shares are down 3%. It's not a massive move to the downside, but definitely not helping overall sentiment.
Totally, and of course can have a real meaningful impact too if your businesses are impacted in a market that you operate in. But I think that the key takeaway here is, and again this is developing, we'll see where it ultimately goes, is these things, and I'm not a geopolitical expert by any stretch, but these geopolitical issues don't happen in a vacuum. There's oftentimes, forces and then counter forces and reaction and then re-reaction. And we see things build. So we've seen increased rhetoric around the banning of TikTok recently. Doesn't surprise me that we're now seeing sort of that reaction from our Chinese counterparts as well in reaction to some of the U.S. companies. So I'm going to say downvote, developing, clearly can have an impact, but unknowable at this point what that ultimately will be.
Yeah, absolutely. And now our next name today, completely different price activity. We're looking at GE, which is right around now multi-year highs. Shares are up 45% this year, a name that has been so resilient. And Morgan Stanley did raise its price target to $110 a share from $90 with an overweight rating, saying that a standalone GE Aerospace, after its spinoff of Vernova Power and Renewables business, will be a new large cap aerospace.
GME moving down with the SPY move.
I believe that when comparing Boeing to GE, the key growth driver for both
22 bounce.
The current aerospace
I gotta get more calls on it.
Which they feel does provide a multi-year demand visibility.
Play.
Also noting that GE is this key supplier to Boeing, so that relationship is very important.
I'll take a loss, but
the fate of the two companies
crazy
is now
because
largely
I'm getting a lot of time on these
aligned.
options.
However, GE stands out with a more defensible aerospace portfolio than Boeing, winning each of the four key face-off categories of growth visibility, market share shifts, supply chain, and execution risks. Now, Morgan Stanley did also keep an equal weight rating on Boeing with a $220 price target. Boeing having a nice year too, up about 11.5% so far in 2023, but nowhere close to the outperformance we're seeing in GE shares, Alex.
Yeah, and GE should serve as a cautionary tale for the mega caps of today. That if you get too big,
maybe at the lowest for the day, 45 cents.
Too many different unrelated
it's a huge move down to get another 22%.
Businesses that it can be hard to continue to deliver
I wasn't
that
necessarily
value
expecting
to
this
shareholders.
much of a move from the
now
dilution,
looking to split off into more targeted areas that are going to hopefully, at least this is the plan for GE. It's been a big bullish narrative, is now finally unlock some of that shareholder value for investors when it ultimately is done with that process. Going to say upvote. We just recently heard about Alibaba doing the same.
Alibaba?
And thinking about doing
Not
the same.
Alibaba?
We'll see if this is the trend. GE really was the trend setter, though, when it comes to doing this. Go from this giant conglomerate into specialized businesses once again.
Yeah, I know. I will be interested to see what other companies, specifically in tech, if this continues to be a trend, like you said. Our next name today, though, is Tesla. Tesla's moved today just only building as the session continues, up 4.5%. Despite some negative news, they're recalling about 35 semi-trucks produced between November 30th of 2022 and February 28th. And according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, certain Tesla semi-trucks are equipped with a supplier-provided electronically controlled parking brake valve module that may intermittently fail to transition when the park brake is engaged or disengaged, which then could result in the brakes not being set or released. So if these brakes are not engaged when the driver then expects them to be, they could see the vehicle unintentionally move, increasing then the risk of crash naturally. Now, as of March 24th, Tesla has said they have not identified any warranty claims, crashes, injuries, or death that may be related to such condition, but they are taking precautions here, recalling those 35 vehicles. Additionally, we did get reports out of Bloomberg that Tesla is looking to build a battery plant in the U.S. under what would be, to quote, a likely controversial arrangement with China's dominant EV battery maker. None of this, though, impacting the stock in a negative fashion. As like I said, we're only seeing momentum here build, with shares now up over 7.5% week to date.
That's weird.
Yeah, tons of optimism here on expiration Friday, end of the quarter in Tesla. Seems like we're always reading headlines about Tesla. They go back and forth. Obviously, on the surface, this headline doesn't read tremendously well.
I think
but,
at 1. That was weird.
Stock seems to be shrugging it off, and it's only 35 semis. I know it's sort of an early stage for them within that particular marketplace, but we get delivery numbers on Sunday, I believe it is, as well. So maybe optimism kind of jumping ahead of that report, which we'll get over the weekend, and potentially send this stock one way or another, depending on what those numbers ultimately are. I am going to say down vote for Tesla. It could be an up vote every single day, as simple as that. But today it will be a down vote. Next one is JD.com. This one, not a positive analyst sentiment, but another one where it just seems like the market forces of today are overshadowing some negative news.
Absolutely, because this was a pretty negative note we got today from Loop Capital, downgrading shares of JD.com to hold from buy while slashing its price target to $49 a share, down from $82. I mean, what a drastic reduction we're seeing from Loop today. The analyst did say that while the stock does look undervalued with potential for meaningful upside over the long term, conditions for valuation to unlock in the near term are no longer in place. They said this is a result of competitive concerns remaining high and not likely to ease, as JD's historic partner and investor Tencent is moving down funnel to directly enable e-commerce transactions. Loop did add that the demand for Chinese equity remains low, and other vehicles will likely appear more attractive to global investors now over the near term. And this is something we've actually discussed, Alex, that there is this added risk, sometimes perceived added risk, when looking at Chinese ADRs, just given their volatility over the last several years. But JD completely shaking off this headline, although lower on the year, down about 21% lower this month, and still down about 35% from their yearly high. So not seeing this momentum we've seen in some other Chinese companies this week, like in Alibaba, for example.
Yeah, I'm going to say upvote. I think that this Loop Capital analyst brings up some possible risks, but I would say that they're sort of speculative. It's them kind of assessing the situation and providing their opinion, as they should do when making a call for a stock. But they do just move to hold, basically to say the upside's not there. They like the company long term, but for now, some of these pressures, potentially competitive pressures from a longtime partner in Tencent, potentially if they move into their market, that could be an issue. And then they talk about what we talk about every time is these Chinese names have just been a tough, kind of space to sell to investors right now, is the uneasiness around the geopolitical side, as well as the struggles in China domestically as well, have weighed on these shares. But going to say upvote. We'll see if the technicals can provide any clarity for this when we talk with Rick.
And I'm a little concerned because the longer-term picture in JD does not look any more positive than in at least the month-to-date performance. But we'll be diving more into the technicals in JD as well as GE coming up next. We'll also be looking at some example trades. Stick around. Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Gen Z is racking up credit card debt faster than any other generation. Block lays off a third of staffers amid leadership shakeups. Average portfolio of the super wealthy sees 21% put directly into commercial property, while a further 13% is invested through debt funding or real estate investment trusts. I like REITs. Employment rate for Americans with disabilities reached record high. Number of renters earning more than $150,000 has grown by 82% since 2020. The Justice Department has sued Norfolk Southern in last month's derailment. Wow. California to require half of all heavy trucks sold by 2035 to be electric.
Rick Ducat. So Rick, hopefully you can bring us some excitement for GE. I know this isn't typically seen as the most exciting name, but I was looking at the chart. There's plenty to be happy about there.
It's a bit of a sleeper hit here. I mean, if you think about it, we're up more than double since our yearly lows that we came in at around the what was it, around 45 or so. And we can see as well that we've been in a tight, narrow, rising wedge type shape here, as denoted by these two white dashed lines here, converging toward each other. And we're getting close to the conclusion of this pattern here. It's got to go either up or, to the upside or the downside soon from this point. So we could be in for perhaps an interesting breakout if we do get to that point. So we are near, or at rather, our yearly highs today.
I just predict everything.
That
so I'm
stood
right.
out to me is that the RSI, our measure of momentum, is actually trending downward here as we've been having these gains. We're seeing a little bit of bearish divergence in that the RSI
good question,
is not
Julian.
making new
I was kind of
highs while
explaining
price is making
my
highs.
logic on
now,
what I was thinking.
This can happen. This
since
is not
there's
necessarily
no supports, like you said,
run
it's
for the
all-time
hills
lows.
type situation here. It's just something to be aware of, that
Stocks will
perhaps
trade
the
at psychological
momentum
levels.
Not quite keeping up with the price action here.
$1,
It would be good to see another move
I
into
picked
this
MOS.
overbought area above the 70
I'll be right there
threshold.
too.
But let's look in at a closer
so yeah, once you
view
drop
of
there,
our chart here, so we can assess some support and resistance.
there's no historical supports. Even here, actually, this was all-time lows, but
we've got a confluence.
we'd started to build a support here at 77 or
+1
80,
standard
whatever.
deviation channel and our trend line coming in
once we
right
broke
around
that,
the
then
92
it's,
mark. So that's right,
75
right
cents,
there.
then it's 70
and
cents.
We've also got our yellow 21-day
65 cents.
near 90, 70,
cents.
just below that.
Not always by
So
5
we've got a
increments,
couple
sometimes
sources
10s,
of support to the
sometimes quarters.
downside there. We can
But,
also see
did play out
that
here.
this
It literally hit
volume
right at
node
65
has
cents
been
that first
building
day.
up in this
So my next
more
level
recent
down,
price
just
action
with
area
that
here. So
principle would be
that's
60
suggesting
cents.
we're seeing some
And
acceptance
55,
of price
and then,
at these higher levels. Traders are willing
50
to
and
show some
45, and
conviction.
it's played out
It
like
would
that.
be
So
concerning
65
if
is
we
here.
were making these highs
Here's
and there was
60,
not much
literally
trading happening.
65,
so that's
60.
something that the bulls can also look
Kind
toward
of gap
as
through there in the after
perhaps
hours.
a positive
Went
development
straight to
here.
50.
To the
Didn't do
upside,
55.
once
Nice
if we
level
were
down,
to break out of this
45
pattern
cents.
here, near about 97.50
Not
would be the threshold. Look to
crazy
the +2
technical
standard
thing,
deviation
very
channel
stupid,
all the way
simple.
up here near 104. Because standard deviation channels can help us
And
make an educated
last-
guess about where we
or
might
yesterday,
see
it
prices
came down basically two different
start
levels.
to slow down or consolidate a
And
little bit
up
when
today,
they're making
might do the
highs
same
and we
thing,
don't have
repeating.
past
Could get one
price
more
action
low.
to go
It was
off
already
of
down
here.
22%
so that
though,
+2
so
channel
this
near
might be low in the
104
day.
could be a
But
point
if it
to
does
watch
come
to the
further, if it
upside.
breaks through here,
Okay, 104 to the upside, 92 to the
probably
downside.
close to that that,
we're
40
trading
cents?
just over $95
what I would
a
presume.
share, Rick, and this
That might
analyst
not be
today does
till
have a
next week.
$110 price target for the next 12 months. So definitely in agreement with you
I'm
that
bullish
there
on
is
GME for
some
sure.
upside.
I don't know
We'll have
next
to
week
see,
or
though,
when,
if
but
this support can hold
nice
really,
consolidation
because
at
this
these
name
highs.
has been a consistent area of strength. So Alex,
Claims
you're
I'm not
trading
in
this
the back.
name, looking into some of this optimism. What are you thinking for an example trade?
Takes a long time. Sometimes you guys ask me price action.
Yeah, if you're looking
Sometimes,
for a move higher to
it's not
continue,
immediate. I have
Rick
to
talked
just
about
wait.
how it's on the top
climb that
end
mountain.
of
It
its
takes a long
range
time.
already, but looking for
Always
continued
tomorrow,
upside
exactly.
and maybe a test of that upper bound of the channel. I have a trade illustration
Reduce the
that
sound
would
of your
look
voice.
to
I barely
accomplish
can
just
hear you.
that.
Reduce?
Buying a call vertical
can
spread,
barely
so
hear
a
me?
debit spread going out into
what?
April, in which we're buying the 94, selling the
Talking a little quieter.
98,
Little guy's napping
$2
himself.
wide,
A little closer to the
$2
mic, a little
debit on
less.
a $4 wide spread, 1-to-1 risk reward. $200
Decibels.
in risk on this one, break
Right
even.
off.
Simply add that $2 debit, $294. You
Post
get
tomorrow,
96.
and I'm always right.
And as if we pull up the risk profile, I'll do a good job of explaining just where the risk is and what a trader
Next week,
would
just
want
being
to
a
happen
new
if they
quarter, new
implemented
month,
this type of a strategy
end of month,
into
beginning
their
of new month type
portfolio, be it in
cyclical
GE or
pattern
any
on
other
GME.
name. But looking at this one, right now the stock's trading around
What about
95
TD?
or
Sorry.
so.
Sorry.
Break even up at 96. So it would need a slight move higher here to break even.
I have to talk a little quieter
below
though too.
94. What would happen there? Well, all of these options would be out of the money. And since we're an owner, we have purchased in this example the 94 call. Seeing that go to zero would be the worst case scenario. So that would be a full loss of the debit at expiration if those options expired worthless. In this case,
Stops me question. Yeah.
On the
I don't know.
contrary, if
So,
you see a rally upwards to
look back here.
98 or even upwards to 104, I believe.
These were
Rick,
mostly
had
gaps.
mentioned as that kind of upwards standard
But,
deviation channel is a place that maybe
kind of made this island bottom.
We did see a breakout. Well,
So
on the
a sign like that would be a nice
if
reversal.
these options were entirely in the money and they were
It's a gap down,
going
then
through a sign of
intraday would make a
exercise
move
as
down, but
one would expect they would do. That would be the
a lot of it
max
was just in the
profit
gaps.
situation. So in this case,
So if we get a
it'd be
gap up on
$200
Monday,
max profit
it kind of
on
holds,
that $2
then we'll
debit.
form this,
None of this accounts for transaction
we'll form
fees,
this pattern,
fees, so
same
bear that
pattern.
in mind, but you can see
So that could be a good long
strategy,
entry.
looking for some upside.
Yeah, and our next name today,
But
less
that
positive
bounce might
as
not
we
be
did
a,
slip a little
you know,
bit
bounce up to
lower here,
$10.
Rick,
It might
and
just be a
JD,
bounce
I was
up to,
looking at its yearly chart here, and I
know,
did see that we are making now higher
you
lows.
say-
We're just coming
say
off
on Monday,
of this more recent
a gap
low, and
down
things aren't looking very promising,
or
especially when you
45.
zoom out
Monday
and
we
look
gap
at the
down to like
longer-term
40.
picture.
Yeah, this one has had a bit of a rough
And then,
ride here. And
trade sideways, and then Tuesday
$49
gaps
mark
up
was,
to
I believe,
45.
the price target
Then
that
you're
was
gonna have that
mentioned.
island.
And that was interesting
So
to
it
me
might be a
because
beginning
it's
of
an
a
area
rally.
where price has seen some
that rally,
bottoming action here.
Next level up, I would see on a rally
here,
would
and
be back to where we were
bottomed out
before this
here
news
once again
dropped,
a couple
and it
times,
could get
and
there
then
pretty
topped
quick.
out over here. So
And
this is
depending on
an
how low it
area
goes, that might be
stood out to
even a
me. I
huge
think
trade.
I would have
If it's
mentioned
at,
that as a
you know, 40
potential
cents,
resistance zone anyway without
that's a
hearing
100%
the
move up to
report.
80 cents.
But more
So,
recently, we had a nice
yeah,
bounce
it's at
off
25
those
cents, so you
lows,
get all
and
the
then
way back
we
up to
kind of
80.
came
That's
crashing back down.
That's why
in a very
trading penny stocks, I
narrow,
mean,
very
it's
tight
sketchy, but
downward
you
channel
get
here.
much bigger
So,
moves. Just a lot
remember,
easier to
too,
move
that
smaller
the
amounts of money.
steeper the move, the
Market
less
cap-wise, it's
sustainable
just
it is. So
nothing.
it's something that's just kind of it can't go down forever,
You know, shares can
with such velocity
much larger
and
shares are moving.
everything. So we did get a little bit of a bounce right around here.
So
near
I
the
might,
38
I mean, I don't know if I'll
mark or
necessarily
so,
dip by, but
and
if we get an island bottom on the hourly,
point,
I might trade that to the upside.
beyond the yellow 21-day
Probably
exponential
not,
moving average.
not with the same amount of exposure I had.
RSI was also looking a little bit promising here. We were seeing a little
But
bit
with
of
something,
bullish divergence,
probably just shares,
and
because
that
options
price
are
was
still
trending
gonna be
lower,
crazy
but
expensive.
RSI was very modestly trending upward. Now, couple that with the fact that we were in the oversold area, maybe that looks a little less promising. Typically regarded as a sign of weakness to be oversold here, but we did make our way back out. We're above
They don't pay
that
taxes,
50
that's true.
midline here, so we're back in bullish territory for momentum. So
yeah, if it just gets
zooming in a little bit to
delisted
check
or
out our
whatever,
support and resistance, we can see here
they don't have to
our
close,
yellow
and then they
21-day
can just
EMA
use
seems
that
like a
position as
logical point to
collateral, which
start
is
looking
basically
for
the
some
same thing as
support
having cash.
near about the 43
Use
mark.
that for margin to open
So
other
the moving
positions, use
average
it to
itself is
buy a
starting to
house,
turn
you know,
upward from a
whatever.
downward slope, that's
Basically
another
just
sign that the
sitting
trend
there,
could be
tax-free
starting
margin.
to change here. But
I think even if
you
they
know, like,
do close,
like Jenny said, it's
they
been
still
kind
might
of a
not pay
rough-
taxes because there's
rough,
no, there's
situation
nothing
for
to,
this stock
there's no
lately
stocks
here.
to,
Now,
to
the
close. They
48
just
level
cash close.
to the
Not sure though on
49
that.
level, right about here. That's our orange 63-day EMA, and the price target that I mentioned was a site of so much support and resistance here. So that area could be a spot to the upside to be watching for some potential resistance there as well. If we do break lower to the downside, look for this longer-term trend line to provide some support. right about here, near the perhaps the $38 mark.
So the situation is improving, no doubt. 48, 49, implying some upside, about $5 from where we're currently trading here, Rick. So that there is that optimism, but we know from these Chinese companies that, you know, typically when we see these uptrends, a lot of times they fail. So important to keep that in mind. I guess when looking at our example trades, we'll leave it there. Appreciate all the technicals all week long. Rick Ducat, our chart master. So Alex, when trading this name, I do think it's very important to know your risk and be aware that these names trade with velocity and typically some pretty big volatility. So walk us through what you're thinking for an example trade.
Yeah, so while it was a downgrade to hold, and to me that is a neutral to somewhat bullish outlook, even in spite of its move from buy. So they're no longer encouraging subscribers to their analyst note to purchase this name, but they're not telling them to outright sell it either. So I always think that's an important distinction. Stock's lost like 60% of its value from its 5-year high. So that's something that if you keep in mind, it's not like we're on all-time highs or anything. It's lost a ton of value over the last couple of years. And so with that in mind, I looked at a neutral to bullish strategy. So not outright bullish, as the analyst sentiment certainly has soured on this particular name. But it is one that, of course, is looking for basically a stability, I would say, in this particular trade. And so looking at selling the 43.40 put vertical for a $1 credit. 42 would be the break even in that case. You simply subtract that $1 credit from the 43 short strike, and that leaves us with the $200 in risk on the $3 wide spread net of the $1 credit. And so in this case, worst case scenario, and this will be illustrated by the risk profile, is below 40. Best case scenario would be when these options potentially expire worthless if they're all out of the money at expiration. That's above 43, where that would be most likely to occur. And
no, that's not crazy, Julian.
It's a situation with the stock trading at 44.
No, not at all. Like I was saying,
now,
the first.
40,
I mean, depends on how low we go, I guess. But
starts in max
this
so
retraced back up to where we were before that news.
Actually in a
it very well happened in like 1 day or 2 days.
And you need movement to make money.
This is just my first kind of point, I guess.
Starts in max
it could be a sell point, could be whatever, but this will be the first
to
resistance.
Profitable. I always like that distinction. I always think that
but then you know, might consolidate here. If it does, that's great. Then a little more momentum to the upside, and you're going to see definitely a gap fill up here to 1, I would say. And you know, it might cruise through there pretty quick up to like this level, 1.3, and then 1.5 even.
Again, I think a key distinction going from buy to hold as opposed to
I hyped myself up talking about it, but before all that, it could just go bankrupt and get delisted
dump
too.
Your shares or anything. It wasn't necessarily as negative
But
as perhaps the
filing for bankruptcy might be the catalyst for this thing to rip.
And of course, Alex, it's always one opinion. Important to keep
You
in
need the
mind.
50 calls out of money.
Maintain your own personal conviction, but also important to keep in mind for both of our examples.
It's true, they are out of the money. I didn't think about that. It's crazy. No calls are in the money.
Transaction fees. Short options can be
basically a reverse gamma squeeze.
Option positions into expiration.
That's wild.
Add risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time to look at our FOMO name of the day. That is all things.
SI little move up to VWAP. I do want more of that. I can't get more though. Cash secured put never filled. I'll just stick with what I have. May 1 calls. Yeah. Didn't quite hit $2, but that's fine. This wick down close enough. I'm not buying any more today, but this might be a good buy here for sure. Gaps up don't always fill, but gaps down always do. No, I just heard data on GME specifically. Someone was tracking it. Probably a way to track it, or maybe something out there you can track it with. But I heard that like I think 95% of the gaps to the downside have filled on GME, whereas it's maybe like 50% to the upside. And I don't know how long that data was pulled from. Maybe it's just the last couple of years. But I think it's about right, because I think we've filled. There's still a couple of random ones way down there, but Yeah. It's probably different on different stocks. I ended up coming down there. Got stopped out on this candle. Well, GME is holding it up. Gas moving down a little bit. BBY still at 45. Yeah. Up. Fear of EVTL over the weekend? No. That's the data I was thinking of. Break out to the downside? I don't know. I mean, that could have been the top. 407, that's like same levels over here. Or was it? 406.92. Kind of the support right here. I think any day we could be hitting a top. I'll start with that engulfing candle. That's when I went short. This isn't much of a move, not with the position sizing I have. Yeah, the bottom could be around here for BBY. There's lots of divergences. However, for this to be completed, you have to have an up move, right? So either this RSI is going to get lower than this one, or you're going to have an up move and then it'll diverge. But at this point, it's not. Yeah, it'll probably be in after hours, it'll probably be on news, and it'll probably gap up like 50%. So.
These ambitious full-year 2023 guidance seems increasingly out of reach. So last month when it reported results, Generac said it expected 2023 sales to be down 6 to 10% from 2022 sales of $4.56 billion. This analyst estimate is for a decline of 25% to about $3.43 billion.
Jeez, these guys got
he says Generac management believes channel inventory congestion will be alleviated by the second half of 2023, but this recovery is difficult to underwrite.
Oh, they are.
Set into a deteriorating macro environment with a strained residential consumer. Generac's highest margin product could underperform on volumes and on pricing. So this analyst is essentially expecting a guidance cut for 2023 since its estimates didn't include it estimates.
Look at the 50 moving average rejection on the weekly there.
Hard landing, sorry. Also says the company is at risk of missing the current consensus estimates, adding his latest convos with management have caused more caution than comfort. So as I said, shares down about 4.5% today, still up about, call it 6% so far this year, but when you take a look, it's off about 67% from its 52-week highs. And zoom even further out and look at those pandemic highs back in the fall of 2021. It was trading around $500 a share, so well off of those highs as well.
Caroline, I'm glad you brought that up. That's where I was going to go. And to me, that's like the least surprising thing ever. I mean, the demand for something like a power generator, which is essentially this company's core product, seemingly would have skyrocketed in the peaks of uncertainty around the pandemic, doomsday bunkers building up here and there. But then also, we just heard about the tremendous shift in kind of the type of travel that was taking place.
Consolidating up
Companies
here.
like Winnebago were doing really well. I would imagine that this consumer and that consumer overlap a little bit. If you're buying some sort of a RV, maybe you'll need the power generator as well. So to me, this is just a story as old as time, where demand got borrowed from the future, and now it's just not there. Any final thoughts here before we say goodbye?
Well, I would totally agree with that, Alex. So I was actually thinking about that as I was looking to see what the rest of the street thought about Generac, given the fact that it has seen such significant declines, or it already had seen such significant declines in 2022. And there are 27 analysts covering the company, and Bank of America is only one of 3 analysts with a sell rating. So really, there's not a lot of bearishness for this company right now.
Like
there
that.
are 13 buys
Bullish
and 11
MACD, green
holds,
over
so
the 9.
analysts much more neutral
add to
to
this
bullish
one.
on this company. In terms of the median price
How often
target,
do you
we
get that
set
on the
BMA's
hourly?
target
This was the last
implied
time.
about 20% downside from here at $91. The median
Guess you got
is
it here.
145, so that implies about 30% upside from
Here.
here. Bank of America is, though, not the lowest on the street. I did see that Jefferies is at 85, and then UBS is on the other end at 185. So definitely some kind of a mixed picture here, which also might not have as much to do with demand as it does with the fact that this is a stock that, you know, obviously took a big beating last year, so it could be valuation, you know, as well. But yeah, we'll have to see what other analysts start to weigh in. I don't think it reports earnings until May next, so it'll be a little while. But right now, Bank of America in the minority with this bearish call.
You know, I'm actually surprised there seems to be this negative cloud over this name, Caroline, just given some of the
I have a
natural
stop loss on
disasters
it,
we've
so
had. I mean, this
I think
name
it's
seems like one that would actually benefit
stop
from
loss.
some of the ongoing weather conditions, but I guess not,
65.
considering we saw a weak 2022.
I don't have it for
now we're seeing
extended
some
hours, so if it hits their extended
And
hours,
now we're seeing weakness
Jenny,
today.
it won't trigger.
Go ahead.
I'll say I'm from Buffalo. We had that big blizzard over Christmas, and I had a lot of family members without power, and they had bought their generators during the pandemic, and they were happy that they did. So they're just not repeat customers because the generators could last, hopefully, years, right?
Okay, and that's a really good point. This isn't a product you're just consistently over and over again buying, but that's exactly what I was thinking of. I mean, we got some severe weather in parts of the country this past winter, so I guess not able to get...
Should you call it Alpha? Oh, L. All the makeup's going. I don't know if we can, Jonathan. I think we're probably at capacity. But the support is appreciated. Start. Direct might be a runner in the coming weeks. I'm moving down here a little bit. Italy's 10-year bond yield down 10.2 basis points. Last at 41.12. Some top Washington officials fear that between his business empire, his vast wealth, and his political alliances, Elon Musk is close to untouchables. First-time homebuyers face the least affordable market on record. Per Bloomberg. What? Well, you know that's not going to last. People just keep buying, though. It's crazy. It's held up the housing market so long. Fed funds rate is now above core PCE, which is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. Since 2008, the only other period with a Fed funds rate above core PCE was October 2018 through September 2019. That ended with Fed rate cuts in 2019 and a swift move back to easy money. Or PCE. That was lower than the Fed funds rate, is that right? Interesting. Yeah, you see it happened here in 2008, 2015, 2018. Easy money on the horizon. Not easy money. Stolen money. Anyways, GME popping up here a little bit. Buy as well. EVTL. Come down a bit. Wish.
Around $22 in late May, and since then it's just gone parabolic.
Still a chance to squeeze
now.
on BBY?
This is essentially a beauty company, but
Absolutely.
one of the things about
Like I
it,
said,
it doesn't
no
actually
matter what price it
have
gets to,
a lot
gonna have
of
a bounce from there. That might be the squeeze.
Ulta Beauty has, which is basically
The likelihood
the
of it squeezing to as high of numbers without some fundamental change.
In fact, ELF brands
They
or
get
beauty
further and
brands
further every day we go
really
lower.
focus on both the premium end of the market, but also the lower end of
The
the
squeeze
market.
from here might be to $1.20, $1.50.
Is one of the attractive features behind
300% or so.
the company's prospects, as well as why Morgan Stanley actually upgraded the stock with a $94 price target. You have to think about the aspects of the beauty industry, cosmetics. These are consumer staples, they're defensive in nature.
386%.
Anytime there's a recession, these are things that are needed, not necessarily wanted.
This one,
and effectively,
the bottom
higher
of the top,
price points,
246.
cosmetics, which are really being taken over by eclectic brands from social media influencers.
We've been at the Dow to 386. That's $2.
Prestigious brands, but also to the lower end brand
We're at
marketplace.
45.
If you actually look at the distribution of sales, it's pretty
Who's to say we're
interesting
not
that you
coming
really
lower?
utilize major big box retailers like Walmart. About 26% of their sales go
Like
through Walmart,
25.
25% through Target. They actually sell their products alongside Ulta Beauty in their stores with about 12% of sales. But the other thing is they actually sell through other retail apparel-based companies like American Eagle Outfitters.
Difficult
I can't
to do
even
on the
name
daily chart.
all of the
27.
distribution channels that this
Then you're
company
looking at a
has,
lot
not to
less.
mention its own e-commerce website. So I think overall it's made a huge parabolic move because it's defensive in nature. Plus, if you think about the nature of their
What'd I do
business, they've actually
I did something wrong.
denoted they're not increasing prices, and I think that becomes more attractive, especially at the lower price point consumer who's looking to trade down because of inflation and, of course, constrained budgets based on discretionary needs.
Tons to unpack here, George. Lots of great info. The one that stick out first off is we were talking about this with the parent company of Powerbar not that long ago.
If it's a 25 cents and then we get a 380 something percent move,
just stopping at Walmart and Target,
$1.25.
say that. I mean, you're everywhere now. So many Americans are going to those stores, one or the other on a regular basis, maybe both. That alone is getting your product in front of tons and tons of people. You don't even have to have a good product. It just has to be good enough at that point. But you go one step further and you think about the industry that they're serving and maybe the negative impacts of the pandemic period and work from home, maybe less of a need for those using some of these cosmetics, less incentive to use them when they're not out and about.
still.
Well, we have the exact opposite, and it's still
I close my
slowly
shares at the
but
right time
surely
at double
coming back
top.
online. So this hasn't been a sudden situation where we go
Also
from
rejection on that 30
working
cents.
at home back to working in the office. It's sort of still a
See if
hybrid
this thing has some steam
environment,
for
and it
next
just
week.
seemingly is becoming more
You've
and
got a
more back
divergence
into
here on
the
the
office.
hourly.
These are all huge tailwinds, I would imagine, for cosmetics as a whole.
Yeah, I think it is. I think the aspects of the hybrid work environment are still keeping companies like ELF in high demand. But I also think the youth elements behind cosmetics is really a catalyst for this particular brand. And again, when you just look at the retail distribution that this company has, it's pretty remarkable. And they have concentrated sales in the biggest big box retailers in our country, and that's very powerful. Now, if you look at the stock action, and I talk about this quite a bit, but I don't necessarily have a chart for you, but if you look at a 21-week moving average, when there's two consecutive closes above that, it actually happened in May and again in June. And that's where you actually see some major trend reversals and some parabolic moves like we've seen. But nonetheless, if you look at the sales growth in the last year, it's been pretty robust at around 30% clip. On a forward basis, they're still expecting 25% revenue growth for the end of 2023. But the EBITDA growth in the last year was 60%. So you got 2 times
bouncing on that level we have drawn
relative
there.
to sales. That speaks to strong trends, which we actually have in the stock. But on a forward basis, their EBITDA is expected to only grow about 30%. So, looking at the stock price action, I think it has to do with the fact that there's a trade down effect happening with the company. The distribution is very large. There's also the defensive momentum behind the stock itself, which I think a lot of hedge funds are behind. So look at that 21-week moving average. If it starts to close below that, maybe that trend is done.
Yeah, and George, another really good point you made is that they're available everywhere, and they offer a really, really affordable price point in cosmetics. So if perhaps times get tighter, inflation weighs on the consumer, you can still afford these e.l.f. products.
Ever call? Maybe yes, maybe no.
But we will leave it there. Appreciate your thoughts all week long. George Tell, senior markets correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for the week. Have a wonderful weekend. Coming up next is the watch list.
Ripping up there. We're probably going to see a slowing down of the economy, a little contraction of credit. So receipts to the government, those cash flows are probably going to slow. According to Brian Gardner, Cycle's chief Washington policy strategist. I actually tried to go long on futures. Tried to buy too many and got margin for it. I just left it. Look at that candle, though. Holy crap. That's a big move. Average 30-year mortgage rate in USA. 70s was 8.9, 80s was 12.7, 90s was 8.1, 2000s 6.3, 2010 4.1, 2020s 4. That's a massive candle. Coming up on 2 o'clock. SPY liked it. To turn a new leaf this 2 o'clock hour and give back all the losses it just did in the last hour in 2 minutes. Warren Buffett's salary was $100K last year, and he handed back $50,000 to his company. ECB's Lagarde says, I wouldn't put in same basket Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank. Warner Bros. Discovery scales back music sale as bids fall short. A new mansion tax will be implemented in LA on April 1st. It adds additional tax on high-value real estate transactions. The estimated $600 million to $1.1 billion in tax revenue would go to fund affordable housing and homelessness prevention programs. After the $392 billion increase in the Fed's balance sheet during the 2 weeks following the SVB failure, total assets declined $28 billion last week, with loans and repurchase agreements showing a moderate decrease, along with a decline in mortgage-backed security holdings. Here's the balance sheet. Quantitative tightening, all that work. Just like what the SPY just did. All this work to bring it down, then boop. No problem. We got you. The difference between monthly mortgage payments and rents hasn't been this big since 2006, around the peak of the housing bubble that led to the great financial crisis. It's not alarming at all. First Citizens Bank, the buyer of Silicon Valley Bank assets, is run by a billionaire North Carolina family that's bought over 20 failed banks since 2008. Wow, look at that SPY go. Look at her sing. Carl Icahn blasts Illumina for nearly doubling CEO's pay despite steep drop in market value. Get him, Icahn. Judge authorizes Manhattan District Attorney to make public the existence of Trump indictment. Biden broadband plan challenged by lawmakers. Bipartisan bill delays state divvy of $42.5 billion amid concerns about internet service maps. If they did that long, would have been legit.
Between the United States and China. But right now, for this specific situation, Bloomberg is reporting that China wants to ensure that Micron's exports to the security, wants to make sure the security of Micron's products,
I just shorted Micron.
Infrastructure supply chain.
Don't be talking bullish on it.
It wants to also prevent any network security risks and maintain national security, it says. But this move will further escalate this tension happening between China and the U.S. And this is after the U.S. issued an embargo on China over its access to cutting-edge
ripping back up, getting close to
it's also been
what it
canvassing
was
other global allies
2 hours
to
ago.
do the same thing, to join in on those efforts. And the U.S. sanctions have proven to be a disaster for the top Chinese chip maker, Huawei Technologies. It
GameStop
could possibly weigh on
this morning?
ByteDance's
No, I didn't.
TikTok as well. So it's really a
I
situation
missed it. I was
here
hoping
that
it'd re-dip down
screams
here.
a similarity
And I wasn't sure
to
if I
the
wanted any more
tit-for-tat
today, honestly.
trade war that happened a few years ago
But yeah,
in
I saw that dip this
2018
morning. I'm like,
with
"Ooh, another
commodities
dip
and
on it."
other trade items. So it's really
got a good
interesting
amount.
that it's happening, and it'll
Maybe
see
get some more
how
next
it
week if we hit it again.
progresses.
I'm not selling these, I'm just
Thank you for that.
adding.
We're going to be talking more about
So,
semiconductors later in the show.
Not to say that they would even go up that much in value during these intraday
Let's
moves.
talk about Tesla. Some strong gains even after a recall.
Maybe, I guess, if I got
strong
weeklies.
gains even after a recall. First, let's start with the strong gains. They are gaining because the company is expected to do pretty well in its deliveries report that's coming on Sunday. And Wedbush Securities is expecting Tesla to outperform. That's Dan Ives, who is extremely bullish on this stock. Now, since those price cuts of the latest Model
Are you day trading them,
Y,
Mr.
Model
Investor?
3 vehicles that were
Are you
announced earlier
actually
this year,
investing
demand
in
has
them?
been robust. That's what Dan Ives is saying. He's saying that's been led by the key China region, though, and that this should help the company achieve that
Actually didn't hit
volume of
2210 today.
420,000 units this quarter that it
Hit
wants to
2215.
do. And Dan Ives said it's a potential for upside, depending on the logistics around the announcement of deliveries on Sunday. Now, meanwhile, you did talk about
Tesla's
the
announcing
recall.
on Sunday, huh?
Tesla is actually recalling its semi-vehicle. The
Helbiz?
National
Yeah.
Highway Traffic Safety Administration says that about 35 of its semis were
Yeah, I'd say so.
manufactured with a defective
Discount might keep getting more
electronically
discounted, though.
controlled parking brake valve
Good news.
module that sometimes
Yeah, I don't know.
it
I mean, this is
stops
probably
up on
more reverse
people
split
either when they
action.
try to stop or
But
try
yeah,
to
Donro's pretty bullish on it
accelerate.
too.
And so,
So
he's issuing the recall.
I looked at their numbers,
and
though.
we'll
They look
find out
awful.
what
I don't
more
know if these are
information comes
messed
out
up
about
because of what they
this,
just did.
But so far, they say that they will replace that situation.
Operating income is
replace
negative
that
22
valve
million, and they're
at
only
no cost
doing
to the
3 million in
customers, of
revenue.
course, but they're not looking to give full refunds.
Yeah. Thank you for all of that. Renita Young, great reporting on both of those stories. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now let's get the bigger picture. Octavio Morenzi is with us, CEO of Optimus. As we are finishing up this quarter, which really has started off as a great quarter, in fact, the best in some cases for some sectors since we
but yeah,
dropped
I think it
off
could
during
get
the
squeezy.
pandemic. What are your thoughts
Another
now?
dip buy. I'd be looking at
I've been taking
EVTL.
a much closer look
Catch
at the
momentum.
banking sector more than anything else, because we've
Or
had all this
wish.
turmoil just over the course of the past few weeks, which seems to have settled down now. So that is basically
It's
the
buy.
sector that
Holy
most
crap.
people have been very, very focused on. And what's happened here is
Buy,
it looks
getting
like
back
the
to
banks
its
are in
daily
trouble.
highs.
Regional banks are in trouble. They've got big
5,
holes in their
10.
balance sheets. And
Basically
the
10
Fed
minutes
looks like now it's going
from
set
the
to
hour and a
at
half
least
to
stop
sell
raising
off.
interest rates any further, and maybe even start thinking about reducing them to
That
take
was
the
the
pressure
dip
off
buy,
those
dang
banks.
it.
And
Again,
that
it
is,
wasn't
of
a
course,
great
going to be very
sign
good
for
for
me.
the tech sector. It's going to be very
Now that
good
it's
for stocks
breaking this-
overall. So I think that's
I
the
mean,
kind of
hit the
reversal
level I
we're
guess I've
seeing.
drawn
We're
here.
finally getting close to sort of the great pivot where the Fed
Jeez.
stops increasing
Really
interest rates and
respected
starts
that
to actually
level.
decrease them again.
Right, understood. So when we
Crazy
talk
when that
about these
happens.
banks, let's delve into that a little bit more because what is the impact of the rising rates? I mean, certainly some would say that SVB and some of these other regional banks are suffering because of the trajectory of those rates and those hikes being so quick.
Shut
what
up
are
about
some
HKD.
impacts now that you're still seeing or
snap.
thinking of?
Well, it's
Dang
absolutely
it,
true.
I never
So
got
the
filled
increase
some
in the
more.
interest rates has put a big hole in their balance sheets. Basically, those banks and many other banks like them put their deposits, their bank account holders,
Okay, I'm gonna get some more
money
here.
into
I
bonds,
was trying to
into
get
US
filled, never
treasuries,
filled
into
me.
mortgage-backed securities, and lent the stuff out. And all those things are very sensitive to interest rates. So as interest rates have gone up, their loan portfolios are less, the bonds they invested in are less, the mortgage-backed securities they bought are worth less, and that, of course, leads to a big problem because they still owe their depositors the same amount of money. So
Get
there's a
more?
mismatch
Probably.
there. Now, the Fed has stepped in very,
Probably
very
stupid not
forcefully
to.
in terms of basically saying,
Well, I'd
we're going to
basically be losing
allow,
money if I didn't
there's
buy
some
more
sort
at
of
this point,
cheering
right?
going on there. We're going to allow you to borrow at the full par value.
Yeah, I just picked up a couple hundred more shares.
At least in the short term. So I think we're safe for basically a year or two on the banking sector.
There, that's
the
the
Fed has
position side that I
basically bailed them out.
on this super sketchy Chinese stock.
Right. Tell me about clients. What are they asking and what are you telling them?
Well, clients have a lot have asked about how safe is my money in a bank account deposit, and my basic response to them is, well, if you're below the federal insurance limit of $250,000, then you're probably pretty safe. If you're above that, I would say I don't know. I wouldn't leave the money there. But even if you have that much money in a bank account, that's probably a bad thing. You're much better off putting that money to work. You can buy short-dated US Treasuries, 6 months, that gave you almost 5% return. That's so much better than what the bank will give you. I was just looking at some of the large banks, what they're giving on CDs, on 6-month CDs. It's under 1%. It's an absolutely awful trade. You can have something at lower risk and much, much higher return by just buying a US Treasury. So I would encourage those people to think about taking as much money out of bank accounts as they can and putting that to work in the money markets.
Look at SPY, almost a new high on the day.
Yep,
new high on the day. There it is.
A few pieces of economic data. We got PCE today, a tenth lower than expected. People are still certainly spending. We're seeing that, and we're waiting on a jobs report next week. What do you think the Fed is watching most closely, and what may they do?
I mean, they're really in a very difficult bind, the Fed. So they've really sort of snookered themselves, really. On the one hand, they're still fighting inflation. Inflation is nowhere near where they'd like it to be at 2%. So we're still hovering about 5-6% on most measures.
You gotta sell them.
So they still
you gotta sell them. You're fighting the trend hard.
Under control. On the other hand, they've done a great deal of damage to the banking sector, and they're very afraid
That's
of
causing
making
this
that worse
rally.
and exacerbating that. So I don't know. I don't know what Jay Powell's going to do next. I'd hate to be in his situation, his position. He's basically being pulled in two opposite directions at the same time, quite forcefully. If he carries on increasing interest rates, it's going to be even worse for the banking sector. So we're going to see even worse things than Silicon Valley Bank emerge as that gets even worse.
You know you
and the
want to.
balance
It's a
sheet starts
Friday.
looking worse on the banking sector
No one would
side.
even
So
know.
he is walking a tightrope.
Unsuspecting.
It must be a very, very uncomfortable place to be for him.
Right, understood. And in the big picture of things, are we going to look back on this time and because there's certainly a lot of nervousness, you know, even though the VIX doesn't tell us that story, people are still afraid to say, hey, I'm buying up stocks, you know, I think there's great opportunity here.
I don't see a lot of people saying that. There's certainly some people. I mean, as you pointed out, this quarter has been a very, very favorable one. It's been really nice. But I think it's basically predicated on that the Fed is probably going to lower interest rates again. But everything depends on that. So there's a lot of nervousness, and I think this nervousness is a result of that fact that we don't really know what the central bank is going to do next. So they might go one direction or the other direction, and they're sort of signaling both ends of the curve. So it's really hard to read. And I think that's what the nervousness is, that we simply can't figure out what is Jay Powell thinking and what's he going to do next.
Right, understood.
Can't believe they got
how about the idea when we look at
BBBY's options all out of the money. That's true.
Versus US. I mean,
the half dollar ones are all out.
Jeffrey Kleintop of Charles Schwab actually
and all of these are the money.
You know, put to the forefront early.
Yeah, it's a reverse game squeeze.
Outperformance from international versus US.
Well, new low on BBY there, as I said it.
Are you
44, 49.
Of everything, but what do you see?
SPY made a new high, now it's wicking.
Well,
might get
I think
to 40.
The European market is a nice way to diversify, but I don't expect the European market to outperform the US market in the coming months. I think the ECB is on a different trajectory from the Fed.
Maybe just waking
the
down
ECB is
here, we'll
tightening and still quite aggressively. Inflation is quite substantially higher in Europe than it is in the US. So I would expect the European stocks to underperform US stocks in the coming months. I don't see how that could work out. Also, the returns and yields on US bonds are much more attractive than European bonds still at this moment. So I think the US market is looking much, much more favorable than international markets, certainly the European markets. Now, there's some little bits and pieces in emerging markets that might be attractive and outperform, but overall, if you look at the very large market segments, I think the US market is probably the best place to be right now.
Yeah. And in the big picture here is, you know, we have Janet Yellen, we have Jay Powell, but in the big picture,
we've got our all-star team. To prop everything up.
On the rise, and that's probably likely to go. Inflation's still sticky, but when we look at things like tech has been an outperformer.
Yeah, tech has done very well, I think, but on the assumption that interest rates are going to come back down, or at least they're not going to be carry on raising them as aggressively as they have so far. Bear in mind, tech is a very interest rate sensitive sector, as much as the banking sector, but they're in opposite directions. But so lower interest rates are very, very good for the tech sector because it's basically all growth potential in the future. So that makes the tech sector very, very dependent on lower interest rates. And as those get pushed down, the sector does very well. So I think think what we're seeing here is a lot of market participants betting on the idea that the Fed is going to start to lower interest rates at some time at sort of the tail end this year or after the midpoint this year in the late summer. So I think that's what we're seeing here unfold, is basically those bets saying the Fed has risen interest rates far enough and now it's time to actually stop that and actually reverse it. And as a result, the tech sector is doing very, very well indeed.
Yeah. All right, Octavio Morenzi, thank you so much, CEO of Optimus. It's great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, today is the day. Our very special guest, NBA superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo, will be live with me right here at the New York Stock Exchange to discuss his journey from Greece to NBA champion and MVP and his efforts to make a positive societal impact through philanthropy. That's coming up later in the show, along with Calamos and their ESG fund. Can't wait to talk all about this. Be right back.
SPY double topping here. A bit tempted for that short. Could do it. Longer term, I'm still bullish. Wish is taking a big breather here. See if I get filled. Way down here now. Probably not gonna get filled today.
active management's the best thing we can do in this environment.
Right, understood. At this point, I know you have some stock picks. You're looking at Aspen Aerogels and also S&P Global. Tell me a little bit about those.
What do you mean? Wish is good.
Yeah, so Aspen Aerogels, when
great.
I came back on, or when I was back on in January, I liked Aspen at 11. So I gotta love it at $7 now, right? Because it's down nearly 30% on no bad news. So I feel it got caught up in that small cap, high beta
RSI divergence actually looks like a nice long.
I'm just gonna repeat what I said I liked back in January. It's a great stock. It has a great growth story. Right. If you believe in the narrative that we're going from gas power to EVs,
this
company is picking up market share because they have a technology for battery insulation that helps prevent fires. They got a great consumer base. They got GM and Toyota as customers. They're in talks with possibly Tesla and BMW as future consumers or customers. They have a good backlog of work. They built a second factory and they have minimal debt for a small cap company.
What's that talking about?
Right, absolutely. And just finally, when you talk about the banks and what we've seen in some of the contagion, I know it was contained, but what were your thoughts on what has happened? And do you think that those repercussions are over? Do you feel like that part of the weak or crisis part has been managed?
You know what? I was talking with my equity team about this, and when there's smoke, there's fire. But who knows? Maybe with the Fed, the Fed's coming out and juggling a few things right now, such as interest rates and, how do they stop inflation? But now they're juggling, a banking crisis. So at the end of the day, I'm a little worried about what the Fed's next move is. I believe it's 50% if they're going to hike or not in May. The consensus is that we normalize somewhere around 5%, but inflation's still around 6%, and they have a target of inflation around 2%. I personally think they're going to continue to hike. I think they're really looking at the hard data, but the soft data is really telling us that there's cracks in this environment, and the banks are going to feel it the most, specifically the small banks that have a lot of maybe stressed loans out there. And regulation's going to come down a little bit harder on those smaller banks.
Right. Tony Zabagala, thank you so much. Great to see you. Chief Operations Officer, Senior Wealth Advisor, Strategic Wealth Partners. Thanks for being here. All right, coming up next, this is the moment. We've been waiting for this all week long. I am joined by the President and CEO of Calamos Investments, John Kadunis, and NBA superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo to discuss his journey from Greece to NBA champion and MVP and his efforts to make a positive societal impact through philanthropy, all about their ESG fund. That is coming up next.
GME popping right there. BBBY had a $300 million share offering. Terminated their other debt, their convertible shares and warrants, and just went straight $300 million at the money, or at the market offering. I heard they aren't able to do it until April though, sometime. I'm not sure if that's true or not. It looked like yesterday they were definitely doing it, and now today too maybe, so I don't know if they're doing it now or not. Once they announce that they've completed the offering, I think that could be a bullish event. No, I actually closed out. I closed out when they announced that offering yesterday, like 78 cents or something, somewhere right around here. So I might dip buy on it. We'll see. I'll probably wait for the momentum, and I'll just go in with a lot less, because they kind of broke a lot of the hype that was around that initial debt restructuring that I had, and technically broke a level that I didn't want it to break again. So breaking to the upside I was hopeful for, and I would have added at that point, but breaking to the downside, yeah, that's the reason. This is pretty aggressive though. I was not expecting this much. Which way till June? No, I think it was, I don't know, in the filing it did give a date for April. I'm not sure if that's, yeah. I don't know. I don't know why that would be, but double top on SPY, played out perfect. BBY had a little pop there on the drop. I'm gonna decrease my share amount and up my bid for my wish shares. I'm gonna pick up some here. Smile Direct popping up. Okay, got some wish shares. HKD actually holding up after that little pump. Very interesting. Need to go pick up our homies at like 15 on HKD. Or where do those guys have purchases? Maybe it's up here at 11. In case this thing starts going quick, I'm gonna put in some lines. It goes so fast, I need to know when to close. Moving down. Oh, here he is.
Money makes money faster than people can, and was willing to make the risk to invest my money, but having great people around me that allows me to use my platform to give back, it's huge, and it was no-brainer to join forces.
Why didn't I go short the double top?
To that point, I think there is a sense of fear because when you don't have a lot and you make some, you don't want to put
little
it
green
into
bounce.
something and fear that you may lose that principle. I mean, we fully understand that, right? My
Maybe it
parents
won't get to 40 today.
were immigrants. My mom came through Ellis Island. I fully understand the hard work and when you attain something. When you were interviewed, when you were young in Greece, they asked you your goal, and you said, I want to be an NBA player. You're not an NBA player. You're an NBA champion. I mean, you brought the Bucks to 1971, now you have 2021, this championship they've been waiting for, right? NBA champion, NBA Finals MVP, multiple MVPs, all-star.
Sure, so
You're first in the East right now with the playoff
That's true.
spot.
Yeah, he's like sitting on the floor right now.
Give me the near-term goal, which may be basketball and winning the whole thing, and the long-term goal, which sounds more like changing the world.
The long-term goal is I want to be remembered for something more than just basketball. I want to be able to use this platform to give back. It's way bigger than basketball for me. I feel my story from where I came and where I am right now has been incredible, and I wouldn't be here without people by my side that helped me. So I want to be able to help people. My short-term goal is to win a championship.
Why not?
Yeah, I want to win another championship.
Why not? Why not? I know Mark Lassery is here and Thanasi is here, so we hope that for you. John, you worked really hard on putting this together. You know, you say, oh, a fund. I can't imagine how much hard work goes into this, but you secured. People sometimes are very skeptical about ESG funds because for a million and one reasons, but you brought on a team that's been doing this for over 2 decades and in fact has outperformed the S&P. I will say, just went over to a Bloomberg and I checked since you launched this fund, since its inception, because you launched it in February. Since the inception, you're already beating the S&P 500. The SROI, right, which is the Societal Return on Investment Fund of Calamos together, is down just 0.7%. The S&P is down 1.4%. You're already beating the S&P. Tell me about this team you brought on and why this ESG fund is different than the others.
Well, it was interesting because I brought the team on and I was looking for a team because I didn't want to just I wanted a team that's been doing it for a while. They did it before ESG was even a term.
Right.
And they've been doing it for over 25 years. It's a team from Portland. And I should give the, Tony Tursich and James Madden and Beth, they're great investors. And they've beaten the S&P, like we said, for 25 years. It's one thing to be in ESG, but it's one thing to perform. We still, as money managers, we need to perform. Because we can't sell, we can't raise money, and we can't launch a successful fund. So it was important for us to get a team that had experience. In fact, they were the first fossil-free
good entry
fund in the history of funds. So they believe in it. They're great at what they do, and hopefully their past performance will continue in the future.
I really love this story. I do wish
Maybe
you
an
all the
RSI
best of luck.
divergence? I don't know.
Have them pull up a picture of you
Kind
and
of
your
a cheating
family
one.
When you were young, and I think about your journey, and we've
Might
heard
pick up
so
some
many
FUBO.
stories how you and your brothers were selling wares, watches, and DVDs and things in Greece. Along the way, I heard you shared one pair of sneakers. And a game with you, maybe that was with Thanasi. Who'd you share the one pair of sneakers with?
Thanasis.
Yeah. And then I heard another story, true or false, that when you came to America and you were playing for the Bucks, and you were very young, I think you were 18, that you were sending money home to Greece. I really would like to know if this is true or false. And you were running to the game, no jacket, freezing cold in Milwaukee, but you had a situation. You didn't really have money or a car or whatever. What happened?
Yeah, I was 18. I didn't have a driving license when I came, and I took my first paycheck, so I sent it back home. And I went to the ATM, withdraw money, and I didn't know my card had a limit. So I went into a cab, and I asked to pay with my card, and he was like, he accept only cash, and I'm like, okay, I have a game in 30 minutes, so I gotta make something happen here. I went to the ATM, I couldn't withdraw money, so I'm like, okay, I have the option. I'm gonna wait here, but I'm just gonna start running to the arena. So I started running to the arena, and thank God somebody saw me in the cold. I didn't have the coat with me, picked me up. It took me to the game. But this is me. This is a way that I figured everything out. How to open a bank account, how to invest my money, how to get my driver. Like I figured everything out by myself. But thank God I had great people around me to mentor me through all this process, and it's been an awesome journey.
I wish you the best of luck in this venture, and we'll have you back over time, and hopefully you'll be saying how great it is, but I know that you're both working very hard on this. Thank you both very much. This is Calamos Investments, and when we look at this, Calamos Antetokounmpo Sustainable Equities ETF, SROI.
Maybe even shares would be good here. It's at such a low price.
Check it out. It's already trading. You can get involved, and that's the beauty of it, too. It's at under $25. You can buy one share. John Kadunis and Giannis Antetokounmpo, we're so thankful that you were both on the show today with us to announce this. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you and wonderful to meet you. Thanks. All right, coming up next, we'll be right back. Just take a look at winners and losers in the S&P.
I got ones for April. I was gonna get 1.5, but too far out of the money. Got ones for April. This one might take some time though, so I'm fine to be in the money. I'm not up a whole lot yet today. The lowest on the day was 20 cents. Yeah, and I got it for 27. $26. We'll be proud. Good volume there too. Really hoping that's enough time. SPY just totally bounced off that 50 and back up. Crazy chop. Hey, my next pair. What's up, man? Birds coming up to test that 30 cents again. Dude, this thing moves so quickly. It's crazy. %, just from like 20 minutes ago. I puts. No, I think Ace is done buying BBY for now. SPY did kind of bounce up there. BBY looks like it might be hitting 40. Yeah, GME's kind of climbing a little bit. Birds made that move back up to 30 cents. Another rejection. Everyone's done buying for now. Oh, it's all the time out. That's good. Ooh, Fubu kept going. That's what's up. Upstart was also kind of moving. This looks pretty good as well. Twitter has made their recommendation code public. We got 428, huh? Had to one-up me with a little more time. Oh yeah, I guess not being a monthly, that's typically the case, right? And being more time, get less IV. Don't try and trick me with your foolery. That said, though, yeah, yep, never mind. Triple top on SPY. I don't know, man. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's over either. Like, looks like it still wants to go. Save it for next week, I guess. Did it finally fill that gap? 1. No, 408. I bet we'll get that before close. 10 minutes to power hour? Yeah, this thing's ripping. Birds. Did you get EHKD down? Your destiny. I know, you gotta be patient on our puts. We're getting close to it. Getting close. I got some puts today though. I got some on MU. Oh, like that, huh? Okay. Moist?
So that's why I like Micron, both in the short term and in the longer term.
See? That's why I'm shorting right there.
I like Intel and AMD. I think that computing is certainly going to ramp up here and driven a lot by AI for sure. But there's other areas that will eat those chips up as well.
Eat those chips up.
When we think about, you know,
Micron's
Daniel,
on a
I know
triple
you have
top.
some picks for us here as well, but really, you know, there's different types of
Already
semis,
made
right?
quite a
We
bit of
think
the
about
move,
gaming,
but
we think about
I think we got more to go, maybe.
Right?
Maybe?
And AI, as you were just talking about. Daniel, tell
But
me
one
about some of
time
the
we
names.
got
I mean,
back in.
Intel has had a lot of great.
It has more 100% runs in it.
Following this week, and
there.
analyst upgrades, and even maybe back to taking some market share back from AMD. I don't know. You tell
Got
me.
this.
But you have Intel, Lattice Semi, and
we
Amazon
won't
Web
come
Services as some names that you like. Tell me about those, Daniel.
I'll try. I kind of have a big one, a small cap, and then one that people don't always think about as semiconductor. Right. But Intel did have a really great
Double
week.
bottom?
Great week. Sandra Rivera
Where?
being able to announce the pull forward on some of the next chips from Intel, and just the moment seemed more true. And the company had a lot of announcements: IDM 2.0, IFS,
The
chips
W?
Act, but the
Yeah, I
market
see
really hadn't
that.
gotten
It's not a double
behind
bottom.
until
Those are
this
totally
most
different levels.
recent set
And
of
if that was
announcements.
even, we
And
already
it's
had the
clear that
move.
this growing TAM from about 30-40 billion
Right.
to 110 for
Okay,
advanced computing.
it's not broken
and
out.
the
If it
data
breaks out of
center
this,
over the
then
next,
yeah, okay, it'll
5
go
or
up.
6 years. It's a huge opportunity.
Pretty
I
clear
love
rejection, in my
Lattice's
opinion.
positioning because the company has done nothing but just grow. And even in this, declining market,
So
the company has
maybe it
positioned
won't
itself
come
in
back down to
automotive,
here,
it's
but
positioned in 5G and telco.
you
And then,
think
of
a
course,
move
it's
at
got
least
some
to
other
something
semiconductors and chips.
in this range.
And not a lot of people think about FPGAs.
the most
but
bullish
the company's
case.
super well positioned. It continues
But
to
it
break
could very well
records
be
for
something
revenue.
like
It's
that.
it's advancing. It's
Or it
margins.
could
It's
just be
just
like
been
that.
doing really well, and it's a company that I think investors really have to keep
Or
an
it could
eye
be
on.
like that.
And I just
Or
mentioned
that.
AWS because I think the massive GPUs, and NVIDIA is
Bullish
surely
flip
going
on
to
the
win
cross.
a lot out of this whole
MACD?
thing. But the massive GPUs are going to see these
Yeah, it did that way back here at the
accelerators
bottom.
we call them ASICs.
That would have been a long.
Designed specifically for certain workloads, and AWS is already doing that with Inferentia and Trainium, and they're going to be lower power. There's going to be some cost efficiencies. So while I expect NVIDIA to do well, it's not even really a pick. But I think AWS silicon is going to be a really interesting growth area for the company.
This thing's filling this gap.
Right, understood. Kim, when you look at this group and
definitely
you think
like a
about
triple top
tech
to me.
overall, is tech attractive
You got an
at
MU
these
puts?
levels? Because we've seen
Once
a
my
run-up in
exit,
tech,
once
but
momentum
still, when
slows
you look
down.
at PE ratios, still lower than where
I know
it
the
was.
50 moving average is kind of.
Sure. Well, there's a couple of things.
thing,
The first thing I always
but-
ask you is, what is your timeline? If you have a long timeline, the road ahead is great for technology. We have fewer people in the workforce.
It's not
and
respected
that is
that
one
once on this
area where I
channel.
expect, at
Just
least
goes
in
through
the
it back
short
and
to
forth.
medium term, companies are going to begin to arm
We'll see.
their existing employees with technology to make them better, faster, stronger, and more productive. So that's kind of an easy win. Looking out further, AI is hot right
I don't know what
now.
you're looking at.
It's probably going to
Mr.
go
Invest,
through
yeah,
this
maybe. I
lull
mean,
where it doesn't really live up to expectations.
putting some lines here would probably be smart.
Investors will get bored, walk
Back
away
up.
from it. But in the long term, there will be application,
Like that.
and it's going to take lots of data, which means lots of storage, and lots of horsepower, which means lots of processing.
Right. You know, finally, Daniel, when you think about what's been going on with semis and AI, what do you think about the recent debates that we've been seeing? I mean, there's no doubt that it's all evolving so quickly. I mean, we needed chips for EV vehicles and, you know, everything that was being in all the new homes, everything. It just felt like everything was moving so fast. And then we had supply chain issues. And now where do we stand now going forward? I mean, what are your projections?
Yeah, we don't have much supply constraint right now. Automotive is still probably one of the areas that's seeing the most supply constraint. In the devices, PC, and
Coming down here, maybe getting an engulfing candle.
There's a lot of availability. I do expect this AI advancement that's happening so fast to drive a lot more requirement for semis and horsepower. We're
I
seeing
got
this
the
being
MU
rolled
put
out
and then
cautiously by companies like
MCB also.
Microsoft, Google. They're not just dropping this generative AI on every potential user right away, because you're talking anywhere from 10x to hundreds of thousands of x of additional computing requirements to enable everybody that wants to use ChatGPT or
$3 price target. Is that what the catalyst was for this rally?
OpenAI and GPT-4. So I think the future looks incredibly bright. I do think we got some regulatory challenges, social, ethical, and upskilling challenges that the tech industry really needs to take a leadership position on.
Yeah, thank you both. It's wonderful to see you both. Daniel Newman and Kim Forrest, thank you. And thank you, friends, for joining me here on the watch list.
Yeah, it's
I'm
bullish.
Nicole Petalides. Have a
This
beautiful,
wedge, I've been
safe weekend.
buying all the dips on
Keep
this.
it right here, though. Market
Every
on
time we hit
close.
this level, I've been buying balls. Minutes ago, you say, huh? Yeah. So looking for a break to the upside, but I've been dip buying this one on the support. Breaks this level. Suppose my longs go short. Down to that 1940 and then maybe down to here, we'll see. You don't have to be scared of GME. Now is when you don't need to be scared of it because it seems like it's fixed. Before you could be scared of it because it could rip at any moment, it could rug pull at any moment. That seems like that's maybe all in the past, unless if we get above a certain price. If we get above maybe 30, then maybe it'll get volatile and we'll see big volatility both ways, but what I'm seeing is it's a fixed stock and much easier to trade and invest in, really. Just less volatility. So yeah, I saw the Needham Needham analyst. Backed up with 5 reasons. I think I saw it right here 15 minutes ago. Or no? Market cap's 250 million. Oh, it's not crazy value. Not bad though. I'm moving up. We're gonna fill that gap today. Maybe I'll wait till I reach 17 again, then I'm convinced. Convinced what? It might not reach 17. Not for a while. I need a market crash. Selling premium sucks now though. It's not awful, but IV is just not what it was. Oh my gosh, look how much it's come down. Dude. I've never seen GME IV this low. I don't think I ever have. This is clear. The market maker's not pricing in a move. This is our tell. This is the sign. It got to 80, I freaked out and went crazy ham. Went long. But it was just the sign of it. Market maker's not seeing a move. But with that, if the move happens, it's going to be an awesome options play. Oh my ripping goodness, SPY. Look at that. Happy March, everybody. Yeah, there's a gap fill. Freaking knew it, man. Freaking knew it. $408.15 or thereabouts. Yeah, 408.15. Yeah, I think this buy could have another week of rallying. You know, might slow down. This has been pretty aggressive. Jeez, I can't believe it. All 3 heroes saying it's bullish, and then it just gotta quit. I gotta just do longer trades on futures. This is a big move we've had the last 4 days. Bulk smash. There it is, gap filled. No, I think we could slow down and even kind of hang out up here, do this again. But yeah, we're looking at 415, 416 maybe for resistance. Because now that gap's filled. See you, Christopher. Thanks, man.
Screaming, as you might expect, if there's going to be a giant pivot. Bitcoin's still hanging out below 30 and $1 above 102 right now.
Are you going to sell it in like 5 minutes?
Another major
What's your plan?
Catch with the Fed pivot narrative. The idea here is that
24% movement for
put recession closer on the timeline, and thus the inability for the Fed to hike rates as aggressively as they had previously signaled.
He likes it. He likes the harmonics on it.
We've seen time and again that major policy shifts are reflected
rotational, up and down, circular, all good things. All good things.
And right now the dollar's still above its year-to-date low.
I like
It's
SI
not
also, but it doesn't go
rallying by
bankrupt.
any means, but it's holding on. I would think if the bank situation drastically changed the central bank outlook,
Your shares
the
now?
dollar would be
3?
significantly softer than
man.
it is. It's
What about
something
11?
to keep in mind here.
13.
The bottom line is with the 10-year at 3.5 and the dollar still in familiar territory, investors are putting inflation as second on their list right now. First seems
Look at
to
that
be
candle.
potential slowdown in the economy, and then that pivot into growth in tech companies that have done well when inflation takes a little bit of a back seat. But that's up to you whether you think it should, because we still printed 5% on the Fed's preferred gauge this morning. And you have a little bit of a problem with the non-tech part of the market. The small caps are still well down near their
All-time
lows.
low.
You could argue
Yeah, I
they're
just did.
still uptrending.
I didn't
If you
buy
look at the
shares.
Russell
Good
2000,
though.
we're putting
Like
in
it.
higher lows.
I thought about
but
shares.
that gap
Shares would
there,
make sense,
how
really.
long can it last? Seems like eventually the market's going to have to grow out of this notion that bad economic events are good for tech and good for stocks overall. But
I just got
that's not
calls
this week.
and
Tech
short
is
dated,
leading
so
the way. The Fed pivot
we'll see.
narrative still in the back of folks' mind, even though there might be good reason to doubt it based on what we saw this morning for inflation. But I guess it's a problem for next week, not this one. Bulls very much in control. Let's talk about some of the stories moving the action here with Caroline
Dripping up
Woods
here.
and Renita Young joining me from the newsroom and the New York Stock Exchange.
Low lowers and lower
All right,
highs.
inflation this morning. Let's kind of go
You gotta
back to where
open
you
up your
started,
time
Caroline.
horizon, Don.
It didn't cause any problems. It may not have been a great number,
Look,
but
it's a bull
bonds
flag.
are calm and the market
Okay,
seems to
and
like
now
it.
it's an inverted head and shoulders.
Well, and Oliver, it could have been much worse, and I think
Look
maybe
at the
we're
daily,
seeing a bit of a
bullish
sigh of
MACD.
relief that it's not actually
Green
hotter
over the
than
9.
expected. Actually came in a bit
Got an
cooler
engulfing
than
green
expected.
candle.
Of course, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge is that core PCE price index. That came in up about 0.3% in
Just finding a
February.
little bit
The
of
expectation was
bid
for up
support, and then we're gonna
0.4%.
rip, rally.
So as
You
you
feel
said,
like,
it
yeah.
could either support the Fed's pivot narrative
Needs to
or
hold up
pause
at
narrative,
150
we
though.
should really say, or it
Or
could
not.
just
It
be a
could come down
reminder
and double
that
bottom here.
inflation is still ticking higher, and maybe the
But
Fed
this was a
will
pretty
actually
solid
have
bounce
to,
today on 150.
Continue hiking. But it seems like this market is focused today on the fact that the Fed is nearing the end of that rate hike spree. We're seeing really strength across the board. Every sector in the Dow and S&P 500 in the green today. And in terms of the NASDAQ, that's of course leading the way higher today, has really been the case all month. We're seeing pretty impressive gains there. Growth is back in favor, and that obviously supports the whole
AI
Fed
breaking out up here.
pause narrative as well. So I will say, I was just having a chat with one of the traders here. He's been warning that volume is very low. He said beware of the melt up as every time he sees some green arrows. So not all bullish sentiment here, but the numbers don't lie. We're seeing strength across the board today.
I like the phrase "melt up"
Those are just
making its
details.
way back into the lexicon, where it just seems the path
Yeah, they
of
talk
least
about liquidating.
resistance has been higher
Exactly,
here.
it doesn't
And of course,
bankrupt.
some of the classics
It's
carving
a
the
great
path
deal.
for us. Tesla, namely. Renita, what's the latest? Is it pure just kind of speculation, or do we have some reason to think this next deliveries report will be big?
There is some reason to think that, and it's all down to the price cuts that Tesla's made over this year with its Model Y and Model 3, I believe, and also the other ones, that the excitement of it may be continuing to come back over.
Be
We're
easy now,
talking
Donna Rowe.
about Wedbush
Let's not get all
Securities, who says that they expect, we're
mighty.
talking about Dan Ives, of course. He expects the deliveries report on Sunday to come in better than expected, and for Tesla to reach,
Do
get
it.
closer to that
Thank
quarterly
you, Cash.
value that
You
it's
are
wanted to
staring
reach
at HKD.
for a while.
You're
But
doing it
also,
for the
he
happy
says
crew,
there's
and I love it.
potential for
I freaking
upside
love it.
depending on the logistics around deliveries on Sunday, and that he's expecting that
100% move. Don's gonna miss it.
420,000 units for the quarter to
He's
be
a one and
able
done
to
type of
be
guy.
achievable.
What a shame.
He's saying that the stronger
What a
demand will
shame.
come from the key China region, of course. Now, meanwhile, there's
I mean,
another
we have,
piece
like,
of
we have
news today
gaps up here and
floating
stuff.
around about
Let's be
Tesla,
real, 675 gaps
about
getting
a
filled.
recall to its semi-truck. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration said that about
quite the sight.
35 Tesla semis were manufactured with a defective electronically controlled parking brake valve module. That is a mouthful, right? And so the truck can at times miss or fail to respond
this
to the
is
parking
awesome.
brake's
It rallying
engagement
on
or
a Friday,
disengagement.
like into
And
close.
that could cause the
That'd be
parking brake
great.
to malfunction, of course. You don't
Not
want
that
your
you
brakes
can like
not
use any of those normal
malfunctioning.
factors with
Absolutely
HKD.
not. You don't want your brakes malfunctioning, but also you don't want your steering wheel falling off.
So the brakes
while
and the
you're
steering wheel
driving.
might malfunction, but Tesla's up 6.5%.
Jeez, I made so many trades today.
The steering wheel issue is another recall that Tesla
Way
had
too many, actually.
issue this year with the Model Y vehicle. It's currently under investigation for that, for some steering wheels that could detach
Next week,
while driving.
I've got some
And
exposure
Tesla
to
has
SI. I think it has
several
potential.
other
I'm just
concerns
scared about it going
and
bankrupt
parts of
or
their vehicles
like Chapter
that
11
are
or.
under investigation.
But even you said,
just in
Don,
the past couple of
no one's going
months.
bankrupt.
So this maybe
They're gonna profit no matter
on a
what,
normal
so.
day might land
All are good.
another vehicle company in hot water, but not
Ooh,
Tesla.
tinfoil
It looks
vibrating.
like it's strong enough to buck it.
Wow, amazing stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
GME is
that's why
primed.
we watch it. I mean, it
BBY
is just kind of a gauge of the
could be 'cause
sentiment,
it's so
and
cheap,
sort of
just
the way
a
some of the other
huge-
speculative stuff
huge
too,
bounce
is too,
from
where you can see the
ridiculous
same
sell-off
headline
that's
for
happened.
Tesla, and on an update for the market, it's up. On a down day, it's down, and you'll see the narrative shift around where the price.
That's good. I don't
action
want
is,
to
but,
overtrade.
I guess it's for the
It's
semis,
good you
not the
don't
biggest
overtrade.
part of the business right now, but
Yeah.
still not the most comforting.
42,
story
yeah,
on
it might hit that
Tesla
40
by any
today.
means. Nope, Caroline.
Looks like it will.
You know, the one thing that popped out to me going back,
Cash
going
just
from
comes in and
recalls
drops the
back to
HKD
these,
bomb.
these quarterly numbers
I did it
that we
earlier today too, and I added
possibly or should
like
get on
HKD,
Sunday for
HKD,
Tesla.
HKD.
Dan Ives, obviously the perma
Cash,
bull
what's your
on
cost based on
Tesla
HKD?
and made
Is
the
it
case for the
645?
420,000 as
Trying to
Bernier
let us
said,
get
or
that gap
at
fill to
least
pick you
hitting
up?
that number
Is that what
because
you're
of
going
those
for?
price cuts.
Let's hear it, man.
But one
Spy
thing
new
that he
high. Look
did
at that.
say in the note, because I was reading
Look
it
at
earlier,
that.
he was saying that because the macro remains so uncertain, he
Fubo's
wouldn't be
doing pretty well.
surprised to see
These calls are
additional
kind of weak
cuts,
though.
both here
They're
in
not
the
moving
U.S.
a whole lot.
and in China for Tesla to further
Suppose 'cause
stimulate
they're in the money.
consumer demand. So I think that's something that'll be interesting to look out for because obviously it can impact demand, but it can also impact margins. So when Tesla actually
Team
reports
J.
earnings next
Palomino.
month, that's obviously
Dream
going to
team,
be
baby.
a key focus. So you know they've already had
See,
quite
so
a few
buy the dip on
price
SI.
cuts. So it'll be interesting to see if they do continue with that. But he says
Not
the
a bailout.
macro remains uncertain. A
What's all this
recession could
bank
likely be on the
commotion?
doorstep.
Let's have a
However,
closed door
Tesla
meeting.
is now well positioned with its price points and demand outstripping
Not a
supply
bailout,
so
and
far in 2023.
we're not
So reasons
quantitative
for
easing. That's not what that
bullishness,
means
but
when
not
our balance sheet
without
goes up.
definitely a cautious tone there.
No,
Okay.
definitely not.
Market's going with just the former part.
You
with
too,
the
Jonathan.
bullish attitude.
Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for the
ladies.
support. Have a
Ray
good weekend,
Young
homie.
and Caroline Woods.
Appreciate it.
Tesla, the leader in the market. And that's pretty much all you need to know. Bulls following suit. Joining me
Dream
here
team.
in studio, Joseph Tiber, is managing partner at Tiber Kosmala, a Chicago-based investment consulting firm. Joe, great to have you here. Welcome to the TD Ameritrade Network.
Thanks for having me, Oliver. Great to be here.
Big thing we're talking about, of course, is a rally that's been going on now for basically 6 months in stocks. How much of it do you think is dependent on a future look at the Fed that requires interest rate cuts?
Huge portion, actually. I mean, I think this rally in the market, which, as you said earlier, I mean, having the S&P 500, you know, tethered around 4,000 level, you know, for quite some time, really since about October, you know, time frame. A lot of this, we think, is the stock market sort of really looking forward and hoping, perhaps, hopefully maybe getting a more dovish Fed, more dovish monetary policy, certainly. And that disconnect between what the Fed is formally on record saying in terms of their formal projections and what the Fed funds
Short volume
futures
spiking up
markets
again?
are telling us right now, that disconnect will have to be reconciled at some point.
Yeah,
This
GME
morning's
popping up a
inflation
bit.
print seems like it would
How about
argue
that
in
little
the
break?
Fed's favor, still double
put that line
what
in
they
there
say they
myself.
want to get to, but we're breezing right through it. Any thoughts on why that hasn't brought inflation back in to the
short volume.
conversation in a dramatic way today?
Well, I think again, you
GME
said
is
it earlier.
popping
I
up.
think inflation
You'll
really
get
is taking a
BBBY to
backseat
wake
to a
up.
certain extent to other macro forces.
42
you know,
cents
looking
there.
at interest rates in particular, looking
You've
at the
got
banking
Fubo going,
turmoil.
Fubo.
I don't know that I'll call it a crisis, but certainly turmoil in the banking sector as well.
HKD,
So a
all
lot
you
of
guys
those
that like
forces, I
down for an
think, are
indicator.
maybe superseding like inflation and the headline numbers of 5% read on PCE,
Bitcoin.
4.7 on core PCE,
up
moving in the
a little
right
bit.
direction. And I also think markets
You are
have
the
a really good
catalyst now.
handle on year-over-year comps. There's a high level of expectation that those numbers are going to continue to move down when you look at year-over-year
was that on
comps.
that?
Specifically, the hurdles from 2022 that 2023 numbers have to jump over are going to get more friendly, you know, as we move forward on the calendar. So that's a really, you know, positive force as we look into the spring and summer. The other thing is the
do it.
components baked into CPI and PCE inflation numbers, like shelter, like wage costs, also are painting a more friendly trajectory as we look forward to.
70%
okay,
of
so
that
there
wedge.
is some kind
You
of
don't like my
fundamental
wedge?
macro reason maybe to
You want it
think
up here?
things will be a little bit
Way up here?
less adverse when we get, what are we thinking here, 1 or 2 quarters, maybe a full year,
Oh,
once
there
we
you
kind of
go.
lapse
Yeah,
some of those
neg was your other
comparables.
one.
If the Fed
Bond
were,
likes
we didn't
neg.
have the banking crisis and all the bond stuff kind of stayed the same.
That's dead.
Would that
You love the
outlook you're
wedge. I
describing
love the
be a
wedge.
positive force enough to maybe offset some of the
I
tightening
mean, it
that
did
might
actually
come
pop
from
through there
hikes?
like
So
it
it's a little bit
was
of a hypothetical
some
situation.
sort of
Yeah,
resistance line.
I think so. I think
Way
if
pop
you
with
eliminate the
volatility and
banking
volume.
turmoil and what's happening
Well,
there,
the wedge
which we
might be
do
perfect.
think is pulling tightening standards forward, meaning lending and tightening lending standards are a real thing, that there's so many groups out there trying to project
Look down on all
exactly
my
what
calls.
sort of growth slowdown or impact that's going to have
believe that
on the
IV.
economy.
I haven't looked at
Goldman, I think this week was out
shorter
saying
dated
that,
IV for so
maybe
long. This is
25 to 50
insane what's
basis
on GME
points
right now.
detracting from 2023 GDP.
Wow.
Apollo's chief economist noting that their estimate is close to
Are
150
the leaps
basis
higher?
points of rate
In the explanation?
hikes.
That normal?
Is what those tightening lending standards
Isn't it-
may
shouldn't these be
translate
lower
to.
than
Those are very
weeklies?
slow down type forces in the overall economy.
You know what I mean?
Probably leaving investors and market participants to looking
I
at
also want to go out as
inflation.
far as
Back
I
to your
can and still
question,
get low IV.
inflation's likely to continue to abate as we
April.
look forward there, not just the year-over-year comps.
This is what makes me scratch my head because it seems like the market, which
Why is
depends
it- why
on
is April
companies
levy
which
so
make,
low?
are supposed to make money, that it would be in a bit
May's
of a
low.
catch-22 in a way because either the Fed's going
June
to
it starts
hike
to pick
or
back
events
up.
like we got are going to have an equivalent natural tightening of the economy as things slow down. So if there's really 2 paths to kind of the same result in a way, is this the time then to go and buy a bunch of companies, or is it too
BNTX.
early to know? Because it seems like the
BINGO.
market, as long as it's not the Fed
BNTX.
inducing the pain, investors want to buy everything.
What are you doing
Mostly
here?
tech, but it's broadened out quite a bit now.
Yeah, so when you look at the equity
get a little
market and
bounce on this
try
thing?
to reconcile what's happening
I
in
don't
the
know if you're
equity
gonna get that,
market,
man.
which
Got your
the
engulfing
S&P is
candle.
up roughly 5%,
Looks legit.
year to date, a pretty decent looking
You also have
equity
an
market
RSI
right now.
divergence
And
there.
we try to reconcile that with a different market,
Yeah,
the
I like
Fed
that.
funds futures market, which is
know if you're gonna get your
projecting
118.
monetary policy becoming very dovish or a response to adverse conditions is really what it's saying. I'm having a hard time reconciling those things. I mean, the stock
I'm not
market's
really
kind of
checking on the
feeling
weeklies,
okay.
but even the monthlies,
Credit
though.
spreads, if you look at the bond market, they also
Yes,
feel very good right
HKD.
now. We didn't even in the
Cash
midst
is
of the
calling it out.
banking turmoil this month, we didn't see
Beautiful.
credit spreads really blow out to
4% on
alarming
the
levels
sketchy
at all.
Chinese
So
stock.
there's a lot of
Can't let
conflicting
4%
signals.
go.
But back to
If it's up
companies
4%, it has to go
making
up
money
100%,
and equity
which is how it
markets,
works.
looking forward. I mean, expectations are definitely for
way too abnormal to
earnings
just have a
growth
little
to start to
4%
really
rally.
hit some more
Stop.
headwinds. We started to see that in the fourth quarter. We think that's going to continue as you look forward, whether top line earnings growth
100,
or top
zero,
line
OTD,
revenue growth or bottom line
zero
earnings growth.
today.
Likely some headwinds as we look forward here into 2023.
Today?
So as those fundamentals deteriorate, if we just say the
I'm like
earnings,
410 today.
valuation of stock, price, and earnings. Right now, the price has gone up, and earnings are expected to, for most of these
The
companies,
gap is
continue to
filled.
deteriorate. Even if we didn't have this rally,
Today.
the stocks would be getting inherently more expensive because earnings go
if it-
down.
something's
Who's
going to end at the
paying
high of the
up
day, that'd
these
be crazy.
valuations? When
Be
you
so
look at the
bullish for
client
tomorrow,
base and when
Monday.
you look at the flows in the market,
think it'll come
who's
down
got
before end of
cash on
day.
the sidelines? Like, who's eager to buy this dip right now? I mean, I heard and I saw the data. People said that inflation was eating away at consumers' portfolios.
squeezy,
that
though.
trading would slow down. That some of
Maybe
these
it'll hit
overall
some
tightening
levels
effects would
before
limit the amount of
end of
liquidity
day.
in the system. Where's it coming from right now?
Well, I mean, who's buying? Always, there's
It raises
programmatic
with data.
investing that happens all the time. There's rules-based index investing that happens all the time. So there's
They're
a
both
lot
the
of
same
static
prices?
buying pressure out there. If you look at one of our favorite indicators or
do you
metrics
mean?
to look at is the B of A Merrill Lynch Fund Manager Survey, actually, which
Yeah.
is that captures close to
Like
a
the
half
Harvard's team.
Yeah,
absolutely,
pumping through there.
right. So that
Got
that
what,
captures close to
409,
500 billion,
$42.
half $1 trillion
Not like a real
worth
good
of
resistance
institutionally
line up
managed
here.
money. And right now,
I
or at the
picked
beginning
this,
of March, coming into this crisis, they were sitting
a
at 2
support level
standard
through here,
deviation
but
high
really the next one, I mean,
exposures to fixed income
I don't
and
know,
2
further
standard
up probably.
deviation low
412,
exposures to the
415.
equity market.
Wow.
So that's some pent up, buying demand also. So you
Okay,
can kind
so
of
they
look
get a
at
big
So glad I
bond
didn't
rally
go
and
long
suddenly they're
today,
feeling
or
good.
4 days
That's
ago.
right. That's exactly right.
The irony is that this bank bank panic started partially because of bonds, And the solution
all
there
through
was
this
to go
chop,
buy
I was like,
bonds out of
we're
safety.
still bullish,
So
we're still
did
bullish.
it kind of neutralize itself in a way?
I think the banking panic started very much out of bonds. I mean,
It's actually not
losses,
a crazy
it's
move.
Unmarked to market losses on bank balance sheets, you know, for sure. So, I mean, it is one thing. The bond market and the bond market and the futures market are sort of telling us one thing. And the equity market and credit spreads are telling us a little bit something else. So, again, there's going to be a reckoning at some point.
The government's response to Silicon Valley and the fallout. There was a great debate the last few weeks about what to describe that from a monetary standpoint. Is it injected liquidity? Was it just kind of neutralizing, buying things at par, or was it actually an influx? We saw the balance sheet go up, but from a different source than COVID. We were printing checks and buying tons of bonds. It's a little different.
MCOM.
What is the net effect? Do you have a strong view on if that's propelling some of this?
A net effect is liquidity, for sure. So you're right. You're absolutely right. This is not quantitative easing where the Fed is out there buying bonds, you know, in the open market. These are loans directly to banks for the most part through their discount window.
That's all you're going to see on it.
Or through the lending facility, the emergency lending facility that
you do have
banks
to
have
consider
definitely
that
taken the
volume
Fed up on.
did pick up
we've
there
seen
on that break.
At this point, 65% of
pushing.
quantitative tightening measures have been unwound just in the past 3 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a pretty significant. That's about $400 billion worth of liquidity.
You're just hanging out with all these little pushes on the market. It wasn't really necessarily moving with it. So
lending programs, but very different than
it's not broken.
Than quantitative easing. For sure.
Not
at
these
the end
levels.
of the day, this is cash going into bank reserves, you know, through the form of loans and lending windows through the Fed.
Be broken to move
Seems
up.
like we're
Still
back to
move
the
up.
catch-22 then, because
like it did
that would smooth things over for the economy, allow the
wasn't
Fed to
a crazy
keep
violent
hiking.
move, but it did
So it's
move
a
up
very tough
60% there.
Thanks for helping us figure it out.
20
Joe,
trading
really good
days.
stuff.
My pleasure, Oliver.
Pretty
Thanks.
significant.
Absolutely. Looking forward to more. Joe Tiber, managing partner at Tyco. Coming up, let's talk some commercial real estate. Real estate in general,
I'm still negative
maybe
on everything.
storage as people have moved around, but everyone's kind of fearful about commercial real estate in particular. We'll be right back.
Well, if the market maker's wrong on the pricing, that's when you make big money. Like big percentages. We did have a BlackBerry move today also. Not bad if I was a bank. Oh shoot. Is that because my one thumbnail? Did I throw you off? Hey, I made that thumbnail and banks were collapsing. It was my new bank and it's so far collapsed. Unfortunately, I don't have any FDIC insurance to bail me out. GME grinding 2%. Big day on GameStop. I don't know where this breakout really is. It does seem like it was kind of there, but pretty weak breakout so far. Options chain is just pitiful. 22.5. We've got 4,000 open interest. That'd be good. Not FDIC insured, that's right. Hi. Did Gene hold? See, that's the thing, like, you would have lost quite a bit of theta in here. Guess not for 2 weeks out, maybe. The volume BBY is not bad? No, it's super high. Kidding me? One last couple days has been crazy. 147 million yesterday, 158 million the day before. Or no, sorry, that's today. Yesterday. There's a little pop on BBBY. There you go. It's waking up a bit. 42 cents was the low there. See if it can climb back to VWAP. Get some Friday buyers in on here. Then we'll be looking for a gap up on Monday. Then we'll have our island bottom. 84.
Performance has been, it's certainly been leading the storage REIT pack. And a large piece of that is really predicated on the fact that it is a takeout target right now. And I think that the implied takeout odds right now in the market are suggesting that a deal is more likely to be consummated than not. So that is helping keep the total returns kind of where they are
again on that level.
To its peer group.
Solid bounce.
Why does Public Storage want LSI? The thing I notice just from a trading perspective is the chart. It looks totally different. PSA is down at the lows. LSI is up near the highs. So I assume there's something LSI is doing PSA doesn't have.
GME moves up next week.
Yes, absolutely.
Or the
so
week
there's
after.
a few things
But maybe next
that
week.
make LSI a really fantastic target for PSA. So for one, this is a business where scale matters. Now, PSA is already the 800-pound gorilla, if you will, in the storage
bullish
space
MACD,
with an asset value
with the
of
price
about
action you want to see.
$75 billion, a market cap
Green
of
over the
$54
9.
billion. But LSI
Huge
would
tick up on the
certainly
RSI.
be
Look, just that tiny move in the
additive
RSI is already back to
PSA in
50
terms of
almost.
Scale. LSI would also fortify its presence in the Sun Belt, which has been a pocket of the U.S. that has seen really robust operating fundamentals throughout the pandemic. So geographically, LSI's portfolio is very appealing to PSA as well. And then from a more analytical standpoint, REIT M&A provides an opportunity to exploit three typical synergies. So reduce G&A, lower borrowing costs, and operational upside. So in the event that PSA were to be able to acquire LSI, it's going to be able to capitalize on those three elements. So it's going to be able to reduce a significant amount of overhead. Over time, it's going to be able to refinance LSI's in-place debt at much lower interest rates because PSA just has a lower cost of debt.
And then it's 15% on Fubo.
Increase the portfolio's NOI because PSA also has superior NOI operating margins.
Sounds like a pretty natural combo.
GME options though. They don't
LSI
move.
just playing hardball. They want a higher price, you think, or what?
Yeah, little bounce on BY.
Yeah,
That's true.
I mean, look, LSI stated that PSA's offer effectively undervalued the company. It also stated that its in-place management team provides the greatest upside for LSI shareholders, just given its track record on both the total return front and operations. And LSI's management team certainly deserves kudos. They've done a great job under Joe Saffire's leadership in recent years. But at the end of the day, there's no guarantee for future returns. And realistically, the immediate upside of a deal of this manner, which at the time of the initial bid represented a 17% upside to LSI shareholders, and then about 14% upside when LSI ultimately rejected the deal, a little over a week later. That upside's really hard to ignore. So you have to think that, it's not uncommon for acquisition targets to reject that initial bid to angle for better terms down the road.
Got it. How does this connect into generally
1.3%? Oh my
REIT group right now? Because the macro discussion that I've heard a lot of the last couple weeks is fear around commercial real estate, fear around generally the sector as well. We saw the way all the rate volatility disrupted the banks.
This chart looks nice.
Now folks are naturally connecting the banks as the other side and the real estate loans, and so there's a lot of general kind of fear. And then you look at all this empty office space, and you're like, okay, I mean, is all of it going to get turned into storage or something? I mean, like, can they benefit from this?
That's a great question. Maybe just starting with your first comment, like total returns in the storage space have actually outpaced the broader all REIT equity index. So the storage REITs have actually done much better year to date, even amidst all this banking and financial institution concerns. So this is a sector that's held up well. It makes sense. They're very low leverage, so there's not too much concerns around debt for these companies. On top of that, you bring up another good point about, what could this mean, towards future acquisition activity. One of the things that's interesting, as we keep hearing, is that higher interest rates could actually be a good thing for storage REITs in terms of escalated or elevated M&A activity for the private players, because you have a lot of developers that are sitting with construction loans and short-term financing where those interest rates are just unsustainable. So they might look to offload those assets. And throughout 23, we could see more and more acquisition opportunities for the REITs that have a relatively favorable cost of capital.
Okay. Sounds like there's a little bit of excitement in the storage world that deserves some more appreciation. Let's definitely keep in touch and looking forward to having you back.
Spencer. Get some BBY calls, actually.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Spencer Alloway joining us from Green Street. All right, LSI doing a lot better than PSA. Maybe a combo in the works, but looks like they might have to give a higher bid. Pretty strong case for some low-hanging fruit to be found in the synergies of the two, as they say. Options coming up. Tom's got bullish trades for us. Market's doing great. We got 30 minutes left.
Doing great.
Not a care in the world.
Just about to hit my vape pen. Why is this by whipping again? Because there's no reason for it to stop. I posted a share price. It won't be. What? It won't be bought. No. You can put a limit order there and wait for it to move there, maybe. Not short term. May. Bit of lottos in case something happens. I mean, small position. See if they fill. I'm getting 50-cent ones too, so maybe it's stupid. Maybe I should just get out of the money. Like, if it doesn't rip up, it's not like it's gonna have any value. It's gonna go to zero. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of the money actually. Did limit order 1 share, take profit 17, hold 17 more. Cool. Or 10, you're close. 409.18. I know, that's crazy. Almost hit. Ooh, you held your call that long. Well done. 150. Yeah, when you have a big move like this, it makes sense just to sell because it's gonna settle down. Like, even if it holds up levels, you're gonna get a cheaper price. You know, once it comes down here, down to VWAP. Unless there's a gap up on Monday, which even then, if there's a gap up, it'll still probably come down to get cheaper calls. 2 days of theta you don't have to wait on. Are you transparent? I'm pretty transparent, yeah. I shared my my capital losses, what, last year? Tax return 2 years ago? I'm not making a living off of it, no, not yet. Making a losing off of it. But trying to get better every day. How much loss you can declare? Yeah, it's 3,000 a year. shut up about HKD. Ooh, Cash, where are you, man? Get in here, Cash. Hold you, HKD, dude. You can't, you know, you can't do just 4%. That just doesn't make sense. Yo. Doesn't make sense. Doing this kind of rip into a Friday, please. That's so bullish. Woo. Yeah, 3K. But it carries over, right? So you lose 100K and you only have so you lose 100K and you only have 3,000 you can use that year towards, I think, ordinary income or other capital gains, like selling a house or something. The whatever 197,000 carry forward, and if you make 197,000 the next year, then it's all offset, I believe. Gotta gap up. Maybe gap up. I don't know. We haven't seen HKD have momentum for a while. Not just like a single little spike. HKD is a sketchy Chinese stock. Very, very sketchy. But it did once hit $2,555. That is true. And that's not with reverse splits. It actually hit that 1 week after IPO. Good thing, Ace. Yeah. Oh, GME coming back down. Does it bounce on that line we drew? Is that even a thing? Is that gonna happen? Why are the... Sketchy. Trying to blanket company used to pump liquidity for the shorts. That is the speculation, yes. Oop, oh, holding out nicely. I do have an order for BBBY calls. I would do shares, but I don't know. I'm not convinced this is the bottom. This is more just as a over the weekend news hedge type of thing, in case it does do that 100% gap up. Yes, that is true. That is what my screenshot even would confirm. A breakout and a retest. But SPY might have to do that too, and I don't know. About 20 minutes left. Frozen.
Micron's going to catch up eventually.
Yeah, a lot of puts traded in there too, also on this news. But
okay.
Micron's coming down,
this
dude.
Was unusual, just because they're trying to buy this dip a little
bit.
Definitely. Okay. All right, let's do it. C3 AI going ballistic. The world's never going to be the same. People are just giving up. I'm reading these threads. People are talking about AI. They're just giving up.
MCP kind of rallying here into close. It's up 33%.
Throwing the towel. Screw that, man.
Yeah, I didn't get enough time on these.
Some
maybe
other tech leaders are out there saying,
"Hey,
pretty far to the money."
Also, like, seems ridiculous.
Oh, my BY calls
failed. They want regulation.
So we can make a video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. Like, that's far less entertaining than watching him hit people at the Oscars. They're not even close to doing what we can do. As humans.
Jeez, I did a lot of trading today.
You put AI in maybe your conference call.
A lot of opening positions.
That's right.
For this company,
go berserk.
Yeah, C3 AI up. It was up 18% before we came on. I'm not sure what it's up now.
19.5.
Yep.
No, I not cover calls. I totally closed out of
200% so far in
2023.
So big gains in here.
These are long calls.
Now remember, if you look at the company breakdown, I was doing a little bit of digging on this one.
Just a little exposure
they just
for over the weekend.
Part of a new contract with the Space Force
I've
contract.
got a lot of time.
They're one of 18 contractors that are in that. But most of their concentration is from Baker Hughes in the oil
I
services
don't know if it's
industry.
nice. Might be complete throwaway of money.
And I think
Ivy is stupid
72%
high,
of their bookings
300%.
came from oil and gas sector. I couldn't believe that at this point.
I thought the
Now,
same thing.
They're starting to expand their
I was
portfolio
getting the
as more
half a
people
dollar ones,
are
the
trying
50
to
cent
get
ones,
into
but
this space. But the
I'm like,
stock
I
has
don't-
just been a
it's gonna
rocket ship
move.
to the moon, including
probably
today.
gonna move up
And somebody expecting
a lot.
the rally to continue in here because we saw some unusual option activity
yeah, going
in
for
the
a dollar.
April monthly series that expires in 21 days. Trader bought 10,000 of 30 strike calls. Average debit of
Kinda figure might as
450,
well,
so
like,
that break even at 34.50 over
it's
the
gonna-
next
if the
3
50 cents are
weeks.
gonna
Only
get the
about
money,
5% above the current
the
share price.
$1
And
are
we've
probably
seen
gonna get
moves
close to the money,
this week and
if
so
not in the
far
money.
this year. That would be
Yeah, we've got, of course, lots of gaps above a dollar.
nothing if they were able to move 5% higher. Call volume about 6 times normal daily average volume, and we've
And they're
seen
like
some
basically
massive
half the
volumes
price
in
of
there
the
lately.
50
This
cents,
is over
so-
the last week. It's still 6 times normal what we've seen over the last 6 trading days. Over 225,000 calls have traded on the session. So, yeah, people positioning in there. Only about 80,000 puts traded compared to about 225,000 calls. So
GME
everything's
coming back
tilting to the
down.
upside for these
Yeah,
AI
it's moving with the
companies. And
SPY.
C3 AI
Oh well,
is right there.
HKD up 5 still though. I'll
Not
take it.
surprised to see what it's doing here. This is the
rally and
meme
hold into
of,
Friday.
The meme du jour of 2023.
All right,
Thanks,
more
Tom.
calls getting filled.
All right, bullish trades of Micron, AI, and a bearish
Weird, they're
trade
really
in
struggling to fill
Hasbro,
me.
though. We'll see how the box office goes for
Pretty
Dungeons and
stingy, these
Dragons.
guys.
I might be there. We'll see. All right, let's get an update
Pretty
from
stingy.
something that's down. Jane's going to talk to us about Nikola. Yes, that Nikola. It's still around.
Oh, dude. The Nikola shareholders. All right, it's 3:40. I do actually have time to make a video, so I'm gonna make a video, guys. Recapping. Thanks so much for your support this week on the stream, guys. It's a tough one. BBBY has broken a lot of us down quite a bit, but I think there'll still be another exit. I think so. If they don't announce bankruptcy, and even if they do, you might get a big dip, but then you literally could get a rip back to $1 with that news at some point. If you need some inspiration, go look at the Hertz chart. Go look at Revlon even. I think it had big spikes around bankruptcy. Actually, yeah, Hertz, I think they went to the OTC and then they like ripped, I don't know. I remember they were like gonna go bankrupt and then their stock ripped so much that they wanted to cancel it and offer shares. Like the stock is so high we could offer shares and get out of it, but I think they like weren't allowed to or something. I can't remember what went on with it, but it was ridiculous. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks for the dono, Ace, and the memberships. Always appreciate it. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, George. Thanks, Trace. Thanks, It's Me. Have a good weekend, guys. We'll see you on the video premiere. Maybe some Twitter Spaces this weekend. I say that every weekend, I know, but I do want to do it. I do. So, just if you guys want to chat and do a Twitter Spaces, you gotta just tell me and I'll do it with you. It's better to have some camaraderie and subject to talk about, as opposed to just monologuing. So, if you guys want to chat, I'm down. Let's do it. Thanks, guys. Thanks so much. Thanks, Taryn. Thanks, Mohammed. Ready to take our after hours? Guys, I'm supposed to take our after hours. Okay. I don't even quite know what that means. But peace out, Ryan. Peace out, Dennis. Thanks, guys.